Right guys, welcome back to the Racing Hondas Championship here today at a very sunny Brands Hatch for the 6th round. Now heading into races 11 and 12 today, we've got Will South leading the Class A Championship with Phil Wright hot on his tail. We've also got Dan Thackeray still leading Class B by 21 points. And you can't forget Matt was leading the Class C Championship. Now behind us we've got Go Japan going on, so our racers have got massive crowds today cheering them on. As always, thank you to Lucas Oil for powering our live stream. Stick around for a fantastic day of racing.
Charlie keeps getting any better at these intros. She's seriously going to come after my job one day, honestly. Right, good morning everybody. Welcome to a very sunny and bright Go Japan here at Brands Hatch. It's the return leg for Time Attack and return leg for Racing Hondas, and under beautiful blue skies and a packed outer paddock as well, full of JDM cars, both inner and outer paddock as well. It's going to be an incredible day of action both on and off track as well. Scott Woodward is here to guide you through today's first track action, which is going to be for the Racing Hondas Championship for free practice. Just a 15-minute session for the drivers to get their eye in before they get settled and sorted for qualifying in a couple of hours' time. And then 2 races today for rounds 11 and 12 of the 2025 Championship. So as Charlie rightfully said, there is a real battle going on at the top of the championship, both with classes A and B making up their top 2, and that's the top 4 that's currently battling for the overall honours as well. It's Will Self and Phil Knight who are duking out for Class A, and in the overall standings it is currently Dan Thackeray and Ryan Cunningham in Class B that are fighting over that class victory, as well as also being in the overall honours as well. There's also Class C. We've got a one-on-one fight between Callum Houchin and Matt Rowling. Matt currently holds that at the moment, but as you can see on stream if you're watching, it is absolutely packed out already in the outer paddock. There are so many JDM cars here, so many enthusiasts still pouring into the circuit here. It's 10 o'clock as we get set for our first session of the day. And it really has been pretty phenomenal to see the uptake here. This has been expected to be the biggest show of the season for Time Attack. So there's going to be some great crowds here, trackside watching. Already a few people starting to get themselves in position over in the grandstands, around the banks as well. So if you're watching, if you catch yourself on the cameras on my live stream, give yourselves a wave and be sure to do so for the drivers as well when they head out as well. And of course, a big thank you to Lucas Oil for making it all happen. As you can see, this stream is powered by Lucas Oil. So if anyone watching on their stream as well, hello to everyone watching around the world where you might be on any of our live streams. We've got cars heading down the pit lane, waiting for the green flag, and it has gone. So our first session is all underway. It's a 15-minute run. This session doesn't really set any times or anything to do with qualifying. It'll give us an indication of who's got pace this weekend so far in the early stages, but drivers are going to have run plans. They're going to be on different fuel strategies. They're going to be on different tyres with different wears of rate. Lap times might not matter too much here. You never really can never really read too much into a free practice session, but it might give us some indication of who's doing well. So leading us out first of all is Sam Linster in Class B, followed by the championship leader, Will Self. And this is a circuit which he's even admitted to me last night, not one he really rates, and given the fact that at the start of the first race back here in June, he dropped from 1st to 7th from the front row of the grid. It wasn't really the way he wanted that to start, but he did go from 7th to 1st in the second race at Alton Park, one of the best opening laps of the season, and went on to take his 4th race win in a row. Sam Linster, who is in the mix as well. I did notice on socials earlier on this week that he had his gearbox down at Dave Bucky's Kinetic Motorsport shop, getting that done. It was not the best condition of the gearbox after Alton, but he managed to get that sorted, and now as the car seems to be running, Dave's magic fingers seem to have worked. So he's now on track. A few more cars filtering out of the assembly area to get themselves first few laps in practice. I'm way too premature. Ryan Cunningham out on track there in car number 1 in the Kemp Models emblazoned EP3 Civic. He's the man battling with Dan Thackeray for the Class B honours and also for the overall championship. I'll take you through exactly who is where in this session. It gives us a chance to set the scene and bed the rest of the day out in terms of what you can expect. Coming into this weekend, it is at the moment in Class A, we'll go class by class. So it's 10 points between Will Self and Phil Wright. Now, Phil Wright will be a dark horse here because he has won 4 times here before in Racing Hondas, including a race here earlier on in June when we were here a couple of months ago. So watch out for Phil. He's the 2023 Racing Hondas champion, and he will be hoping to try and keep himself in the mix. And that was a really beneficial round for him last time. He picked up a 5th place in race 1, but a podium in race 2, so a bit of damage control. And as I've said, it's the days that you don't win races where you can go ahead and go on and win the championship. Speaking of winning championships, so this man's certainly going to try and hope to do so. Unstoppable, Dan Thackeray, as we've touted him. He has won 8 races out of the first 10, and he actually got beaten by Ryan Cunningham, and Ryan didn't need a retirement for Dan Thackeray to do it, because the only other race weekend that Dan has been beaten at is here when he had some mechanical issues. And he won't thank me for reminding him that 2 years ago didn't really go well here for Brands Hatch. Not really fond memories of Brands for him, because 2 years ago he was contending for the Civic Cup title with Max Edmondson, who's gone on since to win 2 Civic Cup championships. But Dan was leading going in the first race of the weekend and had an engine failure going into Paddock Hill Bend. They had to fight tooth and nail to get that car ready to go back out on circuit. And when it did, he didn't get the results he needed and lost the championship. And he told me this morning, he actually just joined the championship very late. Must have been a few days before the championship started. And he hasn't progressed it since. He's enjoying the atmosphere, he's enjoying the fact he's competitive, he's got a good battle going on with Ryan Cunningham, and of course it doesn't hurt that he's leading the championship in Class B. Back to Class A though, Will Self leads by 10 points from Phil Wright, then Liam Collins is up to 3rd place. Now Liam is quite overdue a race victory because he keeps on collecting lap records like they're stamps or football cards, but he hasn't quite got one yet. Let's come on to see. There is Will Self going through, but we'll keep on talking about Liam Collins. Took a new lap record at Alton Park last time out. So he certainly does like to be one of the fastest out there, but doesn't always have the best luck. He picked up a 2nd place and a 6th at Alton Park, and he has had so far total 4 podiums. He's going to be looking to try and add to that today and even get that first win if the pace is there. If he's got the lap record pace, it certainly could help him. Kevin Talbot, I remember coming into the week when he came here back in June, did have the championship lead. He's now back in 4 after what's been really a bit of a nightmare past couple of meetings. 2 DNFs, a 10th place and a 4th is all he has to show for it. So he's got some work to do to really push himself forward up from 4th position. But one dark horse I think this weekend, considering he keeps on talking a big game, is Tommy Knight. Now he was a lap and a half away, I'm almost certain, if we see Kevin Talbot here in the DC5 Honda Integra, I'm certain Tommy Knight would have certainly been thinking he was a lap and a half away from potentially beating this man on track, Will Self, for getting his first victory in the championship. He is coming to this weekend so fired up. He had the new rear suspension on the car at Alton Park. They've got the car they think where they want it to now. He was challenging Will in the closing stages of race 2 and then had that red flag after Spencer Fortag stopped on circuit, and he was that close to a race victory. Now it's his local circuit. He has won here before in other categories, so he does know what it takes to be successful here, and that blue EK Civic is going to be one to watch for, I'm absolutely certain. He's just gone to 3rd fastest in the times. Now another one I'm going to talk about as well, because sadly the Celtic K-Swaps Civics are not here this weekend. We're missing Fraser McNeil and Bob Barron. We do miss them because they're a fantastic addition to the paddock. They will be back next time out at Knockhill, and they will have a 3rd edition, Michael Barron, in a black EG Civic sedan or Civic Coupe. Looking forward to seeing that car out. But the one behind Bob Barron, though, is James Kiff. Now, James Kiff took his first breakthrough podium last time out at Alton Park. He was 2nd after he picked up a couple of positions in the end, and he got a 4th before that as well. And he made his debut in the championship here back in June a couple of months ago. So he has data. He's had the new aerodynamics on the car that's been put in this weekend. He's had to fit a new rear bumper after someone slightly rearranged it at Alton Park last time out. But he's now gunning potentially to get a good result. And he actually told me something quite fascinating, is that ever since he started in the championship, he only discovered after looking at some onboard footage back from Snetterton that he's actually had a tiny bit of brake pressure on the car going ever since he's been driving it. So essentially the car had ever so slightly, a little bit, about 7 bar of brake pressure on whilst it's been driving. And he only noticed it by looking at some of the telemetry when looking back at a lap from Snetterton. So he's gone through, he's managed to fix that, and he reckons there's actually more pace in the car. So if he's been able to get 2nd place with a car that technically had its brake ever so slightly stuck on, imagine the pace he might have now. He's currently 3rd fastest, only a 10th off the top time set by, guess who, Liam Collins, who's again looking to try and get some good lap records. Of course, we're only focusing on qualifying and race lap records, nothing really for practice. As I mentioned, doesn't really tell you anything about pace too much. So it'll give us an idea of what to expect in qualifying, but don't read into too many of the times too many soon in that sense. Let's look at Class B. So Class B is Dan Thackeray, 21 points in front and the overall championship leader. He leads from the last year's champion Ryan Cunningham in car number 1, who moved up to Class B this year after graduating from winning the championship in Class C as well. Looking at Luke Crass's menu on the screen. Good to have Luke back on the grid. I think he's missed the last couple of rounds. He did. He missed Alton Park, but he's back here, and his best result of the season was 6th, and that was back at the 2nd race at Donington Park. Briefly also looking at Class C, because we have got the battle going there, the evergreen back and forth between Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin. Matt leads the way by 19 points from Callum, and they've shared a victory each at Alton Park last time. He thinks it's going to be pretty even, but he might have a little bit of an edge, he thinks, possibly, if he can try and find it somewhere. So Matt Rowling, who has so far won the class 6 times compared to Callum Houchin's 2. The other 2 victories were taken by Andy Barnes, one of the main men behind Time Attack himself. Although he doesn't have very fond memories of Brands Hatch, just don't mention race 2 and that should be absolutely fine. So rest of the Class B category, Sam Linster, who we're mistakenly calling Sammy Linster rather than Sam, so we'll get that right this time. He is on a good roll. He's had 3 podiums in a row. He's actually finished in the top 5 in the last 4 races. 4th and a 2nd at Snetterton, 2 third places. I did mention at Alton he was so close to taking a first Class B victory at Snetterton, but he just missed out after he made a mistake and let Dan Thackeray through to take what was then his, it would have been his 6th or 7th win of the season. So Sam is going to have some good thing, and of course with a newly freshened up gearbox, that's going to be one to watch out for. 4th place, there's also a bit of a fight brewing between 4th place here. 6 points between Lewis Barker in 4th, Spencer Fortag in 5th, and Sammy Milam in 6th. But they kind of cancel each other out at Alton because they had a 5th for Barker, a 4th for Fortag, and a 6th for Sammy Linster. Sorry, Sammy Milam, excuse me. Milam didn't start the 2nd race at Alton, and Fortag and Barker didn't finish, so they didn't actually change anything from what was the first race result. So it keeps very close, and that's the battle going on for 4th, because Sam Linster is 30 points ahead in that sense, so we'll keep an eye on how that works out. Just saw a glimpse there of Tommy Knight's Blue EK Civic, and we've got here Callum Houchin in the FN2, with a sort of Mugen-style wing on the back of it. Good to see that's looking good. I do like the FN2s and how they look. So as he turns his way into Surtees, Callum fresh off the back of taking victory in the previous race of the season. And there is Tommy Knight, local favourite. There's a few local favourites here this weekend. If I look in my programme, which if you haven't got one and want to pick one up, they are £6. I do recommend it. It's a really lovely cover art on there. Gives you all the details about what's going on around the circuit, the on-track action, which includes time attack, racing Hondas. There's also drift exhibitions, which are coming up, the first of which after this session, if you're here at the circuit. And there's Dave Buki, who we haven't talked about too much, apart from him helping Sam Linster's gearbox. Now, Dave Buki, I did see midweek in social media that he seems to have fixed what he thought was some power issues or troubles he wanted to try and sort out. He's currently 6th fastest, 1.1 seconds off the top time in practice, but as we said, can't really read too much into practice times so much. As Tommy Knight actually goes quickest, so maybe we should in a way, because he's at a 52.071 and gone 3/10 clear of Liam Collins in this session, so that could be telling. He could be on a push that. But Dave Buki was in the workshop this week with this white EK Civic, and I think he found an issue with his fuel injection. He's managed to get it in the sweet spot now where it's working, so he's expected to be pretty quick. Won't thank me for reminding him that when he ran here last time, it was either practice or qualifying, he forgot to shut his fuel filler caps, which meant that fuel was spilling out. And Tommy Knight did exactly the same thing and then tried to blame me for putting the commentator's curse on him. So I took part blame on that, but should turn it a bit tighter next time, Tommy. You'll be fine. Less than 5 minutes to go. There goes Lewis Barker to the shot. We've got one of the 2 Kinetic Motorsports EP3 Honda Civics, and that is number 9 of Sammy Milam, 15th quickest, and currently sat at the moment 7th in class. And there is Tommy. I say it every time, and I shouldn't have favourites technically, but I do like that Blue EK Civic. It's a nice colour, it's a good shape, it looks like a little touring car. And the great thing about Class A is they call it, in some ways, a bit of a prototype class, and that's a bit of a feel I've got in the paddock, having a wander this morning, having a chat to a couple of drivers, and even on the build-ups this week, particularly in Class A, there's a lot of drivers that want to win. And you might sit there and think, well, obviously everyone wants to win, but there's a real determination for various different reasons. If I go down the timing screen in order, Liam Collins hasn't won a race this season, but has been setting pole positions, fastest laps, new lap records. A win's certainly got to come, and he's actually gone fastest now. He's gone to a 51.741, and Will Self has got up to 51.9, so they're going sub 52 in this session at the moment. But Liam Collins hasn't quite won yet. We see Spencer Fortag. Hopefully his car's back up to strength after it stopped on track at race 2. So Liam Collins hasn't won a race yet. Will Self wants to keep his win streak alive. He wants to have a 5th win in a row on a circuit which he's admitted he doesn't like and is not a fan of, and that would be, if he can do it today, at least his 6th victory to keep himself in the hunt. Tommy Knight wants to win at home and was that close to taking victory at Alton, so there's his incentive. Kevin Talbot has had a nightmare couple of meetings. He wants to get back to the top step. He hasn't won a race or been on the podium since here at Brands Hatch, where he took a win in the 3rd place bit here back in June. You've then got James Kiff, who's now off the back of his 1st victory, has now fixed what seemed to be a permanent sort of slightly sticking brake issue, which even he wasn't aware of at one point. So he's now thinking he's got a quick car underneath him. Dave Buki solved his EFI issues, and now he's going to try and get himself up towards the front. We haven't spoken about James Alford too much, who was on the front row of the grid for race 2, but then just dropped back after making a couple of mistakes at Alton Park. So he's got some incentives to do well, and I believe it is also his local circuit as well, if I look back into the programme for notes. And James Alford, yes, I believe he is. Yes, fellow home hope James Alford. He's going to try and do well if he can. And also you've then got Phil Wright, who has won here 4 times before, second in the championship, wants to make it 5 times at Brands Hatch, and could do with a race win because he hasn't actually won a race since here. That was his 4th win at Brands Hatch back in June. So there's points to prove for a lot of Class A drivers here as well. The Class B battle, we know it's between Dan Carey and Ryan Cunningham, as there is Liam Collins, fastest man in the session with about 2.25 minutes to go. So Thacker and Cunningham have got this back and forth now for the championship. They're out in front. Sam Linson looks though he's pretty comfortable in 3rd place. The big battle behind the lead 2 is going to be this scrap for 4th. Barker, Fortag and Milan. If you look at where they are, they're literally together on the timing screen. They've got Barker is 5th fastest in class, 13th overall. Milan is 6th and Fortag is 7th. There's only about, I was about to say about 1/4 of a second, but Barker's now moved up to 4th in class. He's gone past one of my newcomers for this weekend, which is Thomas Holloway. So that's Duncan Holloway, I'll correct myself. Duncan Holloway, who's in one of the Honor Motorsport cars. Now, there is a newcomer, Thomas Mitchell, who's our single round entry. He's racing what looks like James Kembry's car, because I looked in the programme and the picture underneath it was of James Kembry's number 66. So it looks like he's taken over that car for this weekend at least. Single round entry means he won't score points, so even if he finishes ahead of somebody who does, he'll be invisible for scoring, so you won't have to worry about that at all. And then in terms of Class C, at the moment, it is about a 1.1 second advantage speed-wise and lap time-wise for Matt Routhing over Callum Houchen. So right now, that looks okay. Just spotted coming on the screen, I think one of the Honor Motorsport cars has just gone off the road exiting Druids. And I want to say it's maybe Duncan Holloway. Is it 77? Yes, it is 77. So Duncan Holloway's just briefly got off the road at the exit of Druids. A static shot there, the car sweeping through. We saw James Kiff, Spencer Fortag going through, who's currently about 5th in class. Then we've got Sam Linstner. There's James Kiff, now with no more sticking brake. He has got a little GoPro on the front of there. And I did say to him, good luck if you lose that, or hit someone at the back, hopefully he doesn't. Tiny bit smoky on the overarm, the exhaust, as he just tips the curb through Paddock Hill Bend. Less than 30 seconds left in the session before we complete. I'm sure that when we head down to the paddock in a little while, it should be quite fascinating to see some stories and what people feel in terms of their pace and whether people have got confidence, whether people think they've got some work to do. The fact we've got the top 5 covered by less than a second is encouraging. We've got Collins, Self, Knight, Kiff and Talbot. Buki's up there in 6th. He's got some 7.75 of a second to find. Alford's 7th quickest. And off the road has gone Will Self. Now, that's not what you want when you on a circuit that you don't like, when you're the championship leader and you're trying to keep yourself composed. And off into the gravel at Clearways is the last thing that you want. Now, do that in qualifying, and you might compromise a lap. Do that in the race, and that could be the end of it. But thankfully, he's got the errors and the wobbles, hopefully shaken out through practice as the checkered flag comes out on the session. So 15 minutes of practice for racing Hondas is complete. Again, there'll be data, there'll be questions to ask, there'll be things to fettle in the outer paddock to try and get these cars out a little bit quicker. And of course, they'll have data from when they were here a couple of months ago, which means that they will be able to use references of lap times, references of data from telemetry and video footage to try and get themselves quicker. To give you an idea of where we are time-wise, I look back at the lap times from qualifying and from the races before. As you see the last few cars coming through, we'll go through results in a second. So time-wise, they're getting close to where they were in qualifying. So the qualifying pole position lap time was a new lap record for qualifying last time for Liam Collins, who tops the session. 51.338 was the qualifying pole position last time. The Class B pole last time was 53.627, and Thackeray's done a 53.8. And 55.665 was the Class C pole time, and Matt Routhing has beaten that. He's done all the 5s, 55.555, so he's pretty much on a little bit quicker than he was than a couple of months ago in June. And race lap records, 51.621 for Liam Collins, or the fastest time that we had in there, because the actual lap record, he did set that lap record actually. There's no change in Class B or C. Or maybe there was, because... Yes, there was, because 53.753 is quicker than the 53.788. Look at me, I can read time. So that's now new quick for him. And then 54, no, the Class C record's safe because Matt Routhing did a 55.753 and didn't change that. So cars then filter into the pit lane as the checker flag is on the session. And again, that will be some important data for drivers to go through, to go and tune. important feedback to give to their mechanics and engineers and to give them a chance to have a look. Coming up next on track, before we get any more commentary, we've got our first of our MS-UK Drift Pro Champion exhibition runs. We've got 3 of those today. So one now, the next one coming up at around about 20 to 2, and the next one after that is around about 10 to 3. So we've got 3 exhibitions. So if you're watching trackside and loved all things sideways, do get yourself involved. And then we have, after our Drift Pro exhibition, we've got our first of our warm-ups, the warm-up runs for our first runs for Time Attack, with Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme coming up first at 10:50, scheduled. Then Club Wheel 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive, and then Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket, before we then come back to Racing Hondas for 11:55 for their qualifying. And not to remind him, but I think we've got a replay of what happened to Will Self when he went off at Clearways. So we'll have a quick look at that and see how that happened. So switching through, and lost the back end as he just arrived into shot sideways and just tried to turn in. And that's the thing, when you've got a front-wheel drive car, the rear is going to be so light when you're on the brakes, when it's nose heavy, just carrying a little bit too much speed can just make the rear end a little too light. Usually when you slide in a front-wheel drive car, you just typically boot the throttle and eventually the front will come back around. Just a little too much oversteer. He might have even just touched the grass a little bit, and that would have just got the car loose enough to spin him round. But thankfully he was able to track his way out carefully, because the worst thing you want to do in the gravel trap is simply just stand on the throttle, because all you'll do is just dig yourself in and then you're in a world of trouble. So that's not going to work out well for them. So checker flag on the session. I think we're just waiting for the times to come up on the screen so we can run you through the results. And whilst I'm doing that, just quickly run through the rest of what's going on. We've got, after qualifying for Racing Hondas, we'll get back to that in a second, in fact. So Liam Collins then completes the first session on top and might give us an indication of what to see later on in qualifying. He is fastest by 1/10 of a second from Will Self in second place, who survives that escapade into the gravel at Clearways, still with the runner-up spot. Tommy Knight, local favourite, gunning for victory today, going the right way about it, 3rd fastest in practice. Can he carry that forward into qualifying? James Kiffer's also looking confident. He's 4th fastest from Kevin Talbot in 5th, and it's Dave Buki and James Alford. Then our Class B fastest runner, Dan Thackeray, the overall and class championship leader, from defending champion Ryan Cunningham, his main rival. And then Phil Wright, again, don't read too much into the fact he's 2.6 seconds off the pace, and in 10th he might have had 1 or 2 issues to work through, but not fully pushing to get himself ready. He's down in 10th, work to do possibly, but he'll be up there for qualifying, I'm certain, given he's won here 4 times before. Sam Linster comes next, 3rd in Class B, followed by Lewis Barker, Duncan Holloway and Spencer Fortag. And then the rest of the order that we have from 15th downwards is Sammy Milam in 15th fastest, from Luke Crassus-Meadow in 16th, Matt Rowling in 17th. Our single round entry, our newcomer Thomas Mitchell in 18th spot, and then Callum Houchin rounds out the contenders for this weekend. So qualifying coming up, and there's the last few on the screen. Milam, Crassus-Meadow, Rowling, Mitchell and Houchin. So for those around the circuit, enjoy the MS UK Drift Pro exhibitions. You'll then have Alexia up on commentary here to guide you through the warm-up sessions for Time Attack, with Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme first, then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive, then Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket, before we get into qualifying for Racing Hondas. And the rest of the schedule I'll quickly run you through here for those who might be watching on the stream too. Also, after qualifying for Racing Hondas, we're then into Attack 1, again for the same schedule, Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme, then Club 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive, and Classic and Retro, Club and Pocket Rocket, then another MS UK Drift Pro exhibition, and then before lunch we get Racing Hondas at about 2:05, which is 2 for 15 minutes. Then a lunch break for about half an hour. Our 3rd Drift exhibition goes up next, and then after that we've got Attack 2, which is for the same 3 sections. Then we have Racing Hondas Race 2, and then Super Attack to round things off, and that's set to get underway at around about 5 o'clock. There's also the Obsession Awards and the Club Awards, which you can find in the Obsession tent, which is in the outer paddock, where you'll also find the Racing Hondas as well. So be sure to have a look at that. And also, whilst you're here, do go and explore Go Japan. There's so many things to see and do here, so many tents, so many cars on display. Do enjoy it. Well, for those of you on the track side, enjoy the Drift Pro exhibitions here whilst you're watching. I'm certain you will watch them going down towards Paddock Hill Bend around the first few corners. For those on stream, we'll come back very shortly after the Drift exhibition is done for our first of our session for Time Attack, with warm-up coming up with Alexia on comm. So stay tuned and enjoy the drifting trackside if you're here.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Good morning and welcome to Time Attack. We're here at Brands Hatch for round 6 of the 20th year anniversary of Time Attack and brought to you courtesy of our fantastic sponsors, Lucas Oil. So we're here, obviously, beautiful day today. I think heat management is actually going to be the word of the day, with all the drivers having to really keep an eye on their engine temperatures and their tyre temperatures. But we're here and it's only been 2 weeks since Alton Park and we had quite an eventful session at Alton. So we'll see how many of the drivers are actually going to made it and have had to do all of their repairs before then. So we're looking forward to a fantastic day of action out on track. The cars are getting ready to head out and we're going to see the drivers really battle to see if they can get their fastest lap times. So the hunt for the perfect lap begins now.
Yes, good morning and welcome to Time Attack. As you can see, our pro class cars are on track now, getting their warm-up underway. It's great to see so many people joining us here at Go Japan for what is round 6 of the 20th anniversary season of Time Attack. For those of you who are new to Time Attack and perhaps you're here more for the show aspect and you're wondering what on earth is going on track right now, Time Attack is all about lap time. So we have these very special one-off creations trying to set the fastest lap time they possibly can within their class. At no point in Time Attack, pretty much anywhere in the world in Time Attack competition, will these cars race wheel to wheel because there's so much irreplaceable, one-off, handcrafted stuff that goes into these cars that the competition focuses very much on lap time. And we have a very strong sporting culture where cars will yield track position to each other and so on, so that everyone has the best crack at setting the fastest flying lap they possibly can. We have an open pit lane format, so we have a 20-minute session, 15 or 20-minute session, and the cars and the drivers have as many attempts as they can fit in to set the fastest flying lap they possibly can. However, this is just warm-up, and for those of you watching the Lucas Oil live stream, you can see Luke Senjakovsky there in that Honda NSX, the Teguwa entry, making his way round Ilya Krylov's Haltech Clio. And now the white number 79 Evo of Eric Holmes, ENS Motorsport, Evo 6 RS. Darren Spooner there in the Peugeot 205. So quite a lot of special, very special creations in these classes. Those of you who've followed Time Attack for a while, you'll know Time Attack is all about modifying, building, upgrading. And so it's a very broad church, and whatever you've built, provided it's built to a good standard and has the required safety equipment, fire extinguisher and so on, we will find a class to put your car into. Why do we class them? Well, because to keep things somewhat fair and competitive, we try to group cars together that are of a similar spec. So for example, all the cars that you might call a fast road car, they all go together. And all of these very high level, almost factory race car equivalent type builds also run together, just to keep things competitive. So this year, we're running things a little bit differently, where the higher end classes go out first, and then we move down through the classes, and then we have the fast road cars and so on, daily drivers at the end. But, you know, whatever you've built, I can see a lot of amazing builds here at Go Japan. It's one of our biggest shows, if not the biggest, of the Time Attack calendar. And if you've built something, you can probably enter it into Time Attack In the very entry-level classes, we basically require a fire extinguisher and harnesses, safety harnesses. And that's kind of it. So if you've built it pretty well and it's not falling to bits, and you know your just common sense applies, you can enter it into one of our clubman type classes. But you know we'll get there. In the meantime, I think as our pro class drivers are warming up, I believe Susie has been catching up with our drivers in the paddock.
So this morning I'm having a quick catch up with the two guys in Pro Extreme. So we've got two impressors. We've got Ross Hampson, good morning.
Morning.
And Andy Hughes, good morning.
Morning.
So yeah, pretty extreme cars here. Can you just talk us a little bit about the car? And also, actually, Ross, we saw you at Alton, but not for very long, right? What happened at Alton?
Yeah, I had a few issues at Alton straight away as soon as I went on warm-up, and unfortunately it's just a complete freak accident almost, but my wheel bearing sort of collapsed in on itself, so it caused a bit of a nightmare with the drive shaft and bent the caliper bracket, which unfortunately ended up putting me out for the rest of the day. So yeah, it wasn't to be, I'm afraid.
But you haven't had long to fix it, have you?
No, literally a couple of weeks, but Andy here has been working his magic as he always does, and yeah, working on the car really hard, and it was pretty much done in the space of about a week, to be fair, with all new parts on from Alcon. Rossport, I have to say thank you to as well. Phil over there, they supplied everything really quick, and Alan at Carbo Tech got some new pads out, all new brackets, bearings, ABS sensor, and drive shaft all in, done, bled up, and fingers crossed ready to go for today.
So kept you both busy then over the last couple of weeks. And so tell us a little bit about the car. As I say, both of them looking quite extreme.
Yeah, so the car itself is a Impreza P1. It's formerly known as like the most sort of powerful P1 that there is, and the fastest at the moment. It's 840 horsepower. It's due to go a little bit more over winter, fingers crossed. It's obviously had a lot of aero work done and engineered, which has been a mixture between Simon McBeath and some chaps over in Australia, and a lot of the work has been again fabricated etc. by Andy as well. I've been getting in doing bits and pieces where I can, and yeah, it's turned out to be quite a monster, to be honest. We've done some testing with the aero itself on the airstrip with ride sensors and everything else, and we found that we were getting 1,800 kilos of downforce at 134 miles an hour.
Wow.
So it will definitely grip.
All the wings are very, very functional.
Very functional indeed, yeah. Everything has to be laser level checked and everything to make sure it's right before we go out and everything, yeah.
Well, fantastic. I hope you have a better day today. Good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
And then over to Andy, is a familiar face for Time Attack, right?
Yeah.
And so tell us a little bit about your car.
Well, it's a labour of love, really, but I mean, it's exactly the same as what it was when I came in June. I came June the 15th, just to improve on my time. Still running on wastegate, and honestly, I am.
Yeah, but how much is your wastegate?
Well, it's 785. That's my track day setting, right? So yes, I was on wastegate, and we did a 47.4, which was good, but I was massively losing it in sector 1. Right, so I've gone away and done some aero tweaks, studied my video, realised where I'm losing it, and hopefully come back and do a little bit better, because I've got the same tyres, same power. I've shifted the aero balance a little bit, so I've shifted it a little bit more to the rear by ride height and things like that. Give a little bit more angles on, a little bit more wing at the front. Just a little bits and pieces like that to shift a bit more to the back, but obviously give more for the. So I'm probably going to lose 2 or 3 mile an hour down the straights, but in theory it's one big corner anyway, isn't it? So it should, in theory, if I've worked it out right, it should make me quicker around the lap. So
you have unfinished business here?
Yeah, I just need to turn my head off and turn them on, don't I? That's all I need to do. So, and bring it home in one piece. Otherwise, I'll be in the shed.
As I say, you're a familiar face to Time Attack, right? You've been competing for quite a number of years.
First time was 2008. So, yeah, it's way off, like, yeah.
Well, fantastic. We look very much forward to seeing both of these cars out on track today. So good luck to you both.
Brilliant. Thank you, Susie.
Cheers.
Great stuff. You can actually see those two Imprezas now, the matching cars of Ross Hampson and Andy Hughes. Really interesting. Again, this is one of my favorite features of the Lucas Oil live stream, is being able to get up and close to these drivers and their cars and having, in some cases, quite technical conversations with them. So I think especially, you know, Susie's got a great way of leading those conversations, and it's always a very interesting watch. But the two gents there saying how so much of this day is also about bettering their own times and improving their own builds as well. I think as we look down the classes, especially towards Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive, Pocket Rocket Force Induction, Classic and Retro perhaps as well, there are some very, very close and very exciting fights, and drivers very much thinking about the points. Whereas what we see sometimes in the pro classes is, well, these very one-of-a-kind builds and these particular builder drivers really pushing the boundaries of what's possible in a certain chassis. And what they're most interested in isn't necessarily the championship. They're really interested in building their platform into its ultimate form and improving on their previous season's efforts, and, you know, really developing that platform. So very interesting. They have a vision, and they're chasing that vision, and that's kind of the main thing that they're interested in. They have that tunnel vision. Whereas in other classes, you know, we have drivers. I mean, Andy Grady springs to mind. He's in Club 4-wheel drive. Great battle there with Alexander Volkov in the GTR, and he is very much thinking about the points round and round. Whereas, you know, some other builder drivers very much focused on their own build and their own game. Great stuff. Ross Hampson there, you can see in the Daffy Racing Impreza P1. Massive aero on that car. This is one of two Pro Extreme cars that we have today. Not too many of these knocking around. So I think especially this year, given that there's so much risk and so much expense involved in running and building these cars, this year it seems like we haven't seen them too often. But today at Brands Hatch for Go Japan, we've got two Pro Extreme entries, both of them Impreza Classics. Great stuff. So we are currently just moving through. Oh my goodness, we've nearly finished our warm-up already for our Pro Class cars. Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme. Perhaps we're running 15-minute sessions this time around. That seems to have absolutely flown by. Yep, we are running 15-minute sessions, checking the timetable, and the producers there confirming that as well. I think just because of how tight things are today, so much going on as part of the Go Japan show, that we're having to move through these sessions pretty quickly. Also moving pretty quickly is Martina Ward here in the number 997 Club Pro Mini, the That Mini entry. Usually we see Dave Ward drive this car in previous seasons, and it's always been great fun where Dave Ward took a little bit of time out. He's had a few bites of the Time Attack cherry over the past years, and he'll go and take a few years out and then come back with a new build. And you know, he had quite a few years out and then appeared in the Mini, and from the get-go started setting records and winning stuff. Which I thought was quite funny, in what was at the time quite a nondescript car as well. Of course, now it's got all the aero and the composite stuff, and it looks very special indeed. But I think whether it's 1 or 2 years ago, it still looked kind of plain. And, you know, Dave Ward, perhaps an unfamiliar name to the newer Time Attack drivers, just appears and beats everyone. That was great fun. But this year, today actually, is a one-off as a single-round entry. It's his wife, Martina, who does lots of other kinds of motorsport and circuit racing and MX-5s and so on. But Checkered Flag is out, and perhaps we can talk about that when we come around for Attack 1 later on in the morning. So the Checkered Flag is out now. Again, it's only warm-up, so not a great deal of reason to pay super close attention to the lap times. If you wish to, you can look at the TSL Timing Solutions website, or of course you have them in the top left of your screen if you're watching the Lucas Oil live stream. But if you're watching here from the track side, you can go onto TSL Timing Solutions Limited, TSL website, and you can get all of the lap times and data right on your screen of your smartphone, tablet, or what have you. It's literally what I'm using here as well. So there you go, checker flag. So our Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme cars will now head into the pits, and then we will reset the clocks and check everything over, and we will be sending next the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive drivers for their warm-up in just a few minutes. So, just getting bits ready on the track for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive entries to hit the track for their warm-up. And in the meantime, I believe we have Susie in the paddock with another interview.
So I'm just grabbing a quick couple of minutes with Mike Butler from Club 2-wheel drive. So good morning, Mike.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad on this lovely sunny day.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about your car. So you're driving the BMW.
Yeah, so it's an E92 M3, which we've had for a long time now. It's an ironic really, ex-Palmer Sport track car. Came from Bedford many years ago. We started doing sprints and hill climbs, but got the time attack bug, and then it's gone from there really, evolved it, as time attack should be.
But it's not just a standard M3, right? So...
No, I promised my wife, I had to get my wife in there, I said I wouldn't alter the car, and then we started doing things like supercharging it and suspension, as you do, which is time attack. And the problem is, with a complicated car like a BMW, it's probably taken 7 years to get right, as the technology and people helping with mapping and things. But it's been frustrating, but fun. Yeah.
But you're still married?
Yeah. So she can't divorce me now because I spent all the money on the car. But yeah, no, it's going well at the moment, and first time really. So it's now down to the driver.
Well, you're running 5th in the championship though, right? So, and it's really close this year in Club 2-wheel drive.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, I'm one of the older drivers, and you know that in that last round you really got to send it, and you can really surprise yourself. So probably the car is quicker than me for sure. My wife also, I have to get this in, when I go back and say I lost by about half a second, she says, well, if you were 5 stone lighter, you would have probably won, and she's quite right. So I've made the promise that that's going to be next year's challenge. So if we do time attack next year, the car is sorted, sort myself, and I think we could have a crack.
You had a few little issues in some of the rounds before. I think you were a bit down on power, weren't you?
Yeah, so we've had fuel pump issues, and it was Matt probably on failing fuel pumps. We've had an electrical gremlin, which was really simple, but took a long time to sort out. But to be honest, Gareth Howell, who does the mapping with Cyvex, particularly the gearbox mapping now, because it still runs the BMW DCT gearbox, but that has been day and night. We had that upgrade at Alton Park, and it drives probably, I shouldn't say this, but better than the OEM gear shift, which is something, because BMWs are pretty good on that. But as soon as you go away from a BMW ECU, the gearbox mapping has been the biggest challenge. So yeah, it's nice to drive the car now. Enjoy driving it.
Excellent. We look forward to a close day of racing today, so good luck out there.
Yeah, very good. We got the weather, you can hear the Hondas going round, and it should be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a good day. Yeah. Thanks, Mike.
Very good. Thank you.
Great stuff, and another driver there who's been around time attack for a little while. I think I first saw that car in 2016, and then Mike Butler's been a regular since then. interesting there hearing about how that car has evolved over the years. I actually had a look at it earlier today in the pit lane. Of course, this is one of the great things about Time Attack, is the paddock is open to the public, unlike many other motorsports. So for those of you here who are building something yourselves, you can actually come and take a look at what's going on here in the paddock and get some inspiration for your own builds. Or perhaps you've got an M3 or an Astra VXR or a Focus ST, or indeed a Saxo that you're building yourself into some kind of track kind of machine, or maybe even a fast road car. And you can come and speak to the drivers, have a look at the cars that have already gone through the money and the testing and trying different stuff and R&D and so on, and talk to them about the solutions that work and the solutions that don't work. So the paddock here is a great source of inspiration in Time Attack. I think unlike other motorsports where we've got bespoke chassis, tubular frames and so on, these are very much the same cars that we use ourselves in our daily lives. Of course, an important caveat is that common sense does apply. So, these teams are here to do a job at the end of the day. If they're frantically working away at something, then maybe give them some space to do that before asking about what brand of air freshener you should be running. So, let's take a look then. So, the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars, to explain them in a sentence, I call them track day cars, track cars. So perhaps not quite to the level and expense of the pro class cars, but we have quite a lot of weight reduction, aero, engine swaps, engine builds, fully stripped out, that kind of thing. So what you would call perhaps a dedicated track build. That's what we have in Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive. Naturally, when people set out to build a car for track days and for track work, they do all of the stripping and the aero and so on. Kind of automatically, that's the first thing that you do, right? Or at least you strip everything out. Now, that actually moves a lot of these cars out of the clubman territory. If you strip stuff out beyond, so in the clubman class, the whole front of your dash needs, so everything from the B-pillars forwards needs to be standard, pretty much. Especially around the midline, so the door cards, the dash, steering wheel, but not steering wheel, actually, steering wheel's free. But the dash and the door cards, they need to stay. But of course, you might want to strip out everything, which then moves you out of clubman and into club territory. And so what that means is a lot of people have built their track cars already in such a way that by default puts them into Club 2-wheel drive, Club 4-wheel drive territory in Time Attack terms. So these classes are often quite busy, very competitive, loads of variety. If you take a look at Club 2-wheel drive, we have the BMW 335i, the Cayman GT4 RS, 2 Citroen Saxos, Mike Butler's supercharged M3, Nicholas Good in the Dream Automotive Honda FK8 Civic Type R, David Frost in the Dream Automotive TBOM Honda Civic Type R as well, Neil Robson, the BIB Performance BMW 135i. On the screen there, Neil Wren in his Me, Myself and I BMW 335i. A platform that he's stuck to for quite a while now. Those of you watching it on the stream, you can see it right on your screens. Those of you watching from the track side, it's the purple, the satin purple wrapped BMW. Twin turbo straight 6. On paper, a great formula, great recipe to build into a really fun car. And people at one point, I remember, oh, Jeff Kershaw has come off. Jeff Kershaw in the number 3 Turbo Technics Focus. He's just come off there at the final turn, but seems to have got it going and is back on the track again. Let's just take a look at how he takes Paddock Hill Bend. Pretty sensibly there, I think, sticking to the outside, perhaps wanting to take a moment to gather his thoughts. A little bit of housekeeping there. Apologies for that. Had a call from the duty manager, and you never know how that is. Sometimes it might be something extremely urgent. In this case, it's it's nothing disastrous, but there is a white BMW that needs to be. The owner needs to go to that car, please. A white BMW with the reg Echo X-Ray 16 Zulu Tango Whiskey. So the owner to return to that car, please. So the owner of a white BMW, can you please go back to your car? I guess maybe it's in the way or something like that. I'm not too sure. But all I've been asked is to request that the owner of the white BMW Echo X-Ray 16 Zulu Tango Whiskey EX16ZTW to return to your car, please. So that's a little bit of housekeeping that needed to happen. Sorry about the brief pause there. Let's take a look at what's happening on track here. Luke Capehorn in the white and yellow Astra VXR. So Luke Capehorn in the, you can tell it's like an Opel DTM inspired livery. Very cool indeed. And also a car that we've seen quite a few times now over the past few years. We've seen it evolve season to season. And Luke here in a great battle all season with the Club two-wheel drive machine of David Dyson, the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS. Again, going back to the variety at Mark V Astra VXR and the Cayman GT4 RS locked in a championship battle here in Time Attack's Club two-wheel drive class. Great stuff. It kind of reminds me, and I see quite a lot of Utes here at Go Japan. It reminds me of "How do you do, fellow young people" meme, but Time Attack, especially these classes, it just reminds me of like a Forza Motorsport lobby or Gran Turismo lobby, where there's just such a wild mishmash of very, very different cars all thrown together and having a play together. It just reminds me of that kind of madness, I think, compared to perhaps some of the more business-like motorsports where, you know, it's all to a very tight spec and, you know, they're all similar models or something like that. You know, Time Attack is quite a crazy bunch of cars, I must say. Anyway, of course, in that Club two-wheel drive battle, we sometimes also have Johnny Fletcher somewhere there in the mix at the sharp end. Past Club two-wheel drive champion Johnny Fletcher in the Durenza JDF Racing Vauxhall Astra. I don't think I've seen, in fact, we have a red flag. Red flag here being waved. Now, Brands Hatch Indy is great because it's one of the only tracks where you can, well, I think it's the only track where you can actually see the whole track from the commentator's box. Actually, the commentator only can see a little tiny sliver of whatever the window happens to be falling on. Apart from Brands Hatch Indy, where I can actually see everything. However, I can't see what's brought out the red flag, so there are a few blind spots. One on the, oh, I can see that BMW reversing down the pit lane. That's interesting. I can't see the Cooper straight from the commentary box. And I also can't see up into Druids. There's a couple of spots that are quite thickly wooded. So I'm not sure off the top of my head, or even if I seek a little bit, dig a little bit deeper, I'm not sure what's brought out that red flag. I'm hearing that there might have been a slippery surface flag out earlier, which that flag comes out just as a warning to drivers to play it safe in some sectors. But perhaps it's slippery enough that we've brought out a red flag. So maybe we've had someone spill fluid somewhere. Of course, we had Jeff Kershaw come off at Clark Curve. Maybe there was a reason for that. Maybe there's something slippery there. Because indeed, I don't think I've seen Jeff Kershaw come off like that before. So maybe there was a reason for that. Maybe there's some spilled fluids over there. Hard to tell. Meanwhile, we can see our competitors lining up in the pit lane. You can see quite a a real mix of cars there. Mike Butler's machine always reminds me of the American Le Mans Series BMW M3 GTS from back in the day when those were new and being run by BMW factories or factory-supported privateers. In the meantime, I think what I will do is have a look at the... Oh, we have a green flag again, which is great. I'm just going to have a look at our comments, because I think one of the great things about the Lucas Oil live stream is actually the community and the conversation that happens in the comments. We have some familiar faces coming back round after round. Some Time Attack drivers from perhaps competing in UK Time Attack or somewhere else. So often quite good conversation happening in the comments. So I'm going to take a look at that in a moment. If you do have questions or feedback, then please do make your voice heard. I very much welcome that. I think it's a big part of the experience watching the Lucas Oil live stream is the comments on the sidebar. So, yep, do get involved. If you're watching from the track side, then why not say what corner you're watching from, you know, what driver you're supporting, what you drove here in. You know, the show is a big part of the Time Attack experience. Go Japan here today as well, so hopefully lots of Japanese metal represented here as well. So do let us know in the comments what you're driving. First time Hampson has ever driven around Brands, says Manjutsu in the comments. So Hampson there, that's Ross Hampson in that Impreza P1 in the Pro Extreme class. First time he's been out at Brands, and I believe he also said that in the interview with Susie earlier on. So I'm not quite sure what brought out that red flag, but maybe it was something like debris, which is quite quick. You know, once you've thrown the flag and you've got everyone into the pits, debris is quite quick to clean up. So it might have been a brief red flag, something like that, a piece of an end plate or some gravel maybe got dragged onto the track. So maybe something like that, and we got away pretty lightly with that red flag there. Why is there no commentary at the track, says P Spotting. I'm not too sure about that, I must admit. But when I was wandering around earlier, I thought I heard some. But I could be mistaken. But rest assured that the team is going to look into that. Already is looking into that, in fact. Andrew Kime there in the K-swapped Citroen Saxo. We have two Saxos here in Club, two-wheel drive. We have Stu Summers in the supercharged Citroen-powered one. And we have Andrew Kime in the Barnwork Motorsport Honda-powered 1997 Saxo. So two slightly different generations, a facelifted Saxo and a pre-facelift. Andrew Kime in the Barnwork Motorsport 1997 Saxo, and Stu Summers in the Race and Retro Cars 2000 Saxo. And if you take a closer look at them, they're ever so slightly different. But quite a rare car these days. I can't actually think of the last time I saw a Saxo on the road, out and about. I drove one once, and I absolutely loved it. I love there's a lot to be said for short wheelbase, super light cars. Front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive, you know, they both rotate very well, and often they don't even have the power to really, you know, if they are small, little, tiny rear-wheel drive cars, then maybe they might not even have the power to really, you know, spin the wheels and spin the rear end round. It's a lot of it's to do with the weight transfer on a short wheelbase car, and they rotate really easily, even if it's something like a Saxo. And of course they have the super lightweight, so you can carry the momentum around as well. Great cars. Jeff Kershaw, you can see still lapping, so shaken but not stirred by that incident at Clark Curve. Jeff Kershaw, if you're looking at your entry list and scratching your head, I believe Jeff Kershaw is running out of session, so he is technically in Club Pro, but he is running in with the Club 2-wheel drives, I believe. And then, of course, we have this very exciting new platform. Well, new, I say that. It feels new, but actually these FK Civics have, they've been out for a while now. Ever since the iconic K20 went turbocharged from the factory in a Civic Type R. That's this FK generation, which feels like a very new thing. You know, it still feels quite recent. And we have the 2 entries here by Dream Automotive, who are very well known in that world of FK Civics. And Time Attack is where they trial and test out various products that they then offer to the market. And so we see lots of tuning companies, lots of tuning houses taking part in Time Attack, which they can't necessarily do in other motorsports where things are so tightly controlled. In Time Attack, you have the flexibility to experiment and try out different things. And so we often see these tuning houses use Time Attack as a test bed. In this case, for upgrades for the FK8 Civics. Checker flag is out, which concludes our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive warm-up. And so next up, we have warm-up for our Classic and Retro Clubman, Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket N8, and Pocket Rocket Voice Induction cars. We group them together because lots of words, but they actually lap at a kind of similar pace, so we lump them together. And we will be getting that underway in just a few minutes. So, it is now time for our, I say entry-level classes, and I mean, I've done this for a long time now, but I need to come up with a better descriptor for these, because really there are some very high-level builds and high-level cars in our Clubman, Classic and Retro, and Pocket Rocket classes. So maybe ideas on a postcard, or indeed in the YouTube comments. While our drivers are gearing up to hit the track, I believe Susie has been catching up with them in the paddock.
I'm just having a little catch-up with somebody I did not expect to see here at Brands Hatch. So Ryan Barker, good morning.
Hello, hello.
So obviously quite an eventful autumn for you, so just give us a bit of a recap about what happened, because last time we saw you, unfortunately, your car was on its roof.
Yeah, upside down. Yeah, went on 4 wheels upside down. Just had a bit of a stupid moment. Went on understeer, went in deep, dropped tyres onto grass, spun me around. Yeah, just a stupid mistake, and learnt my lesson, but I'm back, so I'm over the moon.
But the car was a write-off, right? It was pretty badly damaged.
Complete write-off, shell were busted up, all passenger side were gone. But we managed to buy a car, get a nice cheap one, and put all the good bits on. So yeah.
So it's only been 2 weeks, so how have you managed that? Because that's it, I did not expect to see you here today.
I love to take all the praise, but I picked the car up on Wednesday, I went on holiday on Friday, I come back Friday, and yeah, we did a test on Blighting on the Saturday, so Reg Plate King, Will, absolute diamond of a person. He just jumped on car straight away. Also my brother, he's worked 4 solid days till midnight, getting me ready. So without them two, Reg Plate King, Lewis, my brother, I wouldn't be here. There's not a chance I'd be here. So yeah, all praise to them.
So new car, but you've swapped some of the bits over?
Yeah, so I got this car which was already, I think it entered another category, so it got majority of bits on yellow speeds. So I put the big brakes on, the top mounts, and some of our arms. I had to buy a few bits, radiator, etc., gearbox. So yeah, come with a lot of good stuff, but put a lot of my good stuff what we left onto the car to make a good one.
And did you have a little bit of testing before you came out?
Yeah, so I did 5 laps at Blighton yesterday. We had a gearbox issue, so we put my old gearbox in, we smashed one into this, and whatever were wrong, it sorted it. So yeah, 5 laps at Blighton. Fine, very confident, happy. Car feels like the old car, so I'm, yeah, over the moon.
That's good. Well, good luck out there today. Try and keep it on all 4 wheels today.
No red flags on me, all 4 wheels.
Good luck out there.
Thank you, cheers.
Wow, that is actually surprising. Those of you who have not followed Time Attack perhaps for the past, we had the last round 2 weeks ago, and actually Ryan Barker had he rolled his car at Alta Park, but he and his bro have matching cars and presumably lots of spares as well, and you know, Ryan there himself talked through that process, and so he is back. Wow, incredible stuff. Very interesting. Also intrigued by, I mean, I'm a sucker for a 35 GTR, and so I can see in Clubman Plus we have Jason Birch in the Birch Racing 2017 GTR, so of course a nice facelifted GTR as well. And I did look at getting one of these back in the day, but ultimately decided against it for various reasons, but I'm a big fan of that platform. So yeah, very cool, especially one that's still relatively road going in the form of Jason Birch's machine. So I'll be watching that one with interest. It's a single round entry for today. So those of you watching and considering getting into Time Attack, you don't actually need to commit to the whole season. You can just do a single round here or there. You can, I mean, you can do more than one single round, but you can enter an individual round without needing to commit to the full season. So you can pick whatever round is more convenient for you, see if you like the format. So you can do that. And so we have a few of these every round, a few people dipping their little toe into the Time Attack waters and seeing if it's for them or not. Often we then see them coming back as a full championship entrant because it's very addictive. And I know this myself, having competed in Time Attack for a number of years. It's incredible, and I don't get. I'm not being told to say this. If I had a competition car ready, I would go and do Time Attack again. No hesitation, I would go and do Time Attack. The only reason I don't is because I don't have a car for it. It's great. It's so much fun. It's great value for money when you consider what you're getting. So if you're thinking about it, I'd strongly recommend doing a single round entry. You can even do it in your daily, provided you put safety harnesses and a fire extinguisher. And I think that's it. So yeah, very, very low bar of entry and pretty reasonable costs too. We also have, on the subject of single round entries, we have 2 GR Yaris's. We have the number 77 of Charles Dakar and the 135 of Ben Broke-Smith. So we have 2 GR Yaris's joining us as single round entries today. Very interesting platform to see how people are really getting their teeth into these GR Yaris's. Great success when they launched. And I wonder, it's a bit like the BMW M2, where at launch, they were just really well received by a whole bunch of... Not a single day goes by where I don't see a BMW M2. They seem like great all-rounders, and I kind of felt like maybe the GR Yaris is something like that. Although you don't see them as often, so they perhaps have a bit more of a presence, a bit more special, because they seem not quite as common. But nonetheless, there are quite a few knocking around, doing track days, getting modified, very super capable machines. And so it'll be interesting to see how these 2 entered in the Clubman class get on. And perhaps, you know, we might see some more entering as that platform gets developed and, you know, the aftermarket warms up. Great supercharger noises there from Dean Riley's number 220 DRS Racing Vauxhall VX 220 in the Classic and Retro class. Dean Riley also, so actually Classic and Retro, really interesting battle there that we've had all season between Eden Young in the Haltech Micra, Mark Donnelly in the Donnelly Racing Escort, and Dean Riley in the DRS Racing VX 220. Incredibly different machines. And yet, I mean, the fact that the VX220 qualifies for Classic and Retro is a whole different story, because that's shocked me and really drove home the passage of time. But we have these 3 very different cars, all driven by very capable drivers at the sharp end of the Classic and Retro. So that's a great battle. that we've seen develop all year. Also, Pocket Rocket naturally aspirated and Pocket Rocket force induction. Some very interesting stuff going on there as well. Quite a few single round entries in Pocket Rocket NA. So actually, maybe let's just take a look at what these classes are, because I don't think I touched on that. Those of you who are joining us for perhaps the first time, look at that Impreza there, also very interesting. The number 35 machine of Darren Wilson, TCC Racing Impreza, it's 2001. And I believe that chassis was launched a little bit before that. What's going on there? Lots of smoke. Looks like we've got a tire rubbing issue. Or is that coming from the exhaust? It looks a bit bluey tinged, doesn't it? Oh dear, that's not good. It looks like he's slowed down quite a lot too. Uh-oh. Right, let's get a closer look at what's going on there. He's stayed on track. Interesting. I would have probably come into the pits if I were him. Something there is not looking healthy on that TCC machine. But again, another interesting entry in the Classic and Retro class. And we also have the single round entries in Pocket Rocket. Oh yeah, anyway, back to what the classes mean. Whilst poor old Darren smokes his way around the track, I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Classic and Retros, these are our entry-level classes, and again, I use the term loosely, for the fast road cars and the daily drivers, so, you know, maybe a remap on coilovers, and that's kind of the extent of it. Oh, let's take a look. We're going to come back to that subject, because Darren's Subaru is looking, no, that's looking really smoky. Still trying to make it to the pits, though. Oh, that's coming from under the car. Okay, got an oil leak somewhere, blown engine. I'm not too sure what's going on there. Also not too sure that I would have finished the lap myself. Especially if we're spilling oil everywhere. But perhaps it's an issue that, you know, maybe the manifold has a crack and it keeps cracking all the time and it's just exhaust smoke. Who knows? Yeah, that was not looking healthy at all, and also I do wonder about that decision to finish the lap. But let's see how that goes. Perhaps it's an issue that he's already aware of and on top of, and is actually pretty harmless. Interesting stuff. We have a NB MX-5 with us today. I actually thought this was Radu Stan's BMW 6 swapped car, but it is actually... What is it on here? I believe this is Tim Matthews in the 183 Matthews Motorsport Mazda MX-5, also a single round entry. And actually, I believe what we have, yep, Tom Moon in the Aggravation Racing Subaru Impreza wagon. In Classic and Retro is a single round entry today, so it's a car and driver that we see pop up from time to time. It's not very often that we get wagons in Time Attack, or estates or vans, but they do crop up now and then, and it always puts a smile on my face. A very unlikely silhouette to see on a racetrack, and yet here we are. And again, going back to that point about the variety in Time Attack, great stuff. I've always wanted one of these Imprezas. They were quite cheap at one point, and then I made some silly decisions and got some other stuff. That turned out to be rubbish when I should have just got one of those instead. And I think they're quite expensive now. Too expensive to be an impulse buy. You know, when you're late at night after a long day and your wits aren't quite with you, and you're scrolling Marketplace or eBay and you put in some ill-advised bids on things that you probably shouldn't be. And I feel like these older Imprezas used to be in that territory where you could accidentally get one. And it's like, oh, well, no. Never mind, guess I gotta go and trailer this, this old Impreza back home. But those days are sadly gone. I think they're a bit too expensive for that now. Jamie Biss in the Mazda MX-5 in Pocket Rocket forced induction. Jamie Biss in the Scuderia Anchor Hill Mazda MX-5. This particular one is turbocharged, around 260 horsepower from what I can remember, recently got mapped really nicely, actually. It solved a lot of drivability concerns that Jay had as well, and gained loads of power in the process as well. 260 horsepower being about the limit of what you want to do on a MX-5 standard engine. And I had a Mark 1, same as him, turbocharged, also 260 horsepower, maybe it was 270, and it did throw a rod. So caution there, that is very much the limit of an MX-5. So unless you open up the engine and start building stuff, then 260 is very much the limit there. Eden Young in the number 69 Haltech Micra. And I believe Eden flashing his headlights. I believe the Haltech Dream Team of Ilya Krylov in the Clio and Eden Young in the Micra have ambitions to head to World Time Attack in Australia one day. So best of luck to them for that. Maybe we can put some Union flags on the car and represent the country and do international motorsport things. UK Time Attack goes abroad. That would be quite fun. But let's see. Best of luck to them. Number 141. Oh, so I saw this car on a trailer. What is that? That is Emily Birch. Okay, so we have two Birch racing entries. We have Jason Birch in the Nissan GTR and Emily Birch in the Birch Racing BMW 335D. That is an interesting choice. I was actually just discussing the subject of diesels on track. Glasgow Retro also has Michael Greenhue in the Team LAR Motorsport Corsa B, which is PD 130 swapped. His current best, a 1 minute lap. He's currently in the pits. But yeah, diesels on track, discuss. And so Emily Birch in the 335D. So let's see how she's getting on. 58.4. So pretty good going, actually. Those of you who've driven Brands Hatch Indy will know that if you can get under a minute, then that's you've done a pretty good job there. So nice driving from Emily Birch in the 335D. Curious, is that fully... This is in the Clubman class, so there's not a great deal you can do. But of course, these modern BMWs map very, very well, especially if it has... I don't know if the 2014s already had the ZF8 gearbox, but if it did, then it's transformational. If you're on the fence about remapping your ZF8 gearbox, I can't recommend it enough. I had an A90 Supra, which also had the ZF8 gearbox from launch. They launched a manual long after I got mine, which is really annoying because that's what I wanted from the very beginning. But I got the ZF8, and the single best mod on the Supra was the gearbox remap. And it was also one of the easiest and cheapest. You know, you can do it yourself. You get the app on your phone or something, and you plug in the dongle, and you just buy the license and do it on your phone. It's super easy. And it was transformational, incredible. So perhaps that's something Emily Birch has done on that BMW. If they have that gearbox, maybe it's still a 6-speed. I'm not too sure. What's this? This is the GR Yaris. You could see the hazard lights flashing there, as as a lot of modern cars do, especially on the more expensive end of the spectrum, where if you brake suddenly, they start flashing their hazard lights as though you are on the road braking for a hazard, so that you're not distracted. You know, you're braking, you think, oh, I've got to press the hazard switch as well to warn people behind me, and you take your eyes off the road and your hand off the wheel to go and press the hazard switch. These types of cars do that for you. But of course, the downside is when you're on track and you're braking hard very often, your hazards are going off all the time, which can be maybe confusing to people. But yes, I believe that no number on the front of the car, it would seem, but that's number 135, Ben Broke Smith of String Theory, I believe. The chassis setup masters. So yep, String Theory. Of course, the pun there, string, is being used for your alignment. String Theory, which is, you know, the known physics concept. So yeah, great stuff. Jamie Biss there with his headlights on, which indicates that he is on a hot lap. Of course, the track is pretty busy. Brands Hatch Indy is only a mile long, and we have quite a few cars here. So the track etiquette is more important than ever at this circuit. And like I mentioned earlier, we're not racing wheel to wheel at any point, and our drivers go out of their way to be sporting towards each other. And if you're on a hot lap, they'll let you through. And if you're in a cool down lap, you are expected to yield the track position to someone on a hot lap. And the way drivers signal their intention that they're on a hot lap is by having their headlights on. So that's how we know that Jamie Biss is on a flyer as the checkered flag comes out. What can he... Oh my goodness, 5th overall, 1st in Pocket Rocket Force Induction. Jamie Biss with a 54.2. So he has one warm-up in his class. Of course, there are no prizes for winning warm-up. It is warm-up. Clues in the name. But we can already start to see interesting trends develop here. So, checkered flag is out, which concludes our time attack warm-up. We'll then be heading into attack 1, attack 2, and super attack later on in the day, which score points for our drivers. But first up, we have the Racing Hondas Championship qualifying. So we need to do the little switch over, put the time attack cars in, wheel the Hondas out, and we'll be getting the Racing Hondas Championship underway shortly. Don't go anywhere yet. Keep watching the stream because we have that good stuff coming. And of course, if you're here at the Go Japan show live, then actually I was running around this morning. There is so much to do and see and spend money on. And last time we were here, I also spent loads of money on little model cars, and I might do the same again today. So yes, have a wonder if you're here at the track. If you're watching the Lucas Oil live stream, then stay glued to your screen because we will be getting the Racing Hondas Championship going in just a few minutes.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So from our first time attack session of the day, or time attack sessions of the day, we're now moving into our second appearance for the Racing Hondas, and we've had practice, a chance for the drivers to get themselves bedded in, get themselves kind of settled on this 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Now comes one of the most important bits, where they can set themselves on the grid for race number one. Scott Woodward's here back on commentary to give you all the action to go through. We've had our 15 minutes of practice, now we're getting towards qualifying. So we've got cars lining up already in the pit lane ready to go. And remember, we've got three classes, classes A, B and C. There might be lap records at play here as well. And also we've got the reference from our times here when we took part in Modified Live a couple of months ago in June. So that could be quite important to see if anyone can match that. We've already seen people going slightly quicker in practice this morning to get a little bit faster. A couple of the drivers playing with some tyre pressures, got some things to work out in terms of tyres. But apart from that, they get themselves as ready as they can be. I think we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, which means we probably are a little bit quicker than the 11:55 that was scheduled for this session to get underway. Cars already down into the pit lane, so I'd imagine maybe we're possibly, I'm going to guess, maybe 10 minutes ahead of schedule, but everyone's moving their way down the pit lane and stacked up. And at the bottom of the pit lane, ready to go out first to lead them out, is appropriately the championship leader, Will Self, who I was speaking to earlier on just after practice, and he said that he's not feeling confident this weekend too much. He's not really racing some of the faster drivers who are getting up towards the top of the championship, like, well, behind him, like Liam Collins and Tommy Knight, and possibly even James Kiff, who's showing some good pace, and maybe even Kevin Tall, but he's mainly focused on Phil Wright, and he wasn't sure if Phil was either sandbagging a little bit or just wasn't taking too much of the session to bed in too much, because he does quite like the circuit anyway. But Will was also talking about the fact that his tyres are pretty much the same tyres he ran throughout the entirety of Alton. So because of that, he's not really on fresh tyres, whereas other drivers around him are. And he reckons it's going to be about 0.3 of a second per lap he might lose on those older tyres alone. Plus, he had the spin in qualifying where he just outbraked himself and took a little bit too much speed into the right-hander at clearways, just at the top of the circuit before the end of the lap. So because of that, it now means that he might not be looking to get a race victory, but I've said to him, it's a phrase I've said before, the days in which you don't win races can win you the championship, because you might not be the absolute fastest driver out there, he can still pick up a second, a third, a fourth, a fifth, and if others falter and have rough results and can't get themselves as high as they'd like to be in positions, he can still outscore them and get good points. And if he can still outscore his main rivals, for example, if he can still outscore Phil Wright this weekend, that still builds the championship lead. He comes into the weekend 10 points ahead of Phil Wright. If Phil doesn't replicate his form around Brands Hatch, where he has won 4 times before, and he can't do that, and he finishes behind Will both times, sounds obvious, but he's still extending that championship lead. And it means that as we go to the final 2 rounds coming up and Knock Hill at the end of September, and then towards the end of October when we go back to Snetterton on the 200 circuit for the finale, that's going to be all more crucial, particularly for the points you can rack up. It's not all about if you can win races and podiums, just scoring well and consistently where you can. So, plenty of cars and plenty of stories to look out for as well. One driver we haven't really talked too much about this season is Lewis Barker, who's part of the Europa Crash Centre squad in Class B. And as part of our interviews this morning, Charlie had a wander down the paddock, had a chat to Lewis about his fortune so far this season, how he's feeling this weekend, and also how he thinks he can get on at Brands Hatch here on this sunny day at Go Japan at Brands Hatch. Let's head to Charlie earlier in the morning, where she talked to Lewis and see how his fortunes are looking for Brands Hatch this weekend.
Right, we are down in the pits with Lewis Barker, one of our Class B drivers. Now, Lewis, you're 4th in the championship at the moment. Yep. How's it going for you?
Bit up and down. I had a really good snet. I got my first podium. Obviously, I had a clutch issue in free practice. I only got 3 issues. I just seem to be having quite a few issues. Obviously, last round at Alton, one to forget. Free practice, I was 3rd fastest. Went out. I just literally got it wrong at Cascades. Got a load of grass in front, and I cooked my engine. So then I went out race 1, race 2, we were down in compression, and then race 2 I ended up taking my front corner off. So yeah, it's a bit up down. I think there's only one round, which is Donington, where I've had start to finish no car issues. Obviously Cadwell blew 2 engines.
Yeah, that was impressive at Cadwell.
Yeah. So obviously we had that, and then obviously Donington were pretty good. Obviously I chucked 3rd away there, but yeah, no, I think as the season's gone on, I'm progressively catching up to front guys, and yeah, I've got the deltas to it, and I've done the laps. It's just stringing it all together, and like I say, it's my rookie year, so yeah, I'm enjoying every step of the way. So yeah, we're getting there, and obviously there's a few good rounds left to go, and in free practice, no one's really showing their hand, but it looks pretty tight, but it's who can get it done on day.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Obviously, you're definitely applying the pressure to old Dan and Ryan as well.
Well, I won't say pressure, but I was close to Sam before last round. I think there were a few points in it, but yeah, just one. I mean, anything can happen in racing. All it takes is someone to come off, someone to get tagged. Like in race 1 at Snet, I got tagged straight out by O'Connell. And it's just one. Anything can happen. That's racing, isn't it? Mechanical breakdowns. I've had enough of them. No more, God, please. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's whatever. Obviously, we had to change engine on car 2 days ago because we found it were down and it were absolutely knackered. And obviously, I've just spent all last week. My brother rolled his car in time attack. He rolled his EP3 on the last one. He won it on his roof as well, the little sod. But no, so then I spent the last week rebuilding his car, doing everything to getting him out. He's gone on holidays, sunning it up on the beach.
Oh, and left you to pick up the pieces.
So me and Will at Reg Plate King, massive shout out to Reg Plate King, Will. We couldn't have done it right, so we were like working, like going home, getting ready, going back to it, get Ryan's, and then the end of the week I thought, better look at my car.
Yeah, be a good idea.
And then I was like, we need an engine. So it was like, I think we started 9:30 Friday morning, it went down at 4:15, engine swap. Night before, we started at 8:30, did a gearbox and clutch swap on Ryan's car. And then yesterday I said, I'm doing nothing but sleep.
Yeah, just relax, recuperate, ready to come here today.
We've had all this bad luck now, Charlie, so I think we're hoping for a good weekend, and I'm hoping to get a podium this weekend, another one. I'm not here to make numbers up, I'm pushing, just like everyone else is, so yeah, and it's a good grid, to be fair. There's some fair race out there, so it's good.
Amazing, oh, fantastic, well good luck today. Thank you.
Ambitious words from Lewis Barker. He wants to try and make an impact, and so far he's got a bit of work to do. He's currently at 9th in Class B, or as I said, that he's got up to 5th, so making me immediately mince my words. He's up there into the mix as well. Now then, going to the early laps coming into qualifying here, I'm also using my words about Will Self, because he told me he was struggling on older tyres of being about a meeting old. Explain the fact he's just gone fastest then, 51.643 to go top of the times. Second fastest Liam Collins, who we talked about this morning, was due a win because he's taken fastest laps and pole positions and podiums, and as I mentioned, collecting lap records like they're stamps or football stickers, but still not getting himself a first victory. As times keep on tumbling down, getting on the front row of the group will certainly be an aim for him. If I look at what Liam's done so far in this season, he has finished on the podium 4 times, taken 3 second places and a 3rd. So he can do it, he can get close. He just needs that extra little bit of ultimate pace to get himself towards the front and get himself a strong lap time in the end. Sam Linstner, who is third, no he's not, he's a little bit further down the order. He hasn't had a proper lap time, I don't think. He's a little bit further down. He's 4.3 seconds off. His best times are 56.020. For Class Bs, though, Dan Thackeray's set currently fastest time, 53.438. There's a funny feeling it might be a good lap time for qualifying. Yes, it is. So that is, in fact, qualifying Class B. It is, in fact. It's a new qualifying lap record for Class B. So that is now 53.438 for Dan Thackeray. He's now a new class lap. Well, he's renewed his lap record from Class B. And lowered it by 2/10. That's strong. Liam Collins, though, as I've talked about him, goes now to the top of the times. It was a fastest first sector for him, and that now helped him with a personal best second sector to get himself up to the top of the times now by almost 1/10 of a second for Will Self. There's Phil Wright, 2023 champion, the first ever Racing Honda's champion, and so far 5th quickest. Was a bit off in practice, about 2.4 seconds off, but as I've said a few times, you can't really tell the full story, and Will was almost suggesting he was sandbagging a bit, but possibly just running his own session. Now he's up to speed, he's familiar with this circuit, as I said, he's won 4 times before, so he knows exactly what it takes to be victorious around here. Won, of course, here back in June as well, and keeps on racking up those podiums. I've had a look at what he's done so far. It's been pretty impressive. He has so far had 2 wins, he's had 2 second places and 2 thirds, and every race he's finished has not been outside the top 5, so it's been a top 5 finish in every race he's finished. He didn't start the first race at Camberwell Park, but since then has kept that run of top 5s going all the way through up to this point. Tommy Knight's gone to 3rd position. Tommy's gone to 3rd position, local hero. He has won here before in other formula, and he's been talking a big game about doing well here. And for those who were either at Alton or watched the live stream will know that Tommy got incredibly close. He was challenging champion Ian Will Self, just behind him on track as well, as they sweep around through McLaren and through Clark Curve, and back onto the Brabham Straight. And Tommy's about 4/10 off. He's now heading towards the line, and that time doesn't get him any quicker. He's going to try and push on if he dares. Get the running order then. We've had nearly half the session. It's 8.5 minutes to go. So Collins fastest, Self in second, Knight in third. James Kiff is up to fourth in his best lap time. 3 drivers under 52 seconds. Been Collins, Self and Knight. Kiff is fourth. Been playing with some tyre pressures between practice and qualifying. He's been trying to get a little more pace, but he's happy with where he is, happy where the car is. So he's about 7/10 off pole. Phil Wright fifth, Buki 6th as well. Buki, as I mentioned in practice, has been working on his engine a little bit to try and find it a bit more mid-range power and top-end power, and seemed to do some work on the fuel injection between races this week. He seems to have found a trick. As Tommy Knight then, we put the clock on him, heads towards the start and finish line. We'll move past Luke Crassus-Menu, who is currently 8th in Class B, 16th overall. There's a 52.190, but he's got some more pace to find to get even quicker. Liam Collins still fastest on a 51.489, with Self in second, Knight in third position. Fourth for Kiff, fifth for Wright, Buki is 6th, and Talbot and Alford. Then it's Thackeray who leads Class B. So Class B is at the top, and Thackeray's actually on pole at the moment from Cunningham by almost a second, which is quite astonishing. 53.5 for Thackeray, 54.3 is the best time for Ryan Cunningham, who's in pit lane right now, as is Will Self. We've also got Matt Rowling in the pits as well, who is currently top of Class C. Him and Callum Houchin trading that. About 4/10 of a second between them, 0.420 to be exact. So 55.389 for Matt, as they make their way through the rest of the session. Also getting a toe from Luke Crassus-Menu. Down the pit straight he goes, across the line. Doesn't improve, but it was a personal best speed trap through the second sector for him. Now, also running well is Kevin Talbot in the Integra DC5. Personal best first sector as Sam Lintz's come off the road and pulled up on the escape road just on the entry to Surtees. He did have some gearbox issues after. He had some gearbox issues after Alton, but it looked to me, unless that's just the angle of the car and how it's set up, that it was kind of sitting down a bit on its suspension towards the front. Maybe he's had a puncture or something, or a suspension problem. There is yellow flags down there. He has pulled it right off the circuit, so there should be no issues. So he's not really anyone's danger. He's just pulled up outside the assembly area, as Will Self continues to lap the 1.2 mile Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Puts a move on one of the other Class B cars. The Self comes across the line and does a 52.431. This is what we talk about with older tyres really holding him back a little bit, not really where he'd want to be. Kevin Talbot, even though he's setting personal bests, hasn't bettered 7th. So he's still currently on the 4th row of the grid for race 1. Alford is 8th. And then it's, as we said, Thackeray, Cunningham. Then Sammy Milam's gone to 3rd. That's one of his best performances, I think, to date we've seen for Sammy Milam. One of the 2 Kinetic Motorsport EP3s out there in 3rd. Sam Lintz's 4th. Fortag is 5th. Barker is currently in 6th position. Holloway is 7th. And then Luke Crassus-Menu, 8th fastest. And then Thomas Mitchell, who's our guest driver, currently sat in 9th. And the other Class B driver in the mix is Owen Diver, who is at a 57.4. He's gone personal best in Sector 1, but still not making any more progress. He's behind both Class C drivers. 5 minutes to go in the session. Kevin Talbot now still 7th, and red flag on the session. Red flag session's been stopped. And I'm just looking around the circuit as to the reason why we have a red flag, and that's the reason why on the screen. Wasn't looking at it, but Alexi very kindly pointed to me on there. It should look better, and I've got glasses on, so that's bad. Duncan Holloway is the reason we've stopped, and he just stopped on the entrance towards Surtees, so an issue for the Otter Motorsport car. And that will be obviously issues for him, and the Otter Motorsport will have some work to do. Of course, they're running with the mix as well. As we come into the session, so a bit of a breather here. That's good. So, a bit of a breather for the drivers now. We're not going to declare the session because we still haven't gone past 75% distance. So they've still got 5 minutes. You can still get a good couple of laps in to try and get yourself closer up the order. So as we look at the class pole sitters, we've got, as we say, it is Matt Rowling, who is in Class C. It is Liam Collins in Class A. And championship leader Dan Thackeray, who is looking to try and keep up his unstoppable run, and to see how he's trying to do that. He caught up with Charlie down the paddock earlier on. So let's check in with that and see what he had to say.
Right, so we are down in the pits with our Class B winner at the moment, championship leader, shall we say, Dan. Obviously, we're fresh off of practice. How's the car?
Yeah, good. It's quite hot today already. Yeah. It's going to be interesting. I think a management day really. It's always a bit unknown with the tyres when it does get this hot. But considering it was forecast to rain, I think we'll all take it.
Yeah, we've definitely done well today with weather for sure.
Yeah, yeah. It's not a day to be dressed in black overalls.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Obviously, we've only got a few rounds left of the championship at the moment. You've got a 21-point lead at the moment. How is it?
Yeah, to be honest, we're not kind of looking at the points yet because, as you saw from Brands last time, I had to retire from the lead. So I think we're just going to try and head down and do as much well we can and worry about the points.
Yeah, definitely.
Later
Obviously, we've got Ryan beside us here. He's definitely making you work for it the last few rounds.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, it's good to have a teammate. You know, he's always pushing you. Make sure you can't really have an off day. And you saw it all when he sived his way through the pack and was long gone.
Yeah.
And when I got into second place, you know, it's good.
Especially because in the last race as well, you got held up a little bit as well. It was definitely like a bit of touch and go. We went for a last dart move through onto the grass as well.
Yeah, it did look rather spectacular on the live feed. It kind of shouldn't have looked as bad. There was a bit of a bump on the when I dipped my wheel on the grass. It pulled me onto the grass. It made it look a bit spectacular, but yeah, I mean, it's a tight track, and then the guys were defending me hard, so it left me a little choice but to just to go for it.
Yeah, just go for it.
Yeah, no other choice, to be honest.
No, amazing. Well, thank you so much. Good luck today. Thank you.
It's good to catch up with Dan Thackeray. Thanks for that, Charlie. And as the cars are now lined up in the pit lane, ready for our session to get back underway. As I mentioned, 5 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock, so a bit of a respite. Drivers get a moment to just compose themselves, just to think about how the session's gone so far, think about how they can attack their last few laps. You see on screen the number 77 of Duncan Holloway is being recovered. We should give a shout out to all of our marshals, all our recovery teams, our officials, our volunteers, everyone that makes not just the on-track stuff happen, but all the off-track stuff happen, everyone at Time Attack for putting on a fantastic event. And everywhere I look out the commentary box, I can see just people everywhere. There's tons of people around in the outer paddock, on the boulevards on the outside here, plenty of stalls. There's lots of people on the grass banks and around on the grandstands watching around here, plenty on the inner bankings here looking around, where you get a great view inside of Graham Hill Bend and Surtees. So many people here today, so if you have come here for Go Japan to support it and to see the track action or the drifting or anything else here that you're reason for, thank you for coming here. It's been a fantastic day so far, and plenty of it still to go. We're only just hitting 12 o'clock, so lots more to go today in this activity at Brands Hatch. So Duncan Holloway's car being pulled away from the scene of his breakdown. So on a motorsport, I've got some work to do within the next couple of hours or so. The first race is scheduled at around about 2:05, so a little bit of work to do in order for them to get that car back to 100%. And green flag on the session, so 5 minutes left to run to find out whether or not anyone can knock Messrs Collins, Thackeray and Rowling off their top spots in classes A, B and C. For Matt Rowling, it's simply just whether Callum Houcher can find another 4 and a bit tenths to depose him from pole position. For Liam Collins, he's got a 10th and a half over Will Self. And for Dan Thackeray, he has got almost a second advantage over second place man Ryan Cunningham. And so with a chance for the tyres to cool off a little bit, so they might use this first lap to get them back to temperature. It's warm enough as it is. I mean, looking at the temperatures we have today, even though we're supposed to be moving into autumn, it's still 19 degrees and fairly clear around here. There's some beautiful blue skies around most of the circuit. So nice clear track conditions. Relatively similar to what we had back in June when it was summer. And yet I remember looking at some of the pictures from June and it was a bit more overcast and looked like how it should look now in September than it does now here when it should have been this in June. We're good to see we've got plenty of competitive drivers in the mix. The top 5 covered by less than a second at this point. It's about 10th and a half over Collins to Self, and it's about 3.5 tenths Self to Knight. Knight to Kiff is nearly 2 tenths, and then Kiff to Wright is 2 tenths, and then Buki's only 3 tenths behind. Well, him and Talbot have set exactly the same lap time. So on 6th and 7th place, Buki and Talbot have set a 52.651. I imagine that Buki's there because he set it first. So Buki's 6th, Talbot 7th. And on the timing screen, it absolutely says, as you can probably see if you're watching on the stream or even on live timing, if you look on live timing, TSL live timing, look at the individual gaps between drivers, the differences, it is quite literally 0.000. So that is pretty close between two of them. And I'm just winding up for a lap here. Callum Houchin with Will Self to his inside. So Will Self will certainly be happy that he's got himself a front row start, provisionally. Still 3 minutes to go for that to change. Talbot goes to 5th, so on his first proper flying lap, he goes to a 52.244 and lifts himself a row in front of Dave Buki. So he's now ahead of both Buki and Phil Wright. He'll be alongside Phil on the 3rd row of the grid if he stays where he is. He's got more pace. They were doing a little bit of fettling, I think, to the holding wires or the holding panels of the front splitter on the little flat patch outside the scrutineering bay on the outside of the paddock as I was walking across here. So I imagine that it's going to be a fairly interesting couple of races to see if Talbot can rebound, because of course Kevin has a lot of ground to try and make up in these last 3 events, given that he has had a very rough couple of meetings. He scored 2 DNFs that won't have helped him. He'll almost certainly use those as his drop scores. And then he'll have as well, he had a 4th and a 10th between Snetterton and Alton Park, so hasn't really scored the points he wanted to. So between that, he's only really scored 9 points compared to his main championship rival, let's say Will Self, for example, who scored 60, plus any fastest lap points on top of that. So he's lost quite a lot of ground, but again, with drop scores into play, it can help him pull himself back into contention, which is going to be quite key. I want to also touch on as well, switching to Class B, we've got this great battle going on for 4th, 5th and 6th in points. 6 points separating Lewis Barker, Spencer Fortag and Sammy Milam. And so far at the moment in that battle, Spencer Fortag is winning it because he is 3rd fastest. Sam Linson, of course, pulled up on the exit of Surtees and into the escape road just before the exit of the assembly area. And Lewis Barker's 6th fastest. The one that really is the outlier, which is impressing me, is Sammy Milam. That lap has put him into 4th in class. It's certainly one of his best qualifying efforts of the season. If you watch Dave Buki ahead of the defending champion Ryan Cunningham on screen. 1 minute and 10 seconds, just over a minute left in the session. And still no change in the order, it seems. No change left in this one. So unless anyone's got something left in their tyres, we could be looking at the order, but we saw at Alton Park, Liam Collins pulled out a blinder in his final effort and actually stole away not only pole position, but also incredibly took his lap record back, because Will Self had taken it for most of the session, was fastest, and then Liam Collins just pulled in a blinding lap, which he thought he could have got even quicker on. And because of that, he then took pole position and his lap record back, and therefore all was well for the number 6 DC2 Integra. Now, apart from Thomas Mitchell, who is down in 17th place, our guest entry, our single round entry, so he doesn't score points, no one else is really improving out there. They're just lapping for, not the sake of lapping, but to try and find a bit more time. It's not really finding anything just yet. So it looks as though, unless someone is going to produce that one last banzai lap to get themselves in there, particularly with Class A, we can really make the aero work on these cars. I mentioned the fact that particularly in the last couple of rounds, there's been a lot of teams and a lot of drivers who have been working really hard on improving front aero, new rear wings. They've been kind of not lightening the cars, working on the engine. We call it a bit of a prototype class because these cars really are very far from showroom spec. They really do make them into proper race cars, this one being one of them. So checker flag is out on the session. Qualifying is over. Anyone on a lap is allowed to finish it. As soon as they do, that's their session done. And Liam Collins comes across the line, doesn't improve his time, so he's finished the session, is on provisional pole. It was a personal best sector 2 for Buki, but he stays 7th, so no change for him. This session looks like it's going to be, the last couple of laps look like going to be a bit more of a formality. It's not really going to change anything, I don't think. Owen Diver did do a personal best on the last lap, but doesn't move from 20th on the grid, so he's got some work to do to try and give himself a little higher to the Class P cars in front. The checker flag flies. Last few cars will come through to take the flag. Last one, I think, is Tommy Knight. Who can he improve on 3rd? The answer is no, he can't. So he will stay where he is. But 2nd row start for the local favourite. And impressive times in there too from a few other drivers. And the top 6 covered by less than a second in the end. So, a pretty telling session. And of course, reminded that you do score points in qualifying. So you get 5 points for pole position, 4 for 2nd, 3 for 3rd, 2 for 4th, and 1 for 5th. So that's important points for the championship. So Liam Collins has bagged himself 5 bonus points. He takes pole position by a 10th and a half in the qualifying session for ahead of rounds 10, 11 and 12 of Racing Honda's 2025. Will Self, the championship leader, on a circuit that he doesn't like, on tyres that are a meeting old from Alton Park, still gets second fastest, 10th and a half back. He'll get 4 bonus points. Tommy Knight gets 3 bonus points for qualifying in third. Good effort from the local leader, if I can get my words out. 4 for James Kiff. He'll be pleased with that. Again, working on the fact he had a bit of a slightly stuck brake in qualifying is key to watch out for. Then we get Kevin Talbot, who should be slightly happy with that. I'm sure we'll hear from him at some point throughout. With 5th position for him, and in the DC Vive Integra. Dave Buki is, well, he is 7th. He's behind Phil Wright, so Phil's got some work to do from row 3. And that can be crucial for the championship. If Will can stay ahead of Phil, if he's not really on pace, that could be at least some damaged invitation if he can't win the race out there, and Collins can take his first from pole. Dave Buki 7th, James Alford 8th. Then we get to Dan Thackeray, who I'm certain, if I look at the lap records from earlier on this year, I think has possibly just set a new qualifying lap record. I'll check if Liam Collins has as well. No, he hasn't. He didn't beat his time from earlier in June, by lost off by about a 10th of a second, but I think Dan Thackeray with a 53.438, that does give him and the championship a new Class B lap record, which he had originally set back in June, but has now lowered it again by 2/10. Then we have Ryan Cunningham in second quickest, Spencer Fortag is third. A good effort from Sammy Milam, he's 4th fastest, and the rest of the time goes all off the screen because I can't go through it because I'm either talking too long or we're going straight into our Attack 1 session. So we'll be hearing, I'm certain, from our drivers very shortly from our top 3 for classes A, B and C. From them, and they'll be down by the Lucas Oil board to have a chat with them. Hopefully we'll be able to hear from our 3 pole sitters. I think I also saw that it was Matt Rowling on pole position for Class C. I'll be handing over to Alexi very shortly to go through the next set of Time Attack sessions. This is Attack 1 for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme first, then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. And then Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket on that side. And so once that's done, we'll have another MSUK Drift Pro Championship. And then the first race is coming up, scheduled about 2:05, so we'll keep an eye and see how that works. And then we have lunch break, more drifting. You have the Obsession Awards. If you're going to head to the Obsession tent, there'll be awards down there you can check out. Attack 2 then comes next after that at 3:15. And then we have more club awards at about 3:30 if you want to check that out whilst the Time Attack is on. Then race 2 comes up, scheduled for around about 5 for Racing Hondas in race number 2. And then the Super Attack, where you get the big points coming up for Time Attack, and that'll be again for the 3 sessions, starting from about 5 o'clock and rounding off at about 6:10 if we're not ahead of schedule. If you want more information on Racing Hondas and Time Attack, then head to their respective websites, racinghondas.uk, and also the Time Attack website and all their social media pages if you want to find out more information. timeattack.co.uk for all the info. And again, big thank you to Lucas Oil, who are of course supporting the stream as well, powered by Lucas Oil, for allowing us to bring you all this live coverage as well. And of course to Alpha Live, of course, our production partners this season, for bringing it all together and broadcasting it in beautiful 1080p HD as well. So you've got a nice clear picture on the stream as well too, which is always beneficial for everyone. So Liam Collins on pole position then, still has the qualifying lap record. Can he now convert that, when we get to race 1 later on this afternoon, into a first victory? He's come close before. What about Will Self? Front row of the grid, but he's on tyres that are now basically a meeting and a half old. Can he convert that into a victory? And if not, can he at least finish himself ahead of Phil Wright? For the Class B Championship, still Dan Thackeray, Unstoppable Dan as we still called him. He is still has an advantage over Ryan Cunningham. Takes another victory. He can at least try and put some Brands Hatch ghosts to bed if he can at least get 1 victory to this weekend. And Class C, that continues to rumble on. Matt Rowling versus Callum Houchins. That's going to be all crucial to see if that works. So just waiting for our drivers to be ready so that Charlie can have a word with them in a few minutes' time in front of a Lucas Oil board before we get going. And I'm sure that once we have completed those interviews, we'll be quickly handing straight over to Alexi, who is primed and ready next to me to retake over the headset to talk you through Attack 1 for the first sessions for Time Attack in terms of point scoring ones for Time Attack. Attack 1 coming first. As you can see on the stream in the pit lane, we've got the Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme cars ready to go. The most fastest cars that you'll see here all weekend. I can see everything from Luke Sejakowski's Teguet NSX. I can see this incredibly aero-friendly Renault Clios and all sorts. So as Time Attack 1 gets underway, let's head down to Lucas Oil board and Charlie, who's going to have a chat to our top 3, our pole sitters from qualifying ahead of rounds 11 and 12 of Racing Hondas here at Brands Hatch.
Fantastic. Right, we are down here fresh off of qualifying. Now, I am with Liam here, pole position for Class A. How was that for you?
Yeah, it was good, actually. Yeah, the track feels slow in comparison to when we were last here. I don't know if there seems to be a national shortage of tyres, and I couldn't get any in time. So, yeah, that's word in the paddock. It feels good everywhere apart from Druids. I just can't get the car to bite properly into there. I'm putting it down to tyres, but other people that are on fresh rubber are saying the same. So maybe it's a track thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Obviously, we've got the fantastic weather here today, so hopefully that stays out and stays with us for race one.
Fingers crossed. I think during the week it was supposed to rain, then it changed, then it was back to rain. So I've just gone with the ethos of not bothering to look anymore, just see what it's like on the day.
No, absolutely, definitely. Obviously, you've got Will sort of right behind you there. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, brilliant. Same old, same old. Yeah, no, it should be good. Let's try and have a race. I said it last time, but let's try and have a race.
Absolutely, definitely. Well, congratulations. Thank you. Good luck for race one. Right, we're going to bring Dan over now. So Dan got the pole for Class B. How was that for you?
Yeah, good. Yeah, it was a nice session actually. I mean, I did make a couple of mistakes, but there was good time left in the car actually. So I was pleased to be on P1 and know that we've been struggling a little bit here. It can be done. Even though I didn't actually put it together, so it's nice anyway.
No, definitely. Obviously confident going into race one?
I think so, yeah. I mean, like as always, it's a bit unpredictable at the start. I think we hopefully just stay out of some trouble with the cars in front, sorry. And then me and Ryan can have a race. You just don't want to trip over anyone else, and you just want to come out as you were. And if that's the case, then hopefully we'll have a good race.
Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. Right, I seem to be missing Matt. So Matt did get pole position on Class C, but unfortunately he's not with us. So make sure you stick around for race one.
All right, just like that, we are straight into our Time Attack Attack 1 session. I just had that shot there of Martina Ward's little mini, and switched over to Bradley John's monstrous Evo. Very different cars in this session. Of course, Ilya Krylov's Clio as well. So quite a variety of stuff. The Caterham, the NSX. Of course, that is a constant story in Time Attack. There's always lots to get into and look at. I think for someone who is more of a car enthusiast than strictly motorsport enthusiast, I love Time Attack the most. It's kind of the only motorsport that I'm into actually is Time Attack. As well as drifting and Gymkhana and other things like that that are all about modifying and variety and so on. So if that's you, then you are in the right place to catch all of these different weird and wonderful creations. First up, we have the Pro, Club Pro, and Pro Extreme classes. They're now doing their Attack 1. So new for 2025. An exciting change for the anniversary, the 20th anniversary year of Time Attack, is now that we have 3 point scoring sessions for our drivers. Previously, it was all gearing up towards the final. At the very end of the day, that's where our drivers can score points. Now, our drivers are scoring points in Attack 1 and Attack 2, and then bigger points in the Super Attack at the end of the day. So not only are we rewarding those fast lap times, but we're also incentivizing being able to do that throughout the whole day. You want to be fast in Attack 1, you want to be fast in Attack 2, and you want to be fast in Super Attack. You don't want to go hell for leather, put in one astonishing lap time, blow up your engine, and then sit out the remainder of the day, and maybe even the next round as well, because then you're going to lose a lot of points. So the format and the mentality change a little bit, where perhaps drivers might take it easy the whole day and save their car for the Super Attack at the end. But now what we're finding is drivers who are consistently, let's say, second in Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack coming away at the end of the day with more points than the driver who only won the super attack but took it easy for the rest of the day. So, a very important change to how the competition works now. And I believe that while our drivers warm up their tires and brakes, I think we might have some content from the paddock.
So I'm here having a quick catch up with MJ. So good morning. Hey Susie. So we have you driving a very familiar car to Time Attack, but normally you're not behind the wheel, are you? So tell us a little bit about what's going on.
Yeah, that's right. So the car is not new to Time Attack. It competed in the Pocket Rocket class for a couple of years, won it in 2023, and I've been around plenty of times supporting my faster half, David.
Well, we'll see faster half.
Well, faster so far, yeah. So yeah, we just decided it would be fun to see what I can do in the car.
So how did that come about? Was that like just a normal discussion over dinner?
Kind of. It was like, hey, can I drive that Mini? I was missing driving because I haven't been doing full-time racing this season. I did a couple of seasons in the MX-5s the last 2 years, but not this year. So yeah, I just missed driving, and we had a perfectly good car sat in the garage, so we decided to take it out for a spin. It went really well. So this was kind of the natural next step.
Amazing. And tell us a little bit about the car, because some quite extreme aero on this car.
Yeah, so the car, we've had it for 3 years now. The aero came about just a crazy idea they've had. He decided to go after a completely different philosophy than most other Time Attack cars, so chasing mechanical grip through aero rather than power. So honestly, other than the extreme aero package you see, the car is pretty standard. Engine is still the stock one.
So what sort of power is it running?
About 300.
Right.
So yeah, we're running half the power of what the other boys in Club Pro are running. So yeah, I do have to keep an eye on my mirrors for like rockets coming by in a straight line, but the car has so much grip in corners, so it does some pretty respectable times.
I can attest to how much mechanical grip it's got, yeah, and fantastic. And Dave's on the spanners today?
Yeah, absolutely. Dave is running the car, making sure everything is working well. But yeah, it's been so far so good. One session done, 3 to go, so yeah, we'll make sure we'll bring it back in one piece.
Does he give you a quick shout? Does he shout at you between sessions?
He has something to get back at me for. So yeah, there might be some shouting and some door slamming going on between sessions, but it's good motivation.
Brilliant. And are we likely to see you back in another round?
Possibly, yeah, but for now we're taking it one day at a time.
Fantastic. It's great to see you out on track. Good luck out there.
Thank you so much, Susie.
Very interesting there what Martina was saying about the grip aspect. So Dave there, and actually Dave has documented a lot of this build on YouTube. That Mini, you can go and look that up and take a look at what he's been up to. But Dave there, well, the wards really prioritizing grip over power. Of course, it's quite amazing to see a car in the pro classes that still has a mostly standard engine, maybe, you know, different turbo and a map or something like that, but, you know, not K-swapped, not VA swapped, not twin charged, none of this crazy stuff. Actually, the craziness all relates to the aero, which I believe, if I remember correctly, is Andrew Brilliant designed, so Dave Ward worked with him. Quite a few drivers in the Time Attack paddock, driver builders, engaging the world famous and world renowned services of Andrew Brilliant. From what I understand also, the PA has now been fixed, so those of you watching from the track side can listen to the commentary as well. So some comments here on the Lucas Oil livestream YouTube page about, you know, previously there's no commentary at the circuit, so sorry about that. So we were right on that and fixed that for you. sometimes that does go down, although of course we always try to bring our trackside spectators on the journey as well when it comes to the commentating and so on, because there are so many great stories to tell in the world of Time Attack. Like you heard MJ there with the Mini, and of course lots of others too. Josh Barrett in the Caterham 620R in a great fight as well. Got some good battles up and down the field in Time Attack, all of the classes as well. And, Josh Barrett there in the Pro class. Sometimes on occasion, depending on the track, managing to battle with Luke Senjakovsky in the NSX, although of course Bradley John too. But while the Caterham has power to weight on its side, which is useful at most tracks, you know, we talk about headline horsepower numbers, that on its own doesn't tell the full story. Power to weight is much more useful for that. But when we are, I think I can see Andy Brady, who is watching from the track side, who is not driving today, it seems, but is spectating. I think that's him. But yeah, Josh Barrett, the power to weight is there, but on circuits like Snetterton 200, or maybe even Alton last time out, you know, you need the power. The power to weight alone isn't enough. You need those big numbers to really push you down the straights, especially when you get into these pro classes and aero comes into effect as well. And all of this stuff really creates a lot of drag with that downforce. You need that power to push you along too, which sometimes Josh Barrett's Caterham isn't quite beefy enough to do compared to, say, Bradley John Honda NSX of Luke Senjakovsky, the Tegawa entry. Ilya Krylov in the RWF Haltech Clio jumps into the pits. Currently Krylov with a best time of 49.8. So again, if you're under a minute, you're doing well. If you're under 50 seconds, you are doing incredibly well. You are really flying at that point. MJ Ward, Martina Ward, 52.6 so far. And this is attack 1, which does score points for our drivers. So again, they want to be getting a wiggle on already from this session, so the pace that we're seeing will be representative. In past Time Attack seasons, they could take the whole morning to get themselves up to speed. Now, in Time Attack, you have warm-up, and then that's it. It's go, go, go throughout Attack 1, Attack 2, and Super Attack. Martina Ward here looking pretty racy in that Mini. Like she said, standard power there. Don't be put off by the relatively slow lap. There's an out lap there for her. And those of you watching from the track side, you can bring on the TSL Timing Solutions timing screen on your smartphone and look at the data and the lap times as they're coming in, speed traps, sector times, and so on. There's lots going on. I only have one mouth and half a brain, so I can't get around to everyone everywhere at all times. But if you want to focus on a particular driver, then the TSL Timing Solutions Limited is what you need. Majutsu says, aren't they out early on the Lucas Oil live stream comments? Yes, you are right. We are actually ahead of schedule, which is nice. Quite rare, and we have a very, very packed schedule here for Go Japan, so I think we're going to be pretty ruthless with how we run the day. But so far, we are ahead of schedule, which is pretty unusual. But don't worry, a couple of red flags can quickly fix that. So hopefully our drivers are going to keep it on the gray stuff. But yes, we are slightly ahead of schedule. Well, who do we? So Andy Hughes. No, Andy Hughes is in the black Impreza. This is Ross Hampson in the Impreza P1. Just up the road from MJ Ward in the Mini. So Ross Hampson there just moving offline to let MJ through in the Mini. For those of you wondering, why are some drivers sometimes going pretty slowly? Well, if you've driven on track yourself, you will know that cars, especially production-based cars, track cars and so on, so I'm not saying necessarily factory-built endurance cars, which can do, you know, 24 hours, pretty much flat out. You know, these are real road cars, often still with road car compromises. And running the Yokohama AO52 new control tire for this year. And tires, brakes, various fluids, intake temps, and so on have an operating window of a certain temperature. And oh, looks like Ross Hampson's pulled off in the Daffy Racing Impreza P1 at the end of the start-finish straights. That's a really bad place to stop. Or at least it seems to me. So I guess we've got a waved yellow there at least, because I could see Josh Barrett coming through pretty gingerly there. I mean, he is behind the catch fence-ish. So let's keep an eye on that one. And in fact, I've fully lost my train of thought. So, yeah, that... Oh, Josh Barrett has lost a wing. I don't know whether he's taken that off. I mean, it's not impossible that he's taken it off. I don't see how a wing could have just fallen off like that, you know, given that there are, you know, at least 4 mounting points for the aerofoil bit. Oh dear. So, yep, Josh Barrett not running a wing. And Ross Hampson stopped out on track. So, yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye on that. Pretty eventful. 3.5 minutes remaining in the session. Let's maybe take a look at our lap time so far. Luke Sandziakowski, 46.6, leads overall and also leads his class. Then we have Andy Hughes in the X Shift Impreza. Actually, Majutsu, you seem pretty switched on in the comments. Is it X Shift or is it Cross Shift? The cross, if it's like, you know, like the KTM crossbow, you know, the X is actually crossed, and that makes like cross shift sounds better than X shift, but maybe it is X shift. I don't know. But if you do know, then I'd be curious to learn how this is pronounced. But Andy Hughes, then we have Bradley John with 48.3. Then we have Michael Osborne with a 49.4, Josh Barrett 49.5, Ilya Krylov 49.8. And he made it very clear to me this morning that he was the, I believe, fastest front-wheel drive car at Alton. I would imagine he's also the fastest front-wheel drive car here at Brands Hatch as well. People often say front-wheel drive is wrong-wheel drive. Those people are uninformed, and front-wheel drive can indeed be great. In fact, MJ, who has raced MX-5s, you know, the stock championship, spec championships, jumped into Dave Ward's Mini and said it is so confidence-inspiring. And I've often found that in front-wheel drive cars is you can really attack and not worry too much about, you know, spinning or moving around too much. You know, they tend to be quite planted. Anyway, Ilya Krylov, fastest front-wheel drive car, 49.8. Eric Holmes, 51.4. Darren Spooner, 51.8. Martina Ward, 52.6. And then Ross Hampson, 59.6. So actually that was his outlap, I believe. So he's not been able to, I mean, 59-second outlap is pretty good going. But Brands Hatch Indy is quite short. And it looks like everyone's in the pits. The circuit is still, well, it is still live. It's green lit based on my timing screen. Ross Hampson's car has been pushed out of the way. Majutsu there, yeah, but how are we pronouncing the X? Is it like X as in Xbox or cross as in crossbow, like the KTM X spelled Expo but it's pronounced crossbow, right? Is it like X as in X or is it a cross? Like spell it, is it ECKS X or, you know, cross? I don't know, but I'll go with not cross shift, X shift. It's a lot of consonants there together, right? If it's, you got CKS, SH, there's a lot of consonants together if it's X shift. So, checkered flag is now out, which concludes our Pro Class Attack 1. I believe we've just done a rundown of the lap times. We haven't seen any change since then, as our Pro cars have been parked up in the pits for the final few minutes of that session. And we will be getting our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive Attack 1 underway in just a few minutes.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So into Attack 1 we go for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines. You can see them getting ready in the pits there. And lining up at the end of the pit lane. So hopefully we should be able to get started shortly. I can see in the meantime Ross Hampson's car has been moved. It was actually wheeled back into quite a nice little spot where it didn't pose any risk. So I think great job there to the marshals and officials involved in that one. No need for a red flag or anything like that. Great job to Ross, actually, I guess, for doing the best he could to pull off in a safe spot. That's always tricky in the heat of the moment, to find a safe place to put your car that's unlikely to bring out a red flag. It's always a tricky balance. We want to preserve yourself and your car as quickly as possible, but in such a way as to not disrupt the session for others, but also to not drag things out, finding a good spot in such a way that you cause a risk in the meantime. So actually stopping when you have a problem is very loaded in its own way. Green flag has now been thrown, so our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines hit the track for their attack one. A reminder, they will earn points in this session based on where they place on our leaderboard. This is all about their fastest flying lap. They have an open pit lane session of 20 minutes in which they are going to aim to set as fast a flying lap as they possibly can, place on the leaderboard, and based on where they end up in their class, how fast of a lap they've set compared to their peers, they will earn points. Mike Carlon asks, it looks windy there today on the Lucas Oil live stream. It's windy. How does that affect the cars? Do you know, that's a great question. And perhaps Susie might want to ponder that one as she wanders around in the paddock. But I've not really heard anything about it today, so I'm not sure it's going to be much of an issue. But good question. And it will, of course, affect the more aero-dependent cars than others. But I'm not too sure that it's going to be a huge deal. I think if we had something like a Formula car grid that was very aero-dependent, prototypes, again, big, like massive aero formulas, I think that would probably be a good thing. But here I'm not sure that was too much, but good question. If anyone else, I know it seems we have some quite experienced tracking people in the comments, so do fill in if you feel differently. Alexander Volkov in the 186 GTR now makes his way around Druids. Let's just follow his lap here for a little bit as he makes his way around. Another bit of housekeeping there. Sorry, there's the circuit called me again, and you never know what to expect with these. But actually, it was just to give that there's a chap who is a big fan of Brands Hatch. He was here yesterday, stayed here for Go Japan today. It's currently sitting with his dad by the start-finish line. It's Harry Adams, so shout out there to Harry Adams for being a real OG, for being a fan, for doing the young driver experience yesterday and staying here for Go Japan today. So shout out there to Harry Adams, and of course to everyone who's made the trip to Go Japan today. Incredible show. I don't know the numbers yet, but I suspect it's one of our biggest turnouts of the year. It usually is. Loads going on all around the show. Not only do we have loads of track action all day, but of course we have all the Japan-themed activities and loads of stalls as well. I even saw one place that imports cars from Japan, who they had a very cool little purple Honda Beat outside of their stall, and a whole other things. What's the Nissan, the big Nissan called? L Grand. I think they had some L Grands and some other JDM tasty stuff on show. Kent Models have the police liveried R34 GTR. That's also a very special treat. They sell the little R34 GTR kit, like as a model. And they've also brought a real-life size version too. So lots to see and do here at Go Japan. So thanks to everyone for making the trip. I'm going to try to have a wander around at lunchtime, see if I can check out some of these builds. But in the meantime, let's check out what's happening on track. It's David Dyson in the GT4 RS. Very interesting battle that we've seen so far at the sharp end of Club two-wheel drive. David Dyson in the GT4 RS. We've had Johnny Fletcher in the Mark IV Astra GSI. Luke Capehorn in the number 420 Midnight Motorsports Astra H VXR. So very interesting stuff. Andrew Kime, of course. Andrew Kime also getting a mention here in the comments. So Martin Fisher saying Andrew Kime in the Saxo K24 with no aero. He is a driver, and definitely feel that there. Lightweight, short wheelbase, mechanical grip, and that's it. No aero on Andrew Kime's machine, and you can see that based on how beautifully it moves around. It's always moving and sliding, and you know, it's a car that you can tell it's just being driven by the scruff of its neck, to use the cliche, but I think that's applicable in the case of Andrew Kime in the little K24 powered Saxo. Interesting also the resurface, and you can see now at Graham Hill Bend. In the past, coming out of Druids and downhill, you had a very interesting corner at Graham Hill. It's a very interesting set of circumstances where you're already braking, which pitches your weight forward, but you're also braking downhill, which pitches the weight extra forward. And what that means is, of course, your rear end is super light. And as you turn into Graham Hill Bend, very often we'd see cars coming into there sideways, irrespective of their powertrain. You know, two-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. It's just the weight transfer coming into Graham Hill meant that you were often coming into there a bit out of shape, and loads of sideways action through there, even when you're trying to be gripped up on a hot lap. And you can see, even watching Andrew Kime come through there now, you can see on your screens, you can see there's a little bit of movement there, but since MSV resurfaced that corner, it looks a lot grippier than it used to be. So you win some, you lose some. Nice, grippy, fresh track surface, but it does mean less sideways action through Graham Hill Bend. Alexander, who is that? Oh, that's Neil Wren. Quite a big car. So I thought that might have been Alexander Volkov's GTR, but no, that's Neil Wren looking very racy coming through Paddock Hill Bend there. One of the most intimidating corners in the UK, in my view. Very often I've seen cars in all sorts of trouble in the gravel track at Paddock Hill Bend. And one of the scariest to drive. It's like a roller. This track is like a roller coaster, similar to Cadwell Park, in terms of the ups and downs are so steep and so fast. It's like a do-it-yourself roller coaster. And you know, I think track driving, for that reason, is so thrilling that if you do something like Time Attack or even just track days, you lose any kind of appetite for, you know, theme parks and experiences and red letter days and all of that kind of stuff, because you've very much got it out of your system, especially at a circuit like Brands Hatch Indy, where you're turning into the blind, weirdly cambered, can't see the apex Paddock Hill. You know, it's really gets the adrenaline going. Stu Summers then sets a personal best Sector 1. Only 2 sectors here at Brands Hatch Indy. Personal best Sector 1. Let's see what he can manage through Sector 2 as he now comes through Clark Curve. Very tricky corner. This whole sequence, McLaren clearways in Clark Curve, maybe even Surtees to a degree. Very tough to pick your line through there, especially as it's so wide and so many choices there and so many apexes. through that sequence, you know, do you treat it as one corner? Do you treat it as multiple corners? And I've heard, and if you try to run wide, then you're kind of going more uphill as well. It's a really tricky sequence of corners to get right, and people often debate what the best line is through there. I think it's very car dependent as well. Alexander Volkov, headlights on, telling us that he is on a hot lap. Comes through Druids and down the hill now into Graham Hill Bend, although it looks like he's backed off quite a lot there. So never mind, I'm going to speak less excitedly about that because he's slowed right down. And he's right on the racing line. And perhaps he has run into trouble. And Luke Capehorn there, those reflexes kicking into gear, he did a great job to get around him, having to dip all 4 wheels onto the curb, but otherwise he was carrying too much speed to go to the left, so he had to take evasive action down onto the right. Alexander Volkov now stopping his GTR and getting out. So that's he's managed to get it. Oh, he's managed to get it moving again. Alexander Volkov does build these GTRs as his job, so he knows them pretty well. And whatever it is that happened, he knows them well enough to do some. Maybe he had to open the door as part of like some sequence. I don't actually know. But he got the car going again, and that's the main thing. Number 180 there, David Frost in the single round entry, Dream Automotive TBOM Honda Civic, this FK8 Type R. Very nice car, and actually I think probably one of the best all-rounders you could get these days. If you could only have one car. Thankfully, we don't live in such a world, and actually the UK is very accommodating when it comes to taxing your car, MOTs, insurances, and so on. Much more affordable than other countries in Europe. So you can sometimes maybe toy with the idea of having a few cars. But if you had to pick one that could do everything, I think the FK8 is a very strong contender there. Dean Taylor, the next level, detailing blue Mitsubishi Evo. His current best of 40.52.3, good enough for second in club four-wheel drive. Johnny Fletcher in the red Astra GSI, previous club two-wheel drive champion. And Johnny Fletcher currently his personal best, a 52.2. A driver who's been around Time Attack for many years, a builder driver, I should say. I think that's an important distinction, where some drivers rely a lot on workshops and friends and buddies, but from what I understand, Johnny Fletcher does a lot of the build himself, and I've seen him here at night when we've had double headers in previous years, where we had two Time Attack events on subsequent days on a weekend. So what that meant was if you broke your car in one round, that put you out of action for the second as well, unless you could fix it overnight. And I've seen Johnny Fletcher have gearboxes apart and rebuilding all of this stuff in the pit garage overnight at like 2 or 3 a.m. So very much a builder driver, and that car was at one point, if I remember correctly, I think it was dark green, and it was just a regular Astra GSI that was in Clubman. Very much a daily driver, and over the years we've seen it evolve into a car that has clinched a championship in the very competitive Club 2-wheel drive class. Luke Capehorn, so I can see it looks like Alexander Volkov has run into trouble again, and thankfully he's made it back to the pits now. But Alexander Volkov was moving pretty slowly again. I'm not sure the camera caught that. Luke Capehorn in the 420 Midnight Motorsport Astra, a car that I often see in the workshop of my good friend Ash Gedney of Giz Motorsport in Skegness. I'm often that way, and I've seen the car in his shop and poked around it. I'm an Astra VXR driver myself in a previous life, so very curious always to have a look at Luke's car whenever it's around or up in the ramps, or I kind of have a look at it. Yeah, very, very interesting build. Of course, with that Opal DTM livery and what I believe is a genuine BTCC body kit as well from back in the day. And Luke Capehorn currently at the top of his class, 51.7. In fact, I need to use hundredths here because Luke Capehorn is 51.71. David Dyson is 51.73. So 200ths of a second between our club two-wheel drive front runners. And I talked about this battle earlier between Luke Capehorn and David Dyson in machines that couldn't be any more different. A home-built, grocery-getting front-engine, front-wheel drive Astra and a factory special mid-engine rear-wheel drive Cayman. And yet here they are battling for hundredths of a second around Brands Hatch Indy. Of course, where Brands Hatch Indy is so short, it means that drivers don't have the full length of a typical lap to build out a big gap. So at Brands Hatch Indy, it's even more exciting because the gaps are kind of artificially really close. So we might have seen a larger gap at a different track. But at Brands Hatch Indy, it feels extra, extra close. And in fact, Luke and David are fighting there for 200ths of a second at the moment, which is, as you will agree, barely anything. Mike Butler going a little bit slowly there. Perhaps he's on a cool-down lap. Something that I touched on earlier. These cars, these tires, these brakes aren't built for non-stop, super fast hot laps. So these tires do, these Yokohama Advan AO52 tires, for example, have a very specific operating window. So you want your tire to get nice and hot and warm and gummy and really glue and stick itself into the road. All the little bumps and unevennesses on the track surface are what a warm, sticky tire bite into. That's how you get your grip. And you need to put lots of energy and friction and lateral energy into those tires to get them nice and warm. But beyond a certain point, you know, that energy keeps coming, the lap times keep going up, and the tires keep warming up. And past a certain point, then the rubber starts to go through reactions and degrade and chunk off and lose grip. So it needs to be cooled back down. So we see drivers on hot laps, and then we see drivers going pretty slowly on cool down laps as they try to bring temperatures back into their ideal operating window. So if you're wondering why, for example, Johnny Fletcher was on a hot lap, now it looks like he's driving relatively slowly. That's because he's trying to cool stuff down back into that temperature window so that he can attack again, perhaps in the next 2.5 minutes that remain in this session. Andrew Kime there in that K24 powered little Saxo, and to my earlier point, you can see his headlights are very much on. So in these hang on, it doesn't seem like Andrew Kime is on the leaderboard on the top left, so a few names I think being left off there, because indeed 1, 2, 3, 8 cars on the board on the Luxor live stream, and I can see 13 cars on the TSL timing screen. So not sure what's happened there, but Andrew Kime currently 6th in class in Club 2-wheel drive, but you can see his headlights are very much on. You can just see how that car is moving around on its tires. The producer's been on, and this has answered a riddle that I've pondered about, but we only show the top 5 each class in the top left, so there you go. But Andrew Kime there, you can see how nicely that car is moving around. Like our commenter said earlier, no aero on that car. This is a proper driver. Yes, headlights on, just under a minute left. So Andrew Kime there, seeing if he can scramble up the leaderboard in the little Saxo, his current best, a 52.3, and looks like he backed off a little bit there, so and indeed no improvement there from him. Meanwhile, Luke Capehorn in the 420 Midnight Motorsport Astra VXR. Let's see if he can build on his lead. You'd think he already has it in the bag. David Dyson is in the pits, so perhaps no need to go particularly hard for Luke Capehorn there. But he might not know that David Dyson is in the pits, by the way. That depends on whether they have a radio and how it's set up and so on. So Luke Capehorn might just be trying to make time up while he can, unaware that he probably already has it in the bag. In fact, he's backed well off there. And the checkered flag now comes out to conclude attack 1 for Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. Of course, don't go anywhere yet because we have Clubman, Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket NA, Pocket Rocket FI, and Classic Retro. Warm up. Attack 1 next. Let's take a look through our, here we go, we've got all the times now on the screen. So, fastest in Club 2-wheel drive, Luke Capehorn ahead of David Dyson, Neil Wren, Mike Butler, Johnny Fletcher, Andrew Kine, Stu Summers, Neil Robson, Nicholas Good, and David Frost. In Club 4-wheel drive, the provisional attack 1 winner, Alexander Volkov, running into issues there at the end ahead of Dean Taylor. And the one and only car in Club Pro running out of session is Jeff Kershaw in the number 3 Turbo Technics Ford Focus. Those are our provisional results. Our drivers will now head into Parc Fermé to make sure that they comply with all the technical regulations. And once that's all done, we will be getting our Clubman class cars on track for their attack 1 in just a few moments. Next up then, the little switcheroo as our club cars go into Parc Fermé and our Clubman cars get ready to join the track for their attack 1. One of the drivers, Stephen Wilkinson, in the K Series swapped Clio, of course, a Honda K Series, not a Rover K Series. The thinking person's K Series being the Rover, of course. But Susie's been catching up with Stephen in the paddock in preparation for this session.
Having a quick catch up with Steve Wilkinson. So on you scoring that, Wilco. From Pocket Rocket NA. So good morning, how are you doing?
Very good, it's a nice sunny day, perfect conditions.
Yeah, so you had a little bit of an interesting first session there, right? A little bit of dodging you had to do.
6 years I've been doing time attack, and it's the first time that I've had to dodge a roof. So yeah, unfortunately Rafa's car, the roof obviously come loose and blew up into the air, so that was a bit of an interesting start to the day.
Yeah, not the normal type of thing you expect to have to dodge on the racetrack.
Sometimes there's little pieces from here and there, but yeah, a roof is a first for me.
And you, like you say, you have been doing time attack for a while, so just tell us a bit about your history.
So 15 years Johnny Fletcher's been doing time attack, and I've always come down with him. About 6 years ago he kind of convinced me to get a car and run what you've run at the time. The kind of car developed from a standard Clio, is now K-swapped and all that gubbins. So yeah, six full season this year and going really well.
So, and as you say, one of the K20 Clios. So, and there used to be quite a few K20 crew, but not so many this year.
Yeah, there was a lot of still K20 builds. I know a lot of the other people kind of had a little bit of an off-season kind of thing, so they've had a little bit of a break. Laura obviously moved over to the Civics. Michael Hume, he's far too busy at work, to kind of enter. So it's good for me. It's a different car. To the standard engine, it has to be driven very, very differently. So I'm still developing really how that's me as a driver more than it is. I wish I was at the front of the class. Realistically, Ryan and Mark Roberts are significantly faster than I am, but my target is always to be better than I have been previously, and this year's going so far.
Yeah, and I think today you're looking for, what's your PB? That's what you're looking to be.
PB earlier in the year was 55.7. I would like to get down to the 54 somethings. So I think it is a push. Half a second round here is an incredible amount of time. It takes an awful lot, but I think this is probably, like I say earlier, perfect conditions for the day. New tyres on the front that I won from Yokohama. Thank you very much for the raffle from the last round. So I'm in about as best position as I could be.
Yeah, and like you say, it's going to be tyre temperatures today, so it's quite warm out there. How's your car on the tyres?
The Alton was really struggled. Alton was a really bad day, and I could tell I was getting to the end of the life. Certainly in the afternoon, I'd just cooked the tyres. So I've gone out and warm up, really taking it nice and steady, roof incident aside, and then kind of I'll push into the day. So really, you know, my aim is to just do that time by the end of the day. Hopefully the peak of weather will come now, cool off a little bit later on, and see what happens.
No more roofs to dodge.
No more roofs to dodge.
Cool, great luck out there.
Thank you.
And perfect timing there. Another great watch there. And just as that interview wrapped up, green light and the siren in the pits signaling that our Attack 1 is underway for our Classicum Retro, Clubman Plus, Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirated, and Pocket Rocket Forced Induction classes. Very busy session. As if it sounds like it is, then yes, you are correct. We have many cars on track in this session. And indeed, all of these classes with oh my goodness, we've had Rafael Tartaris off the track already. What on earth happened there? Looks like Drew is maybe? That's an interesting one. Not too sure what happened there. But Rafael somehow managed to lose his way on his outlap. So our drivers now needing a couple of laps to get their tires up to temperature. I actually watched a really interesting tire. What's the? There's an American tire shop website, Tire Shack, Tire Rack. Of course, there's also Radio Shack, and there's is it Tire Shack or Tire Rack, or is it Radio Rack? I don't know. But the tire people, and they did a great video review of all of these different performance summer tires that covered road legal tires, track only tires, slicks, and they had the Yokohama Advan AO52 in that tire group test as well, and apparently that tire taking just over a lap to get into its performance window, and then actually remaining pretty consistent, so not falling off too badly with heat, which is of course what you want from a track tire. So great job there from Yokohama with their control tire for this year, and good feedback from our drivers too. Jay Elliott, you saw brief glimpse of him there in the S2000. Actually, just a moment also to mention the Mazda MX-5 of Matthews Motorsport. Tim Matthews there breaking into Paddock Hill. Nice big lick of flame out of the back of that car. And let's just take a look. This is in Pocket Rocket NA. So I assumed maybe this was turbocharged with some kind of crazy map that was dumping loads of fuel and pops and bangs into the exhaust. But no, this is a naturally aspirated MX-5 shooting flames. So that's interesting. Interesting stuff indeed. Eden Young in the Micra ahead of the Fiesta ST of Tommy Langley, the 313 Motorsport Fiesta that we've seen go through quite a few transformations this year. Eden Young there in the number 69 Haltech K11 Micra. Great looking car, doing things that you never thought a Micra could do. And yet, here it is, going toe to toe with the FK8 Civic. Someone there setting a, Eden Young, that was Eden Young. Eden Young setting a faster lap than anybody else on track. You can see his, his very not road legal LED headlights dazzling the camera as well. You can see the light spots all over the place. Very, very bright full beams there on Eden's car. But a faster lap than anybody else right now. So great work there from Eden Young in the Haltech machine. He's now 3/10 clear of Dean Riley in the DRS Racing Vauxhall Astra. How dare! Oh man, he's gonna be angry at me for saying that. The VX 220, which is Lotus pedigree and so on. So I shouldn't be calling it an Astra. Oh my, we got Civics off all over the place. Coincidentally, both Christian Vieira, I think that is, and also Ryan Barker, taking little trips to the gravel in their EP Civics. Christian getting moving, but of course dragging some gravel onto the track as well. I wonder whether Ryan Barker's got moving too, after that big oopsie he had at Alton Park last time out. Ryan Barker's come into the pits. Perhaps quite wise of him to do so. Interestingly, in the Classic and Retro battle, for a long time, it was Mark Donnelly in the Donnelly Racing Ford Escort XR3i at the top of the leaderboard. A car that is not necessarily that powerful. Say, you know, Eden Young's boosted K series is something like 460 horsepower, absolutely obscene. Mark Donnelly's car relatively tame compared to that, and just a really nicely well put together track car. But crucially, one that he's known and driven for so long that he really drives the nuts and bolts off that thing. He drives it so well, really punches above its weight. And he's been the driver to beat in Classic and Retro. And in fact, the fastest car in the session overall for quite a few laps. Sorry, for quite a few rounds, maybe even for quite a few seasons. And it looks like perhaps finally Dean Riley and Eden Young now finding their stride and really taking the battle to Mark Donnelly there. So very interesting to watch. And Eden Young, in fact, looks like he built on his lead, perhaps. So he's 52.2, Dean Riley 52.9. So, oh, Annie Thompson stopped out on track. In that's not a good place to be stopped. Oh no, she's got going again. Oh, perhaps had my screen just frozen or something? I don't really know. But if you think back, no, she had her hazards on as well. Yeah, I think she was stopped. But it was interesting what Stephen Wilkinson there was saying to Susie about having to relearn his car after K-swapping it. And this is part of the reason why Mark Donnelly is so fast, is because Time Attack, for many people, is all about building and upgrading and engine swapping and turbo swapping and gearbox swapping and swapping this, swapping that, adding aero and so on. And what that means is every time you need to relearn your car and relearn how to get the most out of it. And Mark Donnelly hasn't had to do that. He's had the formula in place for a good few years now, and he knows how to work it very, very well indeed. And what that meant was he was really punching above its weight. And I mean, in the meantime, Eden and Dean, I think, needed quite a lot of time to get up to speed with their cars and Time Attack and so on. So interesting that they found their pace and taken the battle to Mark Donnelly. So that's going to be one to watch. Very interesting indeed. The GR Yaris here with the very cool JPS livery. That, I believe, is Charles Dakar in the number 77 car. We've got again as Christian Vieira stopped, well, going very slowly on the apex of Paddock Hill Bend, which again is not really where you want to be. Going very slowly indeed into Druids as well, so I'm not too sure what's going on there, but it doesn't look good. Dean Riley in the VX 220, the DRS Racing number 220 entry. currently second on the leaderboard, second overall, second in class. His current best of 52.9. Is he able to make any time? As he comes across the line, headlights ablaze. No improvement there. In fact, it was a 55.6, so either traffic there, and of course traffic is a big problem here at Brands Hatch Indy. Christian Vieira's car is gluing itself to the apexes whilst also not going terribly fast. So there's a little bit of a train there developing through that second sector. Brands Hatch Indy, a track where I think more than anywhere else you want to be on top of managing the traffic in terms of finding yourself some clean air, finding yourself some clear track as well, and clearly signaling your intentions to the other drivers and getting out of the way when you see somebody on a hot lap. That's really key, I think, to a successful time attack session here at Brands Hatch. You see the looked like some smoke coming off Mark Donnelly's car, but maybe that was just tire spin coming onto the start-finish straight uphill, not too sure. Christian Vieira running very wide there through Druids, allowing Stephen Wilkinson through in the 334K swapped Clio with those fiberglass bonnets and bumpers and things, so presumably saving some weight there. Mark Donnelly, this is interesting. I haven't seen the lap myself. There's quite a lot going on here. It's a very busy track. But Mark Donnelly managing to close the gap to Eden Young a little bit. Mark Donnelly in the Donnelly Racing Ford Escort all the way from 1983. He punches in a 52.6, making up a lot of places in the process. And so Mark Donnelly now second in Classic and Retro and second overall, which is perhaps closer to where he's used to being. And you wonder whether perhaps he has more time left to be found. Again, a bit of smoke from his front tires as he accelerates out of the corner. And a big part of putting in a fast lap at Brands Hatch Indy is finding that clear track space. So perhaps not only him, but our other drivers could go a lot quicker once they find themselves some clear track. That's the key challenge here. It really is. And what we saw in the pro class session was, for example, a car, I was just looking, is that a fire? Or is that a barbecue in the paddock? I'm not too sure, but we once did a track day here that coincided with my birthday, and we had a barbecue in the paddock, and the marshals came and told us off because the smoke was blowing onto the track and they thought something was on fire. But it was just us trying to heat our coals up to make some burgers. So that definitely brought back some memories. Paul Davenport says Mark Donnelly is class on the pedals. Must have sorted the box issue from Alton Park. I mean, definitely. The confidence and the understanding of what his car can do is something else. So Mark really punching above his weight, I think, with that car. I mean, you've got a 2002 Lotus Elise derived Vauxhall VX220, and then of course a whole smattering of other very serious machinery in this group of classes. And Mark Donnelly in that 1983 Ford Escort manages to pip most of them round on round. So definitely a lot to be said for the standard of Mark Donnelly's driving. Incredible stuff. Ryan Barker looked like he ran into trouble, dipped into the pits, but he's now back out on track with his headlights on, signaling that he is indeed on a hot lap. That K20 presumably screaming as he makes his way through that final sequence of corners. Again, a very difficult sequence to get right. And you can just see on your screen there, if you try to take a wide line, if you try to take like the textbook line, then you're actually going uphill, and you've caused more issues for yourself. Nathaniel says, I do like a classic shape Impreza wagon. Absolutely. Tom Moon, I think, has blown it out of the water with that car. Tom Moon in the Aggravation Racing, a single round entry for today with his 1999 Impreza Estate. Love to see it. Michael saying, Gizfab, Eden leading the charge, Spicy, Micra at the top of the pack. That does remain the case for now, although it looks like Mark Donnelly has a thing or two to say about that. Eden with a very strong and vocal fan base. Very big on all of the socials and YouTubes and so on. And I think a great thing about a lot of our Time Attack drivers is in the day of YouTube and Instagram and so on, they document, I mean, people used to document stuff in the past on forums and stuff too, so actually I guess it isn't that new. But I guess the video side of things means that you can watch, I don't even know why, but people seem to be documenting their builds a lot more these days. In a different way, it'll be through short reels and so on, so you don't get the real nitty-gritty. I mean, I don't think anything can beat a really thoroughly written forum post from 10, 15, 20 years ago, where they go into all the detail, and here is the torque and on the bolt that I used, and the brand of bolt that I used, and here's how I got it. Of course, the problem is a lot of these images are no longer hosted, which has killed a lot of the forums. But there's a lot to be said for a very informative and thoughtfully written, detailed forum post. But those are few and far between, and I think the video format, I guess, is just easier. So lots of Time Attack drivers in this day and age, you know, you can follow their build and look at the process and the thinking and the hard work that goes into these cars. Love to see it. Quite a few drivers doing that, but Eden Young especially, which I think explains the scale of his following there. Najutsu says Tom Moon in the pumpkin wagon. That's what it is. If you look at Tom Moon's Impreza wagon, I believe he is somehow involved in agriculture, hence the team name Aggravation Racing, and I looked on his feeds and it's full of heavy machinery digging holes on farms. So I guess the pumpkins are a reference to that. But yeah, they look like scary Halloween pumpkins all over the car. What a machine. Ben Broke Smith in the GR Yaris. What can he do? So actually, wow. So Ben Broke Smith currently leading Clubman Plus with a 53.8, which is also good enough for 5th overall. He is a single round entry, so this result will not count in the championship standings and championship points and so on. But I think a really strong effort there for Ben Broke Smith. The other GR Yaris, the number 77 machine of Charles Dakar, currently running 3rd in Clubman Plus and 11th overall with a 54.6. Jay Elliott there in the Abalon S2000. This car is supercharged and daily driver, which was a pretty, from what I understand, a bit of a tricky one to class. But I also think that actually induction is technically free in Clubman, and supercharging is just induction, right? So that car is in Clubman Plus. It is indeed Jay's daily car. It has a full interior. And really, I was very pleased last time it altered to see the S2000R that Tegawa brought along to shake down ahead of the S2000 class being launched in the Racing Hondas Championship next year. Love an S2000, and I'm really happy to see Jay Elliott's Abalon entered S2000 here in Classic, in Clubman Plus as well. Eden Young, you can see there on a cool down lap. Jack McConnell there, I believe, in the number 14. I misread it as 74, but I think that's 14. Renault Clio 197. The GTR there of Jason Birch, which was in Club, yes, here we go, Club Plus, the number 271 machine. 1,700 kilos, I think these are, fully loaded. So, a hefty old beast, and I think all the more impressive that it can hustle its way around a track so effectively. Damien in the comments asked, what do you think about the 2000R? I must say, Damien, can you give me a clue there? Because I'm not too sure off the top of my head what you're referring to. Eden Young there, another cool down lap. I can see actually he's got the massive end plates where the end plates on the wing also become the vertical bit that the wing is mounted on. The end plate becomes the wing mount, much like on Ilya Krylov's Haltech car. So the Haltech stablemates there having a similar design to their wing, of course made in-house by Ilya Krylov, who does lots of work with composite panels and such. And I guess that's why there's a similar wing on both Ilya and Eden's machines. Eden Young then ending that session on top of the leaderboard, and this is attack 1, which does score points for our drivers. So a significant result there for Eden Young. Dean Riley managing to make up some time, and he's only 500ths off the lead time, so definitely breathing down Eden's neck. Mark Donnelly a little bit further behind, 6/10ths in the end. So Eden Young there finding some time. Very interesting result at the sharp end of classic and retro. And if we whiz through our provisional results before the timing screens are cleared, it's Young ahead of Riley, Donnelly, Buckingham, Broke, Smith, Langley, Biss, Thompson, Jason Birch, Tsartsaris, Dakar, Elliott, Barker, Roberts, Moon, Bullen, Matthews, Wilkinson, McConnell, Vieira, House, Emily Birch, Green, Hugh, Taylor, Freeman, and 26th overall and 7th in class is the number 35 machine of Darren Wilson, the 2001 Impreza that was quite smoky at the start of the session. That concludes our Time Attack Attack 1. Now we head into the Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship exhibition, after which we will have the Racing Honda's Championship Race 1, and then a lunch break, and then Motorsport UK Drift Pro Championship. And then Time Attack will be back at 15:15 as per the schedule. However, it seems we're running a little bit ahead. So that's that for now. And we will be getting our drift demo underway soon, I hope. So those of you watching from the trackside, don't go anywhere. Those of you watching via the Lucas Oil live stream, keep the screen up with the time so that you don't miss when the stream comes back in a little while. See you on the other side.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So we are down in the pits here with one of our Class A drivers, Tommy Knight. We are fresh off of practice as well. How's the car feeling? How is it?
Yeah, car felt good. It's taken this long in the season to get as good as it is, but it's there now. It's there. It's a race-winning car now. So.
Perfect. Obviously, we're on your home track as well today, so definitely confident.
I'm going for it. I'm going for it. I said to you earlier before, I said I'm going for the win, and I'm maximum attack today.
Perfect. Obviously, it was elbows out last round at Alton as well with Will. So are we looking to have him today?
Yeah, I mean, last round at Alton was a confidence boost, knowing that I can mix it with Will, which I knew I could. So yeah, I'm even more confident I'm going to get him this time.
Perfect stuff. Well, good luck today. Thank you so much.
Them some fighting words from Tommy Knight. He's looking to try and get himself up there from third on the grid. And as the drift exhibition finishes up, its second exhibition of the day, we're just getting set for our next race of the season. This is now round 11 of Racing Honda's 2025 here back at Brands Hatch at the Go Japan event. Still have a few cars that are coming through to the assembly area. We haven't quite made it all there yet. We're a little bit ahead of time, so some of them just trickling through down to assembly. So we've got plenty of time for me to, well, talk nonsense as I normally do on the commentary here about the championship. So once again, Scott Woodward's here to guide you through all of the action. Just heard there with Charlie with Tommy Knight, who comes into this weekend looking to be pretty confident. He's been talking a big game all the way through since Alton Park, ever since he put that rear suspension on the car and was challenging Will Self for victory. And I'm almost certain he would have had a go for it with a lap and a half to go had the red flag not come out in race number 2. So that means now he's in real good form, and that blue AK Civic is really going to be pushing to try and get up the front. He's going to be starting from third on the grid for this first race, so he's going to have a great chance to get himself amongst them and even get himself a podium finish if possible. But we know exactly what he's going for. He's going maximum attack. He's going for the win. Any driver's in that situation is going to go for it, of course. Now, after qualifying, we should mention, as I mentioned right at the end of the qualifying session, that there are bonus points that you get for qualifying depending on where you finish in the session. So in terms of who's been given what and what they're on now, based on my rudimentary maths, we'll go through from the top 5 in each of the categories in terms of who's now scoring what. So Liam Collins took pole position in Class A. He gets 5 bonus points, now moves into triple figures on 100. Will Self, a championship leader, took second fastest, so he's 4 points onto 127. Tommy Knight's 3 points for third, puts him on 79 points. James Kiff, who debuted in the championship here just a couple of months ago back in June, will start from 4th on the grid with 2 bonus points onto 37. And then Kevin Talbot, who really does need the points after his Nightmare Cup of the weekends, he will start from 5th on the grid, 1 bonus point and 92 points. For Class B, it's Dan Thackeray on 170 points, that's +5. And then it's Brian Cunningham +4 on 148. Then Spencer Fortag gets 3 much needed points to get himself onto 57. Sammy Milam, with one of his best qualifying efforts of the season so far, gets him 2 points for 54. And then Sam Linsner, who's third in the championship, 1 bonus point on 89. And then the bonus points for Class C, Matt Rowling gets 5 for pole position, that puts him on to 83. And then Callum Houchin in +4 puts him on to 63. Now, as you can see around the circuit, as I'm watching, I'm genuinely impressed. There is a massive crowd that's turned out here for Go Japan, and no wonder. It's one of the biggest events they run here for Time Attack, and the crowds have certainly delivered. There's a pretty full grandstand up at Paddock Hill Bend. They're all along the bank exit at Paddock Hill Bend, down Halewood Hill and up towards Drury's. They're lining the banks on the inside of the circuit as well. There's plenty of cars on the inside watching in between Graham Hill Bend and on the short Cooper Straight towards Surtees, and plenty of people I can see also that are lined on the bank across the pit straight. So all of you guys that are watching on a live stream might be able to spot yourselves later on if you're here watching. If you want to watch it, be sure to tap onto YouTube and have a look, and so you might possibly spot yourself if there is any camera shot of you here watching through. There's plenty of camera shots. I'm sure there'll be plenty for you to look through on there too. So what can we expect from this first race? Well, of course, looking at the grid, which we'll go through in just a moment's time, this is going to be quite fascinating. There are several drivers, as I mentioned in qualifying this morning, who are going to be gunning for a race victory for various different reasons. They're all going to want it. Of course they'll want it. They're racing drivers. But they're going to want it for various different reasons, of course. We look at Liam Collins. He hasn't won a race so far this season. As I kept on saying, he keeps on getting fastest laps and pole positions, and he's collecting lap records like they're stamps or football cards or anything else. So because of that, a win almost doesn't seem as the question. It seems almost impossible. He hasn't won a race, but at this point in time, he's still waiting for that, and he's currently going into the weekend around about third in the championship, which I'll run through in a second. looking back at qualifying and how it's set to play out. Second quick is Will Self. Now, he's already admitted this weekend that Brands Hatch is not his circuit. He doesn't like it. He doesn't favour him at all. And ultimately, he's coming to this weekend on tyres that did the entire race of Alton, so he hasn't managed to get new tyres. Even so, he was on pole position for about half a session, and then Liam Collins came in and put in a really good effort, which means that he now has got a good chance to get it. But it's how those tyres are going to perform at the end of the 15 minutes, when he's pushing, when he's really going for it, when he's got little amounts of grip left that other drivers around him on those fresher tyres could take advantage. You also have to remember here, he got an awful start to the first race in race 1 back in June, and he dropped from about 2nd on the grid to 7th in 1 lap. So this is not really a circuit that plays kindly to the championship leader, and he'll want the same kind of form that took him to 2 victories at Snetterton and 2 victories at Alton. That will give him his 6th win of the season if he can win at least once today, and he can keep a win streak up of 5 in a row if he can manage it. So that's going to be a key. He's going to be a key player to watch for. But even then, if he can finish ahead of some of his key rivals in the championship, including Phil Wright, who starts back in 6th, we'll touch on him in a second, that's still a win for him because he comes into the weekend some 10 points ahead of Phil in the championship. Yeah, 100. Well, he's now 14 points because he got himself those extra 4 bonus points onto 127 compared to 110. So it's now a 14-point lead that he has over Phil Wright. And if he can simply just finish ahead of him, that's a bonus. That's a win for him in his own way. And I've said it before a few times. They even said it to Will himself. It's the days that you don't win races that will win you the championship in the end. Yes, there are drop scores, but if you can minimise the damage of somebody winning, then that's all you can really do in those situations. And if you also manage it, where you've got your main rivals finishing behind you and not even scoring anything, if hardly anything at all, well, that's just an added bonus on top of the cake. That's going to be really something to watch out for, and Will's going to be hoping he can keep ahead of Phil Wright, keep him behind him, keep him at arm's distance, and outscore him in both races. That at least will help him go to Knockhill and to Snetterton in the strongest possible side. Of course, we've got Tommy Knight in 3rd place. Now, we know his pace from Alton Park. There's New Rear Springs, did the trick. He was challenging Will Self. He now comes here with massive home support. This is this local circuit. He has raced here before. So that means that he's going to have an opportunity to really go for it and have a good time in order to get a victory. Talks a big game. Talks though he can actually make it happen. It's going to be pretty key to see if he can do it for 3rd place. He was talking it up to Charlie earlier on. He's been talking it all week. So he's got to back that up now. And he did also blame me that he ran out of fuel. But hey, I didn't leave the full filler cap untied. All I'm saying. 4th is James Kiff. Now he's on fantastic form because he has just got off back of his first podium. 2nd place at Alton Park, and that car's been getting stronger and stronger. And as I mentioned in practice, he told me something quite novel that I wasn't quite expecting, is that he discovered, ever since he's had that car, that only when he was looking at telemetry back from Snetterton, that he looked back and he was reading about 7 bar of pressure on his brake, which essentially means since he's had that car, the brake has been ever so slightly stuck on, which means that he hasn't been going at full throttle. That's been affecting his pace a little bit. And even watching back on the footage, he was saying that one of his colleagues was saying they could see the brake lights flickering. So he's managed to fix that. Happy with the car. Worked on some tyre pressures on top of that too. And in the end, it seemed as though that this Integra DC2 is really working well for him now. 4th position, and he can try and get himself another podium. He's in a really prime position. I think he could be a dark horse to make something happen. Then we get to Kevin Talbot, 5th quickest. Now, Kevin's had a really nightmare couple of meetings. He has only finished 4th and 10th in 2 races, DNF'd in the other 2. He's only scored 8 points compared to 60, which Will Self picked up in those 4 race wins that he managed in the last couple of meetings. And Kevin came here back in Brands Hatch as the championship leader. Now he's 4th, and he's got a lot of work to do to get himself back into the mix. If he doesn't score well here, I don't want to say it, but maybe his championship chances could well be all but over. It's not entirely over because you have got drop scores to factor in here, and we haven't put those in yet, considering we've still got Knockhill and then the final round at Snetterton in October. 6th then comes to Phil Wright. Now, he likes this circuit. It's also on a circuit that's treated him well. He's won here 4 times, including when we came here a few months ago back in June. So 6th place for him on the grid. But the key thing is he's way a couple of rows behind Will Self. So, again, like I talked about with Will, if he can at least finish ahead of Phil, that's going to be key to him outscoring points in the championship and extending what's now a 14-point lead for him in that class. You then have Dave Buki, who's been working on his engine in between meetings. He's actually been working on his electronic fuel injection. He thinks that's the trick that's been sorted. He qualified 1.1 seconds off pole. So he's got some work to do to try and get forwards, and this time he remembered to tighten his fuel filler cap. He wasn't spraying fuel like it was back at Brands Hatch here a few months ago. So, of course, Dave did it first. Tommy just followed off and tried to copy him. 8th for James Alford. He started on the front row in the reverse grid race for race 1 and then just faded backwards a little bit, made a couple of mistakes. And James it's a good sorted looking car, EK Civic, but it just doesn't seem to have the same pace as the other cars. He's roughly around the same pace as where Dave Buki is. So as you can see the assembly area, cars are all neatly stacked and waiting to be released out in the assembly area. Class A is becoming a little bit of an arms race, but there's big reasons why everyone in Class A pretty much wants to win a race to prove a point for the championship because they feel like they're in good form. That's going to be really crucial, particularly to watch how that plays out. Now, Class B, of course, Dan Thackeray, who doesn't have great memories of this circuit. Back in 2023, I told this back in practice, he was leading the first race of the Civic Cup. He was contending for the title with Max Edmondson, and then his engine blew. And despite a heroic effort by practically everyone in the paddock to get that engine fixed and get him back out for the next races, it wasn't enough. He lost the title, went to Max Edmondson, and kind of had to sit back and think about what he wanted to do. And he only told me this morning, he only made the decision to come to Racing Hondas pretty much very last minute. He only signed up within the last couple of weeks of the championship, and it's probably the best decision he's ever made because he's now leading the championship. He's had 8 wins out of the first 10 races, and he is absolutely flying it there. There's a reason why we call him Unstoppable Dan, because he almost is. Because Ryan Cunningham, defending champion, moving up from C to B, he now is in second place in the championship. He wants, of course, to retain his title. He wants to keep the number 1 on the door. Of course he does. But he's now finding it difficult with Dan, who's quite a high caliber driver, and he's managed to take 2 wins. One of them was here at Brands Hatch, but he was helped by the fact that Dan had some mechanical issues. The second one, he did it on pure pace, and despite an astonishing overtake by Dan to get himself a second place when he passed Spencer Fortag up the inside, which I'm still absolutely have no idea how he managed that. It was second place all he could manage as Ryan managed to pick up a victory. So it's punch and counterpunch between those two, but in terms of numbers, Dan has the advantage on that side. We then go to third place in the championship. Sam Linster had some gearbox work on his car in between by Dave Buki. I saw they were working on, I think, the 4th and 5th gear selectors. A couple of gears wasn't quite as well as it could have gone. But third in the championship and getting stronger. He's in a bit of no man's land because coming into this weekend, he was some 56 points behind Ryan Cunningham, and he's 30 points ahead of the battle for 4th position between Lewis Barker, Spencer Fortag and Sammy Milam. Now that's a battle in itself, as we see Liam Collins leading the field out of the assembly area and towards the grid, or at least he's about to. He's being told by the marshal, wait a minute, not yet. So Liam will be let go in a minute.
Just keeping that to see exactly where he'll be heading out of the assembly area.
Right, now he's on his way now, so he makes through, and the rest of the field follows suit. We've got Will Self, Tommy Knight, James Kiff and co. This battle for 4th place in Class B is going to be a really fascinating one because Lewis Barker, Spencer Fortag and Sammy Milam, 6 points apart between those 3 drivers, and they're quite close together on the grid. If I look at where they are right now, so Sammy Milam starts 4th in Class B, 12th overall. You've then got Spencer Fortag ahead of him, so they're alongside each other on the 6th row of the grid, 11th overall. And then you have Lewis Barker 14th. Now Lewis is going to have to rebound a little bit because, as he spoke to Charlie earlier on, didn't have the best of Autumn Parks. It's his first full season of racing. Of course, the team also competes in time attack on top of that. They've had their own challenging issues with cars in that championship. And of course, Rubber Crash Centre also looks after Tommy Knight. They've had to also look after him on top of that too. So extra resources, but Lewis is doing well, getting himself in the mix, and he's actually at the top of that battle for 4th place. He's got quite a bridge to make to try and get himself closer to Sam Linster. If the drop scores help in his favour, that will also certainly help, but we'll wait and see. Spencer Fortag, who's had experience also racing a Civic Cup, he's raced Caterhams in the past as well, so 2 very different cars you couldn't wish to find. In the FN2 Civic as well. Some people talk about the FN2, think that it's some people call it the worst Civic Type R, but they class the EP3 as being the better one. But some will argue that it doesn't have independent rear suspension and a couple of other things, that it's slightly more practical, slightly more user-friendly in that sense, because it still has a K20 engine on top of it, so that's pretty interesting. And I won't lie as well, I'm considering a new car, and I won't lie, I'll whisper it carefully, I am considering an FN2, it does look quite interesting, but we'll gloss over that. Next to the order, we've got, on top of that, Sammy Milam in 6th. Now he could make some work as well, he's in that battle too. 4th in class, starting in 12th, on the 6th row of the grid, and has some ground to make up. He's one of the 2 Kinetic Motorsport EP3s in the field. Of course, with Owen Diver. Owen starts right towards the back in P20, not quite the pace he was hoping for. But he's an interesting one in his first season in this championship. And Kinetic Motorsport giving him a decent car, getting quicker and quicker as the season goes on. And that's going to be quite fascinating as it goes. Other cars in the field, you've got the 2 Otto Motorsport EP3s, Duncan Holloway and Thomas Mitchell. Thomas Mitchell, a single round entry. He's driving James Kembry's car. He's raced throughout the whole season, just with a different number. So Thomas Mitchell's in there too. Welcome to the championship. And also Luke Crassus Menu, who I think came to this championship from the world of drifting, and his can't miss his Civic. It's bright pink for the EP3, and so he's just trying to find his way in the championship and do well. And then we get to Class C. There's only 2 contenders in there. It's Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin. They've been going punch and counter punch all throughout the season, and they come into the weekend now 19 points between them. Matt Rowling to Callum Houchin in the field. Of course, that's changed since qualifying because Matt Rowling scored 5 bonus points for his pole position, so he's now on 83, and Callum Houchin now on 63 with his 4 bonus points on top of that as well. cars forming up on the grid. They've also got a representative with them as well as the safety car moves them off. So in a few moments' time, they'll get the field as we look at the grids, and we'll take you through how they're going to line up then for round 11 of Racing Honda's 2025 back at Brands Hatch on a now slightly overcast Go Japan event here at Brands Hatch. So Liam Collins then wants his first victory. He will start from pole position in the Integra DC2. Alongside him, championship leader Will Self on old tyres. Let's see how long they can last for 15 minutes. Then Tommy Knight, we know how big a game he's talking, third on the grid in the Knight Racing Blue EK Civic. And James Kiff from the second row of the grid. He is in real good form in that DC2 Integra, looking for a podium for fourth on the grid. Kevin Talbot needs some good results here, starting for fifth in the DC5 Integra for KC Imports, and Phil Wright, who's won here 4 times before. If he can make it 5, he's going to have to do it from sixth on the grid. Big task, but he can try and work it through if he can. Dave Bucke starts in the fourth row of the grid in an all EK row 4 alongside James Alford, and that's the end of the Class A cars. Then we move forwards into Class B, where we find Dan Thackeray, the championship leader, both in class and overall. He starts on the 5th row of the grid alongside his main rival Ryan Cunningham. Then Spencer Fortag comes next, one of his best qualifying efforts, in third alongside Sammy Milam in the first of the 2 Kinetic Motorsport EP3s. Then Sam Linsner, third in the championship. He's got some work to do from 5th in class alongside Lewis Barker, who will want to find his feet after Alton. Duncan Holloway in the first of the 2 Honor Motorsport EP3s alongside Luke Crassus Menu in 16th on the grid. As we move down the order, we've got Thomas Mitchell, our single round entry, making his debut in the championship this weekend at 17th on the grid. And then our 2 Class C cars come next. Matt Rowling on pole position alongside Callum Houchin, and then Owen Diver in the second Kinetic Motorsport car will round out our 20 runners for this weekend's activity at Brands Hatch. So cars making their way off onto the formation lap. It's a very short circuit, Brands Hatch, an Indy circuit, 1.2 miles in length. And we talk about the history of this circuit as well. I'm going to go full anorak mode here, and I do not apologise. Venue was first used back in 1926 for cycling and running races, and then it was then Brands Hatch Stadium Limited formed in 1947. They laid tarmac towards 1950. They used to run anti-clockwise, so essentially the first corner would be down at Clearways all the way back through, and they would go up Paddock Hill Bends to finish the lap. But they changed that around about sort of looked somewhat like an Indy layout, sort of kidney shaped. Added the GP loop in 1960, held its first non-championship race that year. Started hosting World Championship Formula 1 races, sports car races. Even had the Indy cars come over here in 1978, hence why it's called the Indy Circuit, and was run by kind of Brands Hatch Limited until 2003 when Motorsport Division bought it, and now it still runs British touring cars, GT World Challenge, British GT, British Superbikes, et al., including, of course, our 2 events that we've had in Time Attack and Racing Hondas all the way through. So, cars making their way back onto the grid. I have to say, I was expecting it to be sunny all day, but the weather forecast at some point was suggesting it was going to rain at any time. Now we've got overcast weather over the top here. This could be pretty interesting. This could be quite a very interesting point in the sense. So I wonder if the rain's possibly going to fall here, if we're going to have any issues, or if it's going to stay dry. It might stay warm. Temperature's about roughly 19 degrees or so we'll wait and see how this one plays out. So, let's see how the stage is set then. Liam Collins looking for his first victory. Will Self needs a victory to keep himself in hunt for the championship. Tommy Knight talking that big game. He wants that win on home soil. James Kiff on good form. Kevin Talbot needs some good results. Phil Wright needs to try and get the points in the mix, and as much as well. So you know the drill. It all goes calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in, and it will do in a few moments' time. Last couple of the cars just forming up at the back. Callum Houchin and indeed Owen Diver there. Watch for the green flag, and then we are all set for 15 minutes of round 11 of Racing Honda's 2025. The green flag is flown. Can Collins take a first victory? Can Will Self make it on old tyres? Can anyone else get to the front? Watch for the red lights, and round 11 is underway. It's a clean start from the front row, and Will Self does put himself level in the approach. He gets the lead down towards Paddock Hill Bend. It's nearly 4 abreast for 4th position down towards Paddock, but Will Self from the front row heads into Paddock Hill Bend and takes the lead as they head down towards Druids for the first time. Collins in second place. Tom Knight gives him a little kiss in the rear bumper up towards the top end of the circuit, and now up towards Druids for the first time. Self leads it. Knight looking to go round the outside of Collins for second place. Won't make that work. And Phil Wright is already up to 4th place. He's past Talbot and he's past James Kiff. The EP3 Civic in the mix as well. Knight looks up the inside into Graham Hill Bend for second place. Can't make that stick. In Class B, it's still Dan Thackeray from Spencer Fortag in second place. Cunningham third, Linsner 4th, and Milan 5th. Into Surtees for the first time, nose to tail. And it's still Will Self, who, for someone who's telling me he doesn't like Brands Hatch and he's on Wheating old tyres, he's putting a pretty good game here, but Collins coming back at him through Clearways, through Clark Kerr for the first time. The lock-ups running wide there is Lewis Barker at the top of the circuit. Has he got a problem or just all out of sorts? Either way, he gets the car back going again, but up to the end of lap 1 across the line, and Will Self leads it by half a second. Then second for Liam Collins, third for Tommy Knight, 4th for Phil Wright, 5th for James Kiff, but it's Talbot, Buchan, Alford. That's the top 8 in Class A, but 9th overall is Dan Thackeray for Spencer Fortag in the top 10. Cunningham 11th, Linsner 12th. as we watch the Class A battle here for third place. This is now 4 of them stacking up for third position. Tommy Knight forming a bit of a bottleneck here because top 2 are getting away. Sylph is getting away with Collins, but now Tommy's kind of hold them up a little bit here. He's got pace, but it looks as though that kind of Wright and Kiff and Talbot are getting a bit impatient. They're wanting to kind of get on with it here. Towards Surtees now for the second time. There was Talbot having a look up the inside, a little sniff for 5th position to try and get past James Kiff and the DC2 Integra. Turning their way through McLaren and through clearways. Swing their way through, use all the curb circuit on the edge of the track, back to the inside to get the shortest possible run to the start-finish line. And Phil Wright now senses the opportunity for third place in these early stages already. First proper lap has come in the books now, so we'll get the times in a second, see who's done what. 6 tenths per second, nearly 7 tenths between the top 2 as they come back towards Druids for the third time. It's a little bit overcast, so it's possibly a little bit cooler. That will help for tyre temperatures and pressures. There's Dan Thackeray going through in the Class B lead. He's got a gap of 1.4 seconds over Ryan Cunningham in second place. Fortag in third. Lintzner, Mylan, Crassus Benny's up a couple of places too. He's made some really good progress up to 14th. Now, where did he start? He started back in 16th. He's made up 2 spots, so it's not too bad. He's up now to, I think, 6th in class. So a good effort from Luke to get himself in there. Might have one of his best results. Let's see what we've got previously in terms of his class results up to this point. If you keep an eye on the Class A leaders, Crassus Menu has so far had a best result of 6th. If he could stay there, he's got that at Donington Park in race 2. If he can manage that, he'll be able to get himself into his season's best equaling position. He even get a top 5 if he can start to chase after Sammy Mylan. Leaders back up towards Druids. If anything, Collins is much closer this time to the back of Will Self. He's right on the rear bumper of the EG Civic as they turn through Druids for what is now the 4th time. Set the fastest lap of the race last time by. It was a 52.071. Now, I remind you with lap records in the race, the outright lap record is still held by Liam Collins that he set earlier on this season, 52.005. He's getting close to it, so they're on lap record pace almost. Pitch their way through McLaren and clearways now for the 4th time. Just a little lifting of the inside wheel as he comes through, just shows how stiffly sprung these cars can be when they're set up in race mode. And Collins, he's in hot pursuit now. This is exactly what he wants. He's so determined, so desperate to get that first victory, but Will Self standing in his way. If Will Self can stay there, it'll be his 6th win of the season, his 5th in a row, believe it or not, so he really is on a great bit of form. And again, just darted to the inside, he's forcing himself to go for it, and Lewis Barker's off the road, and that is 3 wheels on his wagon, sadly. That's not how he wants that to happen. Now, whether that happened by itself or whether or not he had some help with that, we didn't see. Well, there's a replay that our guys at Alpha can bring us. We'll have to wait. New fastest lap of the race last time by is again gone to Liam Collins. How's that work with lap records? No, not quite. 52.066 compared to a 0.05, so he still hasn't lowered it, but he's getting close. And Collins is getting really close. And he won't be able to pass here because there's been yellow flags. So he backs off, double wave yellows because the car is stationary. And that's quite beached on the edge of the circuit. It's a slow part of the circuit, but do I mention the word safety car? Do I dare say that? Is that a commentator's curse? We'll wait and see. They might cover it with double wave yellows because he's quite close there. And they are backing off by the looks of it. Is it safety car? They're backing off, so I would imagine, I think so. Yeah, safety car deployed. So they're going to have to stack this up because they have to drag Lewis Barker's car out of position because it is right on the edge of the circuit, and that's kind of a natural part of the racing line. When you take that run through Clark Curve and then McLaren and clearways, you do sweep naturally outside, let the momentum of the corner bring you back all the way around so that you then manage to go to the inside line to keep you running down the inside of the circuit back towards the pit straight. So, brief pause. 5 minutes gone. Will Self gets a little bit of respite, given he was given some big pressure from Collins, but I reckon he'll give him even more pressure on the restart, given he's that close. So Will Self leads the way, Liam Collins in second place. This will also give Tommy Knight a great opportunity to be on his toes on the restart if he can get close. He was only 4 tenths away from Tommy Knight in that third race, in third position. Phil Wright still in 4th place. This is still good for Will Self in the championship. James Kiff in 5th position, so he's dropped a couple of places. 6th is Kevin Talbot, so quite not as far as high as he'd like to be, but again, he gets a chance to reset on this restart. It's then 7th for Buki and 8th for Alford. Dan Thackeray still leads Class B from Ryan Cunningham in 2nd, Spencer Fortag in 3rd. Then Linster and Milam in the top 5. Then Crassus Menu, Holloway, Rowling, who leads Class C. Diver Mitchell ahead of Callum Houchin, so that's not quite where he wanted to be. He's got a couple of cars in between him, more than he'd like to, even though they are different classes being in Class B. Of course, the one car we've lost is Lewis Barker, so all the progress he was hoping to make, not really coming as high as he wanted to. So the field now neutralised, just stacked up behind the Hyundai should say it right, Hyundai iconic race car, safety car. And just a bit of respite here. Just a chance to breathe, chance to maybe get a little more, keep the temperature and pressure in the tyres a little bit. They might decide to weave a little more. So I think the safety car is leading the round a little bit slower because they want to give the marshals as much time as possible to recover Lewis's car, which is, they've got a recovery truck that's just appeared up at Clearways. And they think he's right on the edge of the recovery road, which is the loop, the link road that comes in from where the GP loop is. So he might well get a chance to quickly drag that away. If they can do that with minimal damage, that will certainly help. And there is Lewis Barker's car. And it's actually, it looks more like as the tyre come off the rim, because it doesn't look as though the rim's still attached to the tyre. It looks like he's the tyre's completely sheared off the rim by the look of it, unless that's just an illusion of how I looked at it. But that's quite fascinating. He picks it up, and yeah, the tyre's completely come off. So there's no tyre completely left on the rim. That's quite bizarre. Now, whether or not that's been a help, I think the phrase I say is, did he jump or was he pushed? So did he do it by himself as it just came off by itself, or did he have some help? That looks like something that would have to be forced. So unless we have a replay of that, it's difficult for us to speculate. So the main headline is, unfortunately, Lewis Barker's out of it, so unfortunately he'll be scoring no points, and that's a 0 score, which he'll have to use as a drop score, because if I look at his results from throughout the season, Lewis Barker, he's now had a second DNF, and if you're dropping your worst 2 results, he'll have to use those 2, because they're your 2 worst results, because you score nothing, so therefore you can drop them. It will mean, though, that if he is using those 2 results, he can't really afford any more bad results or DNFs, otherwise he'll start losing his ground in the championship. That, of course, benefits Spencer Fortag and Sammy Milam, so every cloud has a silver lining and all that. We're just hearing in my ears, there's no replay of it, but he thinks he's made contact with somebody, so it would have been side-to-side contact at some point, and that looks like he just popped the wheel off the rim, which is quite bizarre. I've never seen that before, but there's a first for everything in motorsport. So 6.5 minutes to go then. The recovery, they've got the full low loader out, in fact, actually, so fingers crossed they can get this going pretty quickly, and they'll quickly hopefully get that car away. So maybe just to make some loose calculations of where this will be in terms of points if they finish where they are. So it's 15 points for a win, so Will Self will then gain 15, so that will put him on to, use my rudimentary GCSE maths, it's funny because it's true, 142 points that will put him on then if he stays where he is. Liam Collins will go from 100 to 112, plus the 1 for fastest lap that he currently has, so 113. Tommy Knight will finish, if he finishes like this, depending on what happens in the next 6 minutes, he will get himself, that will be 10 points. So that will put him on to 89 if this stays where it is. 4th is Phil Wright, who came into the weekend on, time here, 113. So that will put him on to 121. And then 5th place at the moment is James Kiff, and he came into the weekend on 35, plus the bonus points he got was 37. So that will then give him 6 points, and that will put him on to 43. You know I could do maths. Anyway, 5 minutes to go then in this race. Just checking the progress of the... Yeah, they've just about got... They're quickly trying to get Lewis Barker's car to that low loader because they realise the time is ticking. Just about 5 minutes to go. And I think they might well get that off pretty quick. I'm pretty sure as soon as it's off the circuit, they will certainly go ahead and release them back again. That's going to mean that we're going to get a real dash for the cash here. There's some good news at the site there. That's Lewis Barker's car quickly on the low loader. I'm sure they'll very quickly zip it to the little area where you can see just where the GP loop comes on. And they'll get that out of the way, and they'll send a signal to race control. Circuit is clear, away we go. And I think possibly, are they trying to slow the pace a little bit so they can get them going this lap? So they'll give them about 4 minutes or so of restart. Let's see how that works. So Will Self then, aiming for his 5th win in a row, 6th of the season. Liam Collins wants his 1st. He might have to wait until round 11 if he can get a good restart here. And he'll know, of course, on top of that, that Will Self's tyres are not going to be as sharp. They sit next to each other in the awning, so we would have heard that information anyway. So he'll have that knowledge in the back of his head, thinking, I've got some better tyres here than you have, so see what your restart's like. And then if you're not on your toes, I'll be straight on you. Right, safety car lights are out, so we are going to get a 4-minute dash for the cash then. And Will Self, is that him going early? He's created quite a gap, so I think he's almost caught Liam Collins off guard there. You have to wait until the safety car gets to the pit-in line, and Will Self has gone early, so he realises that with not as fresh a tyres. He has to build as much a gap as possible on the restart to prevent Collins from attacking him. But he's now got Collins, Knight and Wright behind him as they charge to the line. Green flag in the air then, less than 4 minutes to go. And Tommy Knight, you see he's going to go for it. I think he's about to. He's going to challenge Liam Collins for second on the approach to Paddock Hill Bend. But Collins closes back in under braking. So he might have a chance here. And here he comes. He's got a good run here. Again, self to the inside to defend. Collins tries to get himself up the inside, but now finds himself almost boxed in because he has Will Surf right in front. Knight's right behind him. Phil Wright's closing up again. If these four scrap, it'll bring both James Kiffin and one car's off the road at Paddock Hill Bend. And is that Ryan Cunningham that's off the road? No, it's Luke Crassus-Menu who's off the road. Luke Crassus-Menu is off. Now, is that going to be a safety car, or are they going to have to cover that with double waved yellows? They might cover it with double waved yellows, so there's no overtaking on the ex-Paddock Hill Bend. No, red flag. Race has been stopped. Red flag is out, race has stopped, and they've gone past 75% distance, which means that it'll have to be a result declared. So what was going to be a grandstand finish in the end, instead is going to be another bit of anticlimax, as it was in race 2 for Alton Park. And that's a bit of a disappointment, but that's motorsport. It happens, and with 3 minutes to go, the race is over. And as I said, because they've gone past 75% distance, then they'll have to declare that as a result. Now, they are bringing them onto the pit straight. Yeah, there is also what we're hearing as well, another car that's off at Druids. Now, I'm looking here to see... Oh, yes, there's another car off there. And if you're looking at it, unfortunately, I'll have to say it's on its side as well. And it looks like, visibly, trying to identify cars, it might be one of the Honor Motorsport cars. Maybe, I think, possibly Duncan Holloway, I wonder. Now, I don't know if that's two separate incidents, one or the other. But that's obviously one of the main reasons why we've had a red flag. 2 cars off anyway. And because of that, the race is over. So as I say, 75% race distance is 3 minutes 45 seconds to go in a 15-minute race. We've passed that, which means we're going to have to declare it a result. There's Luke Crassus-Menu who's jumping back into. He's okay. Obviously, the main concern is that Duncan Holloway was there, but it looks like is that him clambering out the car? It is. And if it is coming out the car, guys, give him a round of applause. Give him a show of appreciation, because it looks like at the very least he is visibly okay. So that's the key thing on that. So any kind of incident, the first concern should always be that the driver's all right. So that's the key thing. So that's good to see. And you can see there on the screen, he's clattered into the tyre. So that'll be a tiny bit of a tyre rebuild by the look of it before he goes back to... We go back to track action, because the next track action we've got coming up is back to time attack. So we have... We've actually got lunch break coming up next. Then we have more MSUK Drift Pro exhibitions. And then we have the Time Attack 2 coming up. That's running around about 3:15. That's going to be Attack 2 for, first of all, Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme, Club 2 and wheel drive and four-wheel drive. And then we have Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket. And then after that, we have our second Racing Hondas race, which is scheduled for around about 25 to 5. So we'll wait and see. Now, they've brought them on the grid, but as I mentioned, we've gone past the 75% distance, so they can declare a result. I'd imagine that's probably going to be the case. So we'll wait and see what word we get, or what we'll do with them, because they are all perched on the pit straight. If it is if that does mean what we think it means, then it means that Will Self has got himself a 6th win of the season, and he's 5th in a row. So the restart actually, he got a decent restart, but was being challenged, so the red flag kind of saved him a little bit. Liam Collins is going to have to wait again for another chance at a victory. Now, of course, what they're going to do is we do a partial reverse draw, which we'll do with Charlie down at the interviews at the end to see who was going to basically get how many positions we reverse in each class. And that actually changes how the grid looks in terms of visibly when you see it for race number 2. If you haven't seen Racing Hondas before, they won't fully reverse the order of the grid in terms of where they finished in the actual full result. What they'll do is they're going to separate them by classes A, B and C. So all the Class A cars go to the front of the field, then there's a rows gap, Class B cars, row gap, Class C, and they reverse by the number which gets drawn out of the random draw after Charlie finishes her interviews with the 3 class winners. So we have, I think it's balls 4 to 8, which means that the top 4 to the top 8 get reversed. So if that's the case, we could be seeing someone like James Alford gets himself on pole position if 8 gets drawn. So I'm also seeing Luke Crassus-Menu's car is driving under its own power, just trying to shake off some of the gravel, which is quite considerate. He's doing it off the racing line, which is the best thing to do. So that's smart driving from Luke. Well done. So we'll have possibly either, somewhere between Phil Wright, I think, and James Alford will get the reverse grid Class A pole. for Class B pole, it's going to be somewhere between either, I think, Owen Diver and Sam Linster. Linster was 4th in class at the time of the red flag, and 8th was Owen Diver. And then for Class C, they'll literally just swap the 2 cars around. So Rowling was ahead of Houchin, so they'll put Houchin ahead of Rowling, and that's that for that particular class. So we'll go through results when we get to them. Of course, we're just trying to figure out what the next protocol of what we're doing here, because all the cars are pretty much lined up on the pit straight. They're not here. Dare we even say we get a restart? Because, as I mentioned, we get to 75% race distance, and you can call a result. Now, a lap round here is about roughly, what, 52 seconds or so, so they can get maybe 2 or 3 laps in for a 2 or 3 lap shootout if it's possible. But we're now just deciding what to do. Lewis Barker's car, meanwhile, is just being trailered back to the outer paddock, so that's going to be worked on, of course, for race 2 to get it out there. Just put a new tyre on it, and away we go. So just waiting here to get some information on what is happening next. Drivers have got their doors out, trying to keep cool, because the sun's starting to reappear now, despite the overcast clouds that we had just a few moments ago for the start of race, this first race. Second race coming up later on. Of course, it's not the end of the season, because we've got 2 more rounds still to go. We cross the border into Scotland at the end of the month, and we go to Knockhill, and that's going to be a real fun event, because Knockhill is an absolute mini roller coaster of a circuit. It's a wonderful facility. It's a fantastic, great circuit in Fife in Scotland, and it is going to produce some great racing. Lots of ups and downs, lots of big curves to hop around. It's going to be quite a spectacle to see. And then the season finale takes us back to Snetterton, but this time on the 200 layout. This is as far as I'm aware it is, and that will be where we will, if it hasn't already, see our champions crowned both in classes A, B and C, and indeed overall on top of that as well. Now they're just trying to right Duncan Holloway's car, and that's hanging right quite precariously from where it was. It was on its side, but it's almost like it's about to be tipped completely over onto its roof, which I think is quite interesting. But hard for me to question the hard-working marshals and officials. And indeed, there it is. I think they were trying to manoeuvre it into a safer position so they could tip it over. So, again, far for me to question their heroic efforts. And again, thanks to all the marshals, officials, recovery teams. Just looked a bit odd in terms of how they were manoeuvring it. But it's now on its right wheels again. And that will go back to the paddock, and Honor Motorsport will descend on it for the next couple of hours in order to get it into a better position. So just waiting really just to be declared what's going to happen. There's a couple of marshals talking to drivers on the grid. There's a marshal talking to Liam Collins. So I wonder if there's given a bit of a protocol in terms of what's happening. And of course, in terms of championship connotations, if you look at the fact that Will Self is going to outscore Phil Wright by how many points? As I said, it was 15 points compared to 8. He's built his lead further by another 7 points. So that will put him on to, as I said, 15 points for Will Self will put him on to 142. And Phil Wright will go on to, he was 113, that will put him on to 121. So that will put the gap out now to 21 points, I make it. So he's gained, or 21 or 23 points, one of the two. But he's gained more points, which is certainly going to be helpful. We've got a course car out on circuit at the moment, probably just having a look to see what's going on up on the approach to Druids from the incident that we had with Duncan Holloway. It's plenty going on in the skies as well. Just saw a shot on the live stream there of an old school fighter plane having a fly around in the area. And there it is on stream if you're watching. Just sort of looking pretty majestic in this September afternoon sunshine. And yeah, I think the car's just going to head back to the paddock now because, as we said, 3 minutes, checkered flag is out, so they are pretty much declaring a result then, and the course car's going to help them back around to the circuit. So that means then, once we get the results on screen, it is going to be a 6th win of the season and a 5th in a row for Will Self. So once again, trying to fulfill that proclamation that he made at the start of the season. He declared right at the start of the year, I'm winning this championship, I'm going for it, I'm ready, the car's good, and he's proved even with worn tyres that are meeting old, and even with no confidence in the fact that he doesn't like this circuit, it's certainly served him well and actually given him a race victory that he very much needed and more points to extend his lead over his main championship rival. So, in what was a bit of an anticlimactic finish, as it was at Alton Park in race 2, unfortunately, but here's the result declared after the red flag. So Will Self then takes his 5th victory in a row and his 6th of the season by just 0.8 seconds from Liam Collins in second place. Tommy Knight gets a podium, so he'll get third place as the silverware on his home circuit. Phil Wright can't match a victory. It's fourth ahead of James Kiff in fifth, but it's Kevin Talbot, Dave Buki and James Alford who round out the top 8 and the runners in Class A. Then Dan Thackeray takes Class B victory. Once again, it's another victory for him. That's his 9th win in 11th races. It's Ryan Cunningham in second place, and Spencer Fortag gets a podium in third in his FN2 Civic. Sam Linster in fourth and Sammy Milam in fifth, and Luke Crassus-Menu completes the top 6. Well, he might have been declared there because he wasn't running at the time with the red flag. So usually if you're not running, don't get classified, but he's in there at the moment. I don't think Duncan Holloway will be either because he wasn't running too. Matt Rowling gets another Class C victory. He'll extend his lead. It's Owen Diver, our single round entry Thomas Mitchell, and Callum Houchin who were the last finishers, and Lewis Barker, we saw obviously, was off the road up at Clearways when he had the tyre pop off the rim and had to bring up the first safety car of the race, which then neutralised things up with about 4 minutes to go. So, once the Hondas are back off track and they're back into the assembly area, of course, we will then hand down to Charlie, who's going to have a chat to our top 3. As I said, we were hoping for a grandstand finish. We were hoping for a great battle, and fingers crossed we get it in race 2 because we want these last lap battles, these kind of real duels. And again, it was Will Self was kind of in a little way, not saying he was going to be passed, but he was saved a bit by the red flag in terms of he was under pressure from Tommy Knight in race 2 at Alton Park, and then the red flag came out with a minute and a half to go. He was under pressure for the victory here, Brands Hatch race 1, and then the red flag came out. So hopefully it doesn't become a habit of things, but at the same time, for him, it might be a relief, thinking, look, I'll take it. I'll take any victory I can get. So all the points he can get, he's extended his lead further over Phil Wright. That's certainly going to be worth it. And again, he might not care how much he gets it, but sometimes the real racers think, I want to earn it and get it the hard way rather than just get it handed to me via a red flag. Again, Liam Collins, another second place. If we look at what that puts him in terms of positions, that will be his 4th second place of the season, his 5th podium of the season as well. So 5th podium for Liam Collins. Takes the fastest lap point as well, so it doesn't quite beat his lap record, but he's right there on lap record pace in terms of how quickly they're going. The top cars are lapping in low 152s. In fact, if we look at their fastest lap times, the top 6, their lap times were spread by about 0.3 of a second or so, if that, about 1/4 of a second. So really competitive and close in Class A this weekend in particular. That's another podium for him. Again, that's 4 second places, a 5th one for Liam Collins. For Tommy Knight, that is his 4th third place of the season and his 5th podium, so a 5th podium finish. He now has 4 third place finishes now throughout the season. He picked up a couple one at Donington Park, one here at Brands Hatch last time, and then one last time out when he got 3rd place at Alton in race 1, when he just about got over the line and beat James Kiff when he ran out of fuel because he left his fuel filler cap open. He blames that for me in terms of commentator's curse, but look, I didn't leave it open, should try it better next time. All I'm saying. There's Phil Wright in 4th and James Kiff in 5th position. Kevin Talbot, he's fading backwards a little bit, is he? Had some great pace at the start of the season, but others appear to have caught up, and he's not really getting the same luck as he'd be hoping for. So that's going to be key to watch on that one. James Kiff, another top 5 for him. In fact, if I look at where he's finished, he's basically finished all but 1 race so far this season, and he's only finished outside of the top 5 twice. He's had, in order, he had 7th, 5th, 6th at a DNF, 4th and 2nd at Alton, and now he's picked up 5th here in race 1 at Brands Hatch. So he's certainly getting the grips with this circuit racing lark, and also with this DC2 Integra, which he keeps on adding bits to, which is pretty impressive. You've then got Dave Buki in 7th place. You might be disappointed with that because he was maybe hoping for a bit more. He was hoping for a bit more pace from the car, considering some of the work he's done between Alton and now. So who knows? 7th place isn't a bad result, but at the same time, it'll be frustrating to him because he might know there's more pace, or at least it's not the pace that the data graphs are showing him. So that he should have. So that's something to go and think about and work out for race 2. James Alford again, lacking a bit in that pace, but still in 8th place, still scoring consistently, so that certainly helps something. Then we get to the Class B runners. Dan Thackeray still proving why he's a championship contender, and for once it seems as though at least Brands Hatch is being kind to him because he's now got himself a victory and he'll be in good contention to make it another win. If he can come away from Brands Hatch with 2 wins, it'll certainly do something to banish the demons of 2023 when he lost the title in Civic Cup. But in order to really do that, he needs to actually go ahead and win the title, and do that by scoring once again well through Not Kill and then the season finale at Brands Hatch. Ryan Cunningham, there's not much more we can do. He's another 2nd place for him. If I look at how many he's had throughout the season, that is once again his 7th second place of the season. And outside of that, he's taken 2 wins, which is 1 at Brands Hatch here when Dan retired with mechanical problems. And last time out, the very last race before this, Alton Park race 2, where he beat him on pace because Dan was stuck in the pack after the reverse grid draw and couldn't get himself further, and a pair of 3rd places as well from Donington Park and Snetterton. So he's doing everything right, but he just Dan has that little bit extra pace, and it's not really giving him much more. It's nothing really more he can do to try and get himself really further up the order, which is quite fascinating. Third place also Spencer Fortag. Now Spencer, that's only his second podium of the season, so and also only the 5th time he's finished in the top 5, because he's had a really rough this kind of last few races. In terms of the last 5 races he's done now, that's 3rd in class, but he's also had a 4th, 2 DNFs, and a did not start. So 3 races out of 5 he hasn't scored anything. But the results he's been racking up on top of that, I mean, he's had a 2nd place, 3 5th positions, and a 4th. And a 6th and 11th towards the start of the season. So he's gotten quicker, but his fortunes haven't really been there in terms of how quick he's been going. He had some kind of a mechanical issue, I think, or some electrical issue that put him out of race 2 also, which then caused a red flag. So 3rd place for him is a really good piece of result and a good piece of silverware. It's his 2nd trophy of the season, which is really key. Sam Linster might be disappointed with 4th because he is 3rd in the championship, got that gap, and it might have closed things up a little bit. One thing it certainly will have done is Spencer Fortag and Sammy Milan would have moved up ahead of Lewis Barker, and almost certainly would have done, or got closer at least, because Lewis didn't score in that race. That was his 2nd DNF in a row, considering he didn't finish Alton Park in race 2. And before that, Lewis Barker had been scoring quite consistently up to that point. He had been scoring at least top 60s in every race bar the first one at Cadwell Park. He'd done, from Cadwell Park race 2, he'd scored 6th, 4th, 4th, 6th, 6th, and then he scored 3 top 5s in a row, 3rd place and 4th at Snetterton, and then 5th place in Alton Park at race 1, before he had the DNF in race number 2. And then rounding up the top 5 is Sammy Milam, who is in that battle for 4th position, pretty key. And of course, Class C, we've got Matt Rowley and Callum Houchin. Right, enough of me talking. It's better you listen to Charlie, because she's now going to have a chat to our class winners from round 11 of Racing Hondas. Bit anticlimactic, but a win is a win. So let's head down there and see what Will, what Dan, and what Matt thought of that one. She's down there at the top of the paddock.
Amazing. We are down here in the pits after a very eventful race one, to say the least. Obviously, we finished on a red flag. How was that?
Yeah, it was obviously quite short in the end. Got the jump on Liam at the start. Again, which I was quite surprised about. I've had to fit a hydraulic handbrake, so the start procedure was a bit different to what I'm used to, but it all worked out all right. And I think, to be honest, the guys behind probably had more pace than I did. I'm on some quite old tyres, to be fair. Liam is as well, but some of the other guys are on newer tyres and struggling a bit for pace, but managed to stay in front for long enough, and then would have been interesting, I think, come the end, had the safety car and the red flag not happened, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, like you said, you are on slightly older tyres. We see you sliding about all over the place. How was that feeling?
Yeah, I don't know what I was doing. When the safety car came back in, I was obviously asleep or something, and the tyres were stone cold. I'd done nothing to warm them up, so I arrived there, and then when I arrived at Graham Hill, it was like, this is exciting, just hang on to it.
Perfect. So almost like the safety car and the red flag was a kind of a blessing in disguise for you?
Yeah, it was a bit. I wasn't driving very well, to be honest, but yeah, there we go.
Obviously, looking forward to the reverse grid for race 2?
Yes, it's always interesting, reverse grid, so yeah, hopefully we can make something work.
Amazing. Well, congratulations on the wheel. Well, thank you so much. Right, we're going to bring Dan over now. Dan, 9th win of the season. Incredible. How was that?
Yeah, good. Well, it wasn't actually too much of a race, was it? Yeah. Unfortunately. Hopefully everyone's all right, because there's some damage on the cars, but yeah, I mean, it was kind of just a good start. I saw Rye was having a battle behind, which is, as long as I had a clean lap, was quite handy for me. It gave me kind of a gap straight away, and for the laps we were racing, it was just kind of do a steady laps, and then yeah, unfortunately it ended.
No, of course, and then hopefully, obviously, heading into race 2 with the reverse grid, get a proper race.
Yeah, well, like last time you mean, yeah. Well, hopefully we're not reverse too many. It's tight around here. There's only a couple of places to pass. I know that's good for everyone else, but obviously I want to try and maximise what I can. So either way, I think it's going to be a good one, to be honest. I think everyone's pretty close on pace. So
well, congratulations on the win. Good luck for race 2. Thank you. Right, we'll go Matt over. Thank you for joining us, Matt. Disappeared earlier.
Sorry about
How was that for you?
Yeah, it's a shame. Obviously, a couple of incidents on circuit, so yeah, I hope all the drivers involved are okay. Hopefully they get out for race 2. But yeah, the car actually felt all right in that. I've been struggling all day. We're trying a different setup today, and it's not really worked. So that's actually the best the car's felt. So, but didn't really get enough laps to kind of turn it on. So yeah, see if we can chase down a lap time and yeah, go for race 2.
So back to the drawing board for race 2. We're going to stick with the new setup and just go for it.
I'm going to try and tweak this new setup because I think there's something in there.
Okay.
I just need to unlock it. Yeah. So yeah, so we'll see. So fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Congratulations. Good luck for race 2.
Thank you very much.
Right, we are going to grab Luke over from Yokohama Tyres so we can do the reverse grid for race 2.
Hello.
Hello.
Right.
Yeah.
Good.
Well, let's go for it. No peeking.
Well, the stream there actually cut off at the most anticlimactic time. We were just about to do the draw, and then we had no signal. So we can actually tell you, but what we can tell you, anyway, is that number 5 was drawn, which means that from that result, it will mean that James Kiff will get the reverse grid A pole. It will be Sammy Milam on reverse grid B pole, and it will be Callum Houchy who will get the Class C pole anyway, because it's just a quick swap around between the two cars. So James Kiff then gets reverse grid pole position from that one, and that means he'll be quite intriguing. With Phil Wright alongside him on the front row of the grid, then Tommy Knight, then Liam Collins, then Will Self, and the rest of the Class A contenders. For Class B, it's going to be Sammy Milam on pole position with Sam Linzer alongside him, then Spencer Fortag, Ryan Cunningham, Dan Thackeray, and the rest of the Class B runners. And as we usually do, we're going to swap Class C runners around. So Houchy will take Class C pole, and Rang will be alongside him on that one. So forgive us for the slightly anticlimactic, dramatic cutaway there. It wasn't intentional. But even so, we're going to take a quick break now on lunch. And once we've done that, we're going to go, I think, into after lunch, if you're watching around trackside. Next thing after lunch is actually our final MS UK Drift Pro Championship exhibition runs. Enjoy those. Then once that's done, Alexi will be back here to run you through, Alexi with Susie. It's going to be the box, and we'll go through Attack 2. First for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. Then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. And then Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket. Then we'll have the second Racing Hondas race with that partial reverse grids. That's at roughly round about 25 to 4. On time, might be a little bit ahead because we've had 1 or 2 incidents possibly and trying to catch up. And then we round off today's track action with the final time attack runs, Super Attack, where the big points are scored. That'll start with Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. Then Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive. And Classic and Retro, Clubman and Pocket Rocket. Also, if you're around the circuit, please do go and explore the show at Go Japan. It is a magnificent place. You've got tons of car clubs, tons of cars on display here. We've got the Obsession tent, which is down in the outer paddock as well. You can also see the Racing Hondas up close as well there too. There's drift taxis. We've got cosplays in the mix as well in one of the big tents too. There's all sorts of things to come and see here. You can go to the Obsession stand. You can go and have a try on the Abruzzi simulators. There is so much to see and do here. Lots of trade stands here as well, and of course plenty of JDM cars, which is the reason, of course, you've all come here to do so, alongside other things on top of that. So do go explore the show during the lunch break. Enjoy the drift demos. Of course, we'll be back on stream once you're watching on the live stream, which of course is powered by Lucas Oil. Thank you to them, of course, for sponsoring it and supporting it, with more time attack as Attack 2 will get underway at around about, roughly timetabled at around about 3:15. Might be a bit early due to being ahead of time, but enjoy the show. We'll be back on mic shortly for time attack 2 after lunch when we get going in a few moments time. So enjoy it, and we'll see you a little bit later on.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
All right, let's jump straight into attack 2. So this is the second of the point scoring sessions in the new time attack format for 2025. The 20th anniversary reshuffle of the format. So we had attack 1 earlier on, attack 2 now, and then super attack later on in the afternoon. All of these scoring points for our drivers. I can see a few questions here. Let's maybe tick them off while our drivers get themselves up to speed. What do you guys think about the about the 2000R? Damien asked in the previous session, I wasn't sure what he meant, but that Honda S2000R that Tegua were showing at Alton the other week. I think it's amazing. It's super cool. I think it's really a real bargain as well, actually, for what you get. And I'd very much like to take part, and but wanting and doing are sadly the budgets don't quite match. The budgets of the wants don't match the budgets of the needs. But I think that 2000R is super cool. Be interesting to see, yeah, what others watching the Lucas Oil live stream think the Tegua S2000R. Would you reckon? Do Type R asks, what are the rules for HP per ton? In time attack, we don't have that. Maybe you're asking about the Racing Honda's Championship. I'm not too sure. That is not my area of expertise. But I think, so I don't know if they get dynoed at every round or what. I'm not too sure how that's policed. But we can look up the class breakdown in the program. Class A in the Racing Honda's Championship is 240 bhp per ton, or 235 bhp per ton if supercharged. Class B is 195 bhp per ton, and Class C is 196 bhp per ton. So there you go. But yep, all of that stuff, good stuff, you'd need to check with the Racing Honda's Championship directly. In the meantime, whilst our drivers, well, hopefully they're up to speed now and their tires are nice and toasty, but Susie has been catching up with Darren Spooner in the paddock.
Grabbing a quick couple of minutes with Darren Spooner. So good morning, Darren. How are you doing?
Good morning, Susie. How are you? I'm good.
So I didn't actually expect to see you back here today because at Alton you had, let's say, a little bumpy ride at the end.
Yes. So I had a slight excursion. Ran the wrong side of a sausage curb and went into a huge hole or divot, and it pretty much destroyed the entire front of the car. So yeah, the last 10 days have been excruciating putting it back together to try and get back here.
And for anyone who's not aware, obviously the front end of your car is all completely bespoke, right?
Yep, absolutely. So everything is one-off. I have some spares for some of it, but I didn't have spare bumper, spare wings, spare rad pack, which is intercooler, radiator and oil cooler. I didn't have spare subframe, and because all the debris that came off the front went through the back, it took all the back out as well, so I didn't have any of my carbon rear arches. I didn't have a spare splitter. It has literally been the most arduous 10 days of my life. Putting back everything that was broken, as well as last Sunday dropping the car off at the body shop to be jigged straight. So they spent a week jigging it and repaneling the front end for me with steel panels. And then I picked that up Friday at 8 o'clock and spent 14 and a half hours Saturday putting it back together somewhere near, and yeah, we've come here and it's about right. It's not great, but it's about right. We're down in the 51s, so it's more than I could have really dreamed of, and it's holding together, so hopefully we'll get to the end and it was all worthwhile.
I mean, it looks fantastic, so you wouldn't notice unless you talk, but it sounds like you've had quite a lot of work to get here then.
Yeah, so yeah, there's not been a lot of sleep, a lot of extra work to try and earn the money to pay for all of this stuff, as well as all the hours to put the thing back together. So yeah, my body and my mind and my bank balance is all absolutely shot to pieces. But I've made it, and that's a massive statement, so I'm just really, really pleased to be here and it not let me down so far.
Yeah, and I think you were saying earlier on in the season that you turn it down a bit just because you want that reliability, because otherwise you end up fixing it all the time.
Yeah, so the car's getting a bit long in the tooth now. This is like 11th season of competitive motorsport, and when I built everything, the wishbones, the drive shafts, the subframes, all these bits and pieces, they were built so many years ago for 330 horsepower that over time the power kept creeping up and creeping up and creeping up, and we were running like 5,500 at the start of this year, and just every round something would break, we'd have component failure. Nothing was designed or manufactured for that kind of power. And to be honest, it was a right old handful, like a real handful. The whole car was just screaming out for me to stop. When did I turn it down? Snet, I think. Snet 300. Snapped another rose joint. So turned it down to 330 and instantly fell back in love with it. It's brilliant. You can get all over, you can drive it really, really hard, and nothing's broken since then. So yeah, we're going to run the rest of the season out at 330 horsepower. It's not enough to be competitive in Club Pro anymore. It'll midfield finish, but it's not a class winning car anymore at that sort of power. So it's a bit sad, but we're still having loads of fun. We're still setting PBs, so I've got to be happy with that, really.
Oh, that's amazing. If you turned it down, you're still setting PBs.
Yeah, it's good. It just shows that the rest of everything else is good, and maybe I've learned something over the past 20 years about how to drive the damn thing. But no, it's really good. We're having a great year. It's just hard, a lot of hard work.
Well, hopefully, fingers crossed, a not eventful afternoon, and good luck out there.
Thank you ever so much, Susie. Thank you.
Cheers.
So, I think our headset's the wrong way round for the buttons, but actually Susie is now in the commentary box with me. She pre-recorded that interview, of course, and she's up here in the commentary box. How are you doing, Susie?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm doing very well.
So, what have you been up to?
Just catching up with people in the pit lane as normal. Luckily, not nearly as much drama as Alton Park.
Yeah, touch wood. We seem to be doing... Although we did see Ilya stop on track during that interview with Darren. Saw Ilya come to a stop somewhere, not quite sure. So let's just have a look. Krylov... Oh, he's got an exclamation mark next to his name, so I'm not too sure what that means.
I'm glad to see Ross Hampson back out on track as well.
Yeah, so do you know what happened there?
Let me see if I can recap. I think he was having issues when changing gear and then going into the new gear, then the revs were all dying. So they were trying to figure out what that was, and I think they were hoping that it was a map sensor, and they were hoping they could get around that. But I was just looking. He is out on track. He's only done a 1:12, which obviously isn't the kind of speed that we'd expect from Ross. So I don't know if they're still continuing to have issues. I'd imagine so with a time like that. Or he might be on a warm-up lap, so we'll see.
Yeah, just looking. So he's done 2 laps. So I guess one of those is a flying lap. But yeah, let's keep an eye on that one. Interesting stuff.
Yeah, and I think it's just these really, really highly tuned cars, you know, especially the Pro Extreme cars, everything is literally at its max and at its limit. And, you know, sometimes you just run a little bit past that limit. So, yeah, I think issues are somewhat inevitable. But, yeah, Ross has had a little bit of a bad luck, I would say, after Alton Park as well.
Yeah. Interesting. So Luke Sandziakowski in the Honda NSX there, I feel like he's kept quite a low profile this year. So that Bourne HPP powertrain really, I think, beginning to yield dividends, because I think there was quite a bumpy few seasons since going K-swapped and all of that stuff, since launching that car. And then this year, Luke's just got his head down and just done the business in that Honda NSX.
Yeah.
So there
think
doesn't even very much to talk about.
Well, I mean, nearly every round he's been setting a lap record,
Yeah.
and as I spoke to him earlier, he said, I said, are you looking out to set another lap record? And he was like, well, yeah, it's my own lap. It's my own lap
Right.
record, and then he has to set that, and then he said, but then I make life more difficult for myself next year.
Yeah. Very true, very true.
But that's a good place to be in, right?
Yeah.
When you're, your biggest issue is worrying about improving on your own lap
Yeah.
time for next year. So, and that is already lap record setting pace. So, yeah, like you say, really great reliability from the team this year.
Yeah. It's such an interesting car, and there's a lot about it on the Tegawa blog online, but in terms of what happens on the day at Time Attack, there's never a great deal to talk about in Luke Sandrzejkowski's case, because they've got on top of everything, and it just works now. So I think great job by Tegawa and Born HPP for putting together such a solid car.
Well, just looking at his lap time and this again was the lap record he set when we were back here in June. So not long ago, but that was a 45.5. And so looking at the timing board at the moment, he's running 46.3. So a little way to go till he's on that pace. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see, because it has been quite warm here today. It was quite warm again in June as well. But I think there's a little bit of a breeze out there, and I think that's definitely helping with temperatures. Because as we know, again, especially for the pro cars, but for everyone here, keeping the engine in the right temperature, keeping the tyre in the optimal operating temperature as well. That's really the name of the game when it's so hot.
Yeah, interesting to see. Is he going to be happy with a class win, or does he actually want to go out and beat his record from last time? Because if that's the case,
he wants to beat his record. I'm pretty sure he does.
Well, he's currently in the
so
pits, and he needs to get out and get a wiggle on then, really.
Yeah.
Because he's a second off his personal best.
But I mean, he's still leading the class.
Well, exactly. That's the thing. If he just wants to win the class, then fair enough. If he wants to beat his personal best and lap record from June, then he'd better get back out, because currently he's a second adrift from that. Martino Ward then, MJ.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about MJ,
let's talk
right?
about MJ.
So we know this car. This is familiar to anyone who's been watching Time Attack.
I don't think it used to have the angry eyelids. That's quite a cute.
No, the angry
that's very
eyelids
cute.
is pretty new since the last time I saw it. But
That's
obviously,
cute.
Normally piloted by Dave, our other half, and we see Martina here driving it and doing an amazing job. So obviously not familiar with the car. She's driven it once before on one track day.
Yeah.
So still very much getting into the swing of things with this car, but and it's quite surprising to see the Mini lumped in with these, nearly
it looks
1,000
quite jarring,
horsepower
doesn't it?
cars. Yeah, as Martina was saying earlier, it's like 300 horsepower. But a big aero package on that Mini that's now, he's up in Club Pro class and doing an amazing job. So I think what we want to keep an eye out for is Dave Ward, so Martina's other half, is the lap record holder with a 52.03.
What class is that?
But again, this was in Pocket Rocket because the car was previously in Pocket Rocket. So basically,
but what is
their
Dave's
rivalry
record?
is between the two of them. So
Okay.
with a 52, dead, pretty much. 52.03.
Okay.
But so MJ did a
53.
but she did a 52 something
Oh,
in the
okay.
last session. So yeah, that's what we want to keep an eye out for. And again, fantastic to see more women out on the track today.
Ilya Krylov. Yeah, see, he hasn't even set a lap, so yeah, not sure. There's somebody here in the comments, I think, saying I think he came off. Majutsu again. Seems very knowledgeable. Well, I feel like maybe he's watching. He's here in the paddock. I'm not sure who this person is. He, she, they. But this person, they are somewhere in the paddock, I think, because too well connected and too knowledgeable. Apparently, Ross has been on the phone to Mapper to try to get it sorted. Again, Majutsu somehow knows this. But yeah, seems like you've got competition
Good
in terms of
there.
who's gathering the intel.
But yeah, as I was saying, so with MJ and this car, pretty underpowered, I would say, for this class.
Yeah, yeah. And all
but
that
huge,
aero to push along as well.
Huge aero. So, and I think, on a track like Brands Hatch, you've only really got the two straights.
Yeah.
But it's very different driving these kind of like high downforce cars. So you've got to have a real trust in the car, and you can take the corners much faster, but you've really got to trust in the car to especially to turn into paddock, which, as we know, is as you turn into it, is a blind corner. The corner kind of dips away. You can't see the apex when you turn in, and just trusting in the car that it's actually going to stick to the road and keep you on the track.
Yep. I've not driven a high downforce car.
No,
so
and it is very, very different. But I was saying, MJ's got a little bit of background of, I think, either driving radicals or lots of sim driving. So yeah, and that's kind of like really helped.
Because also the MX-5 championship that she did, those are just stock body MX-5s.
Yeah.
No aero there either.
Yeah, completely different car from that. So,
very different to what she's used to.
Yeah.
We don't actually have too many cars on. It just seems like Josh Barrett and Martina Ward at the moment.
I mean, it's always Josh Barrett just piling around.
He's always there.
Lap after lap. I'm pretty sure he must need an award for most reliable car out there. As we see, he tends to go around and he just does lap after lap, and he just chips away at his time, tiny little bit each time. But he was saying actually he was suffering from understeer issues earlier, and I'm pretty sure so he's got lap record in Club Pro already, so he will be going out for that. I'm just seeing how close he was. So actually, so the lap record for that that he holds was 48.916, and at the moment he's got 48.973. So really, really not far off that pace. We're talking 600ths of a second.
Wow.
So yeah, he'll be really honing in on that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
so
again, every time I see them in the pits, very chilled, just sitting about, enjoying the day.
Yeah, you know, exactly. Yeah, I've seen the same.
There's two types of teams in the pits. There's a team when you go around and they're under the car, they're hitting stuff with hammers, and there's other people who are just having a nice chill day. And that's the day everyone wants. Yeah. Of course, is not to be hitting things with hammers and trying to make last-minute repairs.
No, somehow some people just live like that, don't they? Even despite that, I mean, it's somewhat autobiographical, but like, you have all the best intentions, and yet somehow it always works out that way.
Yeah. This is cars, right? Something always happens.
It's just cars. So Majutsu is Mrs. Hansen. So that explains.
That would definitely explain having more intel. Yes.
And I guess also being in the paddock and having a feel for things. So that would explain it.
So who are we seeing here? So I quickly saw Mike Osborne there in the pits, and when I saw them earlier, they'd lent somebody a pipe bending tool for brake pipes, because they were like, yeah, that's totally fine. You might as well just buy it off me. And then literally afterwards, they had an issue with the brakes with one of the pipes. So they were trying to remake some of, I think one of the pipes going up to the clutch, actually. So they were trying to fix that. But yeah, we've just seen them in the end. Actually, they're just pulling out of the pit. So hopefully they've managed to resolve that. But again, some on-the-spot repairs that some of the teams have to make. Yeah, like you say, not many cars actually out on track at the moment.
Just
so I
the
think
two,
everyone
same two.
Probably gone out and set their time and maybe kind of like saving it for the last session of the day.
Yeah, maybe. And for those watching, these pro class cars are. There's a lot of risk and a lot of expense involved in running them in terms of even just the fuel or the tires. So Ilya brought his Clio to a track day that we were doing in the summer. Just us and the gang had a little track day, and Ilya thought he'd bring the Clio, and he didn't do many laps at all. He explained every lap in these cars is so expensive that, and there's so much risk involved there as well, that you're gonna pick your moments very carefully when to run these pro class cars. Josh Barrett, I suspect, might even be running regular fuel. It's not terribly modified, it's just the car as it came, and he can get spares for it tomorrow if he wanted to. So, it's a very different risk factor there.
Yeah, I've just realised, actually, I thought that was Mike Osborne, but I think that's Eric Holmes, and he's just gone out, done this, so he's done what looked to be an outlap, and then actually pulled back into the pits. So I'm not quite sure if he is, and it looks like they're reversing the car into the garage, so I'm not sure if there's some issue going on there. Because of course in Club Pro we've got this battle of the two white Evos, right? So we've got Mike Osborne leading at the moment from Eric Holmes. So I know Eric was having a few issues, and I think maybe a little bit down on power. He was having some issues with fifth gear actually earlier, and the Evos they're pretty short geared really. So yeah, maybe some issues with that still ongoing.
Interesting, Josh Barrett has a wing on his car again. So that wing was not present in Attack 1. So I'm curious how the lap times compare. I can't remember what Attack 1 was. In fact, I might try to find that in the
Interesting.
bulletin.
So that may be how they're trying to combat this, the understeer that he was talking about. Let's put the extra wing on there and, you know, hopefully get a little bit more grip around the corners.
Yeah. So here we go. So Josh Barrett in Attack 1 did 49.5 and now 48.8.
There you go.
So he's found a bit of time with that wing. Perhaps maybe temperatures come down. Lots of variables.
Yeah.
But I think that's a pretty good test.
Yeah.
Of Attack 1, Attack 2. Both of these are classified point scoring sessions. They're going to be on the attack. Difference is, in one session he had a wing, and in this session, well, now he does. And seems to go about half a second faster as a result, which, if that's purely down to wing, that's a massive difference.
Yeah, and I suppose, Brands, you've only got these
it's
two
just all
straights,
corners,
right?
isn't it?
So yeah, it's a lot of corners. And so, yeah, maybe the extra grip is helping and not too hampered by, because I remember him saying that he does have that reduction in top speed as a result because of the extra
But
drag.
here it doesn't make a difference much, yeah.
But the straights are pretty small, so in comparison to some of our longer tracks, so it's a much quicker lap.
Interesting. Let's take a look through our provisional Attack 2 results then. In Club Pro, it's Michael Osborne on top ahead of Eric Holmes, Martina Ward, Darren Spooner, and Ilya Krylov. In Pro Extreme, it's Andy Hughes ahead of Ross Hempson. And in the Pro class, it's Luke Senjakovsky on top, followed by Bradley John and Josh Barrett. So our Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme drivers will now take their machines to Parc Fermé to get checked over. And we will be getting our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive Attack 2 underway in just a few minutes. And while we wait for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars to get ready, Susie, even though she's in the commentary tower, has also been catching up with Alexander Volkov in the pits.
Just grabbing a quick couple of minutes of Alexander Volkov. So, good morning, how are you doing?
Hello, good morning, I'm very well, how are you?
Yeah, not too bad, lovely sunny day. So, how have your first sessions been so far this morning?
It was good, especially the first one was really smooth. You know, went out just to look for a grip. Seems like we found it, we came 3/10 of a lap record that we set last year.
Wow.
So now it's really happy. Changed the setup slightly on the car and it works.
What have you changed on it?
Geometry and very small aero modifications.
And you're leading the championship at the moment, so it's been going great for you. Your car seems to be super reliable.
Yes, car's been extremely good, and also, as you know, we do drag as well as time attack, so it definitely is put through its paces.
So it's not something I thought I would say, is that 1,000+ horsepower GTI is reliable. What's the secret?
I spent a long time on it. You know.
A lot of time and a lot of money, I imagine.
Yeah. It's been 2 years in development since 2023. Time attack, single entry. This is where I got hooked, and so it started.
But you really had no problems all season, and I think what we're seeing with the championship points is you've got to be consistent and keep getting out there each round and getting the points. And you seem to be doing that every round.
Correct, that's the plan. Because we came second in championship last year. We've learned a lot, so we're just trying to implement everything that we've learned into this season. So yeah, and it sort of works.
And you're very happy on the new tyres, right?
Yeah, tyres amazing. You know, Yokohama, well done for that. It's just, it's unreal. You know, that time talk for themselves.
And it really suits your car?
Yes, yeah, and you can get a few more laps than we used to on different tyre before, so yeah.
And temperatures are concerned today, because it is quite warm out here today.
Yeah, but that's up for a driver to manage tyre pressures and, you know, not to abuse too much. If you manage the tyre well, it will reward you.
So just same again then today. You hold the lap record, so are you looking, is that where your aims are today?
That would be the goal, really, you know, is if we can improve on 49.3.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed, because I think it's not that many people in Club 4-wheel drive today. We've got Andy Grady is out today, and I think Dean, maybe a few issues still. So, like I say, consistency is the key.
Yeah, Dean is still running, so really good. Yeah, shame about the Andy, but yeah, hopefully we'll see him next round.
Okay, well, good luck out there this afternoon.
Thank you.
Really interesting stuff there from Alex Volkov. And you know, he's talking about reliability. Well, you both were reliability and so on. And like you were saying, despite it being a 1200 horsepower GTR or whatever it is, big, massive numbers, it's somehow also one of the most reliable cars in Time Attack.
It doesn't feel like two things that should go together, does it?
Yeah, yeah. And also that he then had that little stoppage. You recorded that interview in the morning, I guess. Was that in the morning?
Yeah, I believe after
right.
the second session.
Oh, okay, because in Attack 1, he then had that little moment on track and pulled over briefly.
So
do you think might be fuel related?
Yes, I think, so obviously a lot of the cars, run, especially when we're getting up to club and above, run fuel cells.
Yeah.
And obviously they're not as big as normal fuel tank, so I think just simply run out of fuel while we're out there. So. And then it cut out, and then I think he was able to kind of like bring the car back in.
Right.
So if that was the same issue, but yeah.
It might. I mean, he's only ever had the one issue, so I guess it must be that one.
And I mean, again, if you're going to have an issue with your car, then just not having enough fuel in it.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's good going. So as we say, it just doesn't feel right that you should have 1,000 to 12. You know, depending upon I guess what map he's got it in. To 1,200 horsepower, that's an incredible amount of horsepower. It should be unreliable, but it's been, he's had a fantastic season of reliability.
Yeah. And it's a 25-litre fuel tank, I think, fuel cell.
Yep.
And on a GTR with 4 figure horsepower, you're going to go through that really quickly.
Quick. Yeah. So he was showing me the fuel gauge, and I think it showed like a quarter. But but yeah, again, small amount of fuel for a car that uses a lot of it.
Yeah.
So.
So we've got Ilya's car getting recovered there, which is what caused this delay. Something looks a bit wonky on that car as well, like there's been contact.
The front bumper doesn't look quite straight on that. So
maybe to tow it, maybe they had to bend it or something. Maybe it doesn't have a towing eye. In the meantime, while all of that's happening, you've also been catching up with David Dyson. So let's have a listen to that.
So I'm just grabbing a quick couple of minutes with David Dyson. So how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. We're leading the championship, so that's good. This isn't my favourite track, but we've done a few little tweaks to the car.
So what have you been changing?
So I only like to do one tweak at a time. So Nine Meister look after my car. So after each race, I'll take it back to them and then give them some feedback. So it's all about trying to get the geometry set up. So we've put some extra camber on the front, so we've gone from 3 to 3.3 camber on the front, which seems okay. The other tweak we probably want, which after having a go on the track would have been better, I would like to get a bit more rake on the car, so there's a bit of a weight onto the front of the car. That's what I'd like them to do next. So.
And is that just like a permanent change, or just for Brands Hatch that you want this?
Well, really, you would normally change your car for different tracks. I put the extra camber on for Paddock Hill Bend to see if I could get round there any faster than I have done previously, and it's only like a mile an hour faster. We'll see if in the next Time Attack I can go any faster. So really, you would tweak it between different tracks. So.
You had a great last round at Alton. We watched you going around with Luke Capehorn following you. Then Luke snuck in front of you a little bit, but you said you hadn't shown him all the lines. So.
Well, I don't like people to be following me. Not because, I didn't want to show him the lines, but if you've got somebody really close. I mean, Luke's a good driver, obviously, and he was, you know, he was really close up on me. So if I make a little bit of a slip or an error, you know, somebody in your mind, it's just sort of another thing in your mind as it is. But I just prefer to be out on my own. But when he was behind, I knew he was behind. Didn't want to show him my lines, and because I knew he'd not been there that much. But I was also conscious that I had to get a lap in, a banker lap, didn't I? Because sometimes you can get red flagged and finish up with nothing.
Yeah, that was it. It was just the importance of, like you say, getting that banked lap. With we had quite a few red flags, unfortunately, at Alton Park. So, but great to see the close competition between two very, very different cars as well.
Yeah, the competition's good. You know, mine's a road-based car, but will have a good chassis, but is heavier, whereas there's more like a stripped-out, you know, car specifically for doing this job, aren't they? So, but yeah, they're very balanced, and it's nip and tuck. It's very close, so that makes it enjoyable.
So, have you had to make many modifications to the car, or is it relatively kind of like stock?
No, it's more or less stock. Nine Meister have put me some camber arms on, which allow me to get more geometry on the camber arms and a riser bar on the rear spoiler. So I think that's one of the problems. That's why I need the rake, because I think now I put the riser bar on a faster corner, you know, the downforce at the back of the car is probably lifting the front of the car up. But when we put the rake on, or when Nine Meister put the rake on, that will help to, you know, balance it back towards the front of the car, hopefully.
And a great platform just to be using for time attack anyway. It's been very reliable, it seems.
Oh yeah, well it's good. It's you can't get to the engine or anything. It's all bolted there. Porsche don't want you messing with the engine, do you? So that's how it is. I just leave it, and reliability is good. So. No.
Fantastic. So we look forward to seeing what laps you could do this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm excited to get out there, and it's competitive, and I'm excited to get out there, which is what it's about.
Brilliant. Good luck out there.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Wow, as interesting as that was, and I've been so curious about David Dyson's car forever, it looks like we've had a bit of an incident between, looked like perhaps Jeff Kershaw. Well, there was stopped by the trackside, Jeff Kershaw's car, and Stu Summers as well, with a wheel not where it's meant to be. So, yep, red flag, which I think was the only possible outcome in this case. So, yep, Andrew Kimes' Saxo is in the pits, which means that is Stu Summers'
Yeah, we
machine.
can see it from the commentary box out the back, unfortunately. So that does look like Stu Summers. So I'm not quite sure. I presume it must have been contact, because that happened down the back straight. So
it's hard to tell. Really
yeah.
hard. I mean, these could also be unrelated, right? So I think that's going to be one for race control to ponder. But you know, notably, Stu Summers' car is facing the wrong way. I'm not even sure whose wheel that is. I think it might be Jeff's car. Looks pretty low on one of the corners, so I wonder if that's missing a wheel there. Or perhaps the wheel could be from something else, a third part. It's really hard to tell. We didn't see that incident play out, and I don't think the cameras caught that either. But it looks...
So we're just looking down there. Obviously, the marshals straight onto the scene, and all of the track crew. I'm just checking that everybody is okay.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty
You can see, I believe that's Stu Summers, so that is very good news to see him out and about, walking around the car.
So this might take a little while to clear up. Looks like a pretty significant incident here. So we're going to go and try to find out some more information. We're going to need to do quite a lot of clear up here at the track as well. So we're going to take a short little break and leave you with some video messages from our sponsors and so on. And we'll be back in a few minutes.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Okay, I think I've got the right headset now. Right, so cameras back in the pits. Someone here saying in the comments, Mr. Paddy, weight reduction. I think in response to that wheel flapping around. someone's just minus 25 kilos there. Not a bad weight reduction.
As long as you only have corners in one direction.
Yes, yeah.
And no, hopefully everyone is okay. Obviously the clean-up continues for that incident over there.
Yeah, might take a little while. Still not entirely sure what happened there, but you know, I think this is one that's best left to the officials. So as fun as it would be to look and speculate and try to guess. I think both Susie and I have our theories, but we'll leave that one to the race control, I think, to work that one out.
It's in one of the only blind part of the track for us as well.
We
so
we couldn't have seen it.
We have pretty good visibility up here in the commentary box all around the circuit, and Brands Hatch is fantastic for that in terms of the layout. But unfortunately, this rear straight, there's a little, unfortunately, because of all the air conditioning, of us living the life of luxury up here in our air-conditioned office, there is a little blind section of that we can't see in, and it looks like that's where it happened. So just coming out of Graham Hill.
So, as we look around the pits, what do we got going on here? Actually,
So it looks
we
like
have moved both of the cars.
Yeah, so both of the cars are...
Oh, no, they are both gone.
Yep,
Yeah.
so they are both headed back in, but obviously there's going to be a little bit of clean-up to be done by our fantastic marshals out on track, who obviously the primary focus is keeping everybody safe. So I'll make sure that the track is in good enough condition, but do see quite a few cars heading back in, so hopefully it won't be too much longer and then we could get back out on track.
Number 180 there, David Frost, seemed to be celebrating something from the through the window of his Honda Civic, the FK8. Maybe is he doing well in class? Where is he right now? He's 5th in Club 2-wheel drive, so not really. So I'm not. I mean, it is early days. Look, we're only we were less than 4 minutes into the session, so
yeah,
early days. Maybe he's just feeling pretty bullish, perhaps.
He's pretty pumped to be here, maybe.
Yeah, exactly, as anyone would be.
Yes.
I think we have quite a lot of single round entries. I think because of the location, perhaps it's a convenient track for a lot of people. So lots of single round entries today, and they seem to be having a really nice time.
Yeah, we always do see a lot of single round entries at Brands Hatch. I think, like you say, down in the southeast.
It's a good location for a lot of people.
Yeah, and obviously with the Go Japan show on as well, there's a lot going on. There's a lot to see and do during the day. We're talking about a lot to see and do. You're seeing the cars heading back out on the track now, so we've got a green flag and we can resume the on-track action.
Yeah, so the clock was adjusted down to 12 minutes, so we lost a little bit of time under that red flag. But, yep, away we go. We've got a green flag again, so lost 4.5 minutes there. But it's the polar opposite of Alton here at Brands Hatch Indy, isn't it? Where those were very long laps.
Yes.
And here, actually, 11, 12 minutes, you can get loads of laps done in that time.
Yeah, completely so. Yes, because as you remember at Alton Park, then we had, after the red flags, because it's such a long out lap, and you've got kind of like 2 minutes going round, and we see some of the, unfortunately, some damage to the turf.
I was just going to the turf specifically. Looks.
But yeah, Alton Park is such a long out lap, so you've got kind of like 2 minutes before then you can even turn a hot lap. Whereas here at Brands, they're already going across the line.
And of course, if you're at the end of the queue at a session like this, you've also lost a couple of minutes before you've even got out of the pits, and then another 2 minutes to do your out lap. So you've lost 4 minutes between the checkered flag, green light, and actually doing your flying lap. Yeah, but here, very different. Comfortably less than a minute lap in a lot of cases. I mean, it's early days. So currently Luke Capehorn, he's at the top of the leaderboard with a 51.8.
So he went straight out there, straight out of the pits, first in line, and just literally going for it straight on his first hot lap.
Yeah.
And as we were saying, especially temperatures are quite warm out there today. In fact, we've got a little bit of a breeze, but in terms of getting the best from the tyres, it's actually quite early on in the session where you'll get those kind of like peak optimal temperatures. And then, again, with the temperatures being high, I think we're going to see those quick times early on in the sessions.
Mike Butler there, he puts in a 51.9, massive improvement there. Good enough for second overall and second in class. I think that's an interesting addition to the Club 2-wheel drive battle for the first few places. Mike Butler in the mix there as well.
Yeah, so Mike's actually running 5th in the championship, and this is what I was saying. The championship in Club 2-wheel drive, between such different cars. As we were saying.
Neil Wren. Do you know? I thought I saw a flash of something. Neil Wren's had a bit of contact.
We
as
look
well.
away for one moment.
Oh.
That looks not good.
Ah, there we go.
all.
That's at the run up into Druids. So again, the other little blind spot that we have, but we can actually see his purple BMW. So
yeah, so the cars have only just got going. I don't know if that's going to mean another red flag to
Yep, here we go, red flag.
There. Yep.
Neil
well,
Wren.
that's so unfortunate, and Neil's just...
He's had a real adventure with that chassis, hasn't he?
He really has, and he's had some particularly bad luck.
Yep.
Not quite sure. Is that part of his front bumper?
That's his front bumper on sideways and
right.
partly
so
on the
presumably
bonnet.
he's had some contact with the barrier, maybe?
Maybe his bumper fell off and he drove over it. Nah.
I mean, hopefully it's just that. But yeah, obviously, and that's on the run up to Druid. So yeah, not particularly a good place to be.
No.
And so yeah, we're going to see all of the cars coming back in so that our marshals can come out and check how Neil is doing and recover the car.
So we're hearing that he did hit a barrier there. So, yep, perhaps contact with a barrier somewhere. What an eventful session, oh my goodness. Mr. Paddy in the comments, that's not supposed to be like that. Nope, not at all. Oh dear. I'm at loss for words. This is this has been quite a session. I don't think we've had that before.
No, and
This
we'd
is
only
unprecedented.
just got going, right? And I think the cars had only just started to kind of like turn one hot lap, I think.
I know,
before-
cold tires and all that. Yep, I get that.
Yeah, and I wonder how much
wow.
of it is that pressure when you come back. You know the clock is ticking, and you've got to go out there and set that lap. And so everyone's very keen to get out there, especially after autumn,
Yeah,
when we saw
yeah.
obviously some of the classes reduced to I think 5 minutes, which meant one hot lap. And so the drivers know you've got to get out there, and you have to get at least a banker lap.
Yeah,
So
but this is what Dave
even
Dyson
if it's
was
not
saying.
absolutely perfect, it has to be good enough.
Yep.
And I wonder if maybe something just happened there with Neil. But yeah, the drivers will be very keen to get back out there when the clock starts again. And I think we've stopped the timer at 8 minutes 57. So we'll see. Obviously, we have to see how long it takes to recover the car and in terms of clear up. But yeah, the drivers are going to be very anxious to get out and set those laps.
So maybe this is interesting, this camera angle on Ilya's car in the pits. So I wonder whether we might be able to stay on that shot for a bit. So we've got Eden's Micra there and Ilya's. So, well, I mean, it's not telling us a great deal, is it, other than it's jacked up and being worked on. But, yeah, would be interesting to be a fly in the wall in the garage and
It would indeed.
understand
Well,
a bit more about what happened there.
I'll do a quick run after this session is finished,
Yeah.
and we'll see what we can find out.
Yeah, because of course, even the pro session had a stoppage potential contact as well. Yeah, interesting stuff. Dean Taylor, look at that. Dean Taylor, as the red flag came out, well, just
Fastest
before,
car out on
hopefully.
track.
Yep, fastest car out on track, 51.8 there for him. Oh, here we go. The camera's back in the pit. Oh, no, I'm looking at the wrong screen. That's the old YouTube recording, so the YouTube stream is a few moments after the actual fact, maybe about a minute behind. We're hearing that the driver, so Neil, is out of the car.
Well, that's good news.
That's good news. The BMW. The medical car has to arrive on the scene regardless. I think he'll also need to get checked over regardless. I think if there is contact of some kind, which tells us then that he probably didn't just run over his bumper if they've deployed a medical car. I think if there is contact, even the slightest little nudge, then they need to do medical car.
Right.
So I guess there was at least a slight little nudge somewhere, but he's out, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good, and of course safety is paramount. So it's great to know that Neil is okay.
Yep. On the Lucas Oil live stream, Oddbores has reappeared in the comments. It's a familiar name to some who've been part of the stream comments conversation so far this year. And Oddbores, seemingly quite a well-connected commenter with the intel on a lot of drivers, so very welcome back. Very welcome back. Oh, yeah, very welcome return. Welcome back. Good to see you back, and hopefully, yep, you might have more interesting nuggets to share with us today. But if you don't, that's also fine. No pressure or anything like that. But good to have you back, joining us on the stream. And yep, thanks to everyone else who's tuning in. How many people have we got now? At this present moment, we have 132 people watching now, I think. So, yep, welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us. And of course, loads of people are watching from the track side as well here at Go Japan. One of our most popular events of the season. We've done a few Go Japans here over the years. I think this is maybe our third or our fourth season of running the Go Japan show. At least the third. Maybe not fourth, but I think this is the third season. Always great turnouts, loads of clubs showing up. Actually, during the long lunch break, I had a chance to wander up and down, take a look at all the stuff on display in the clubs. There was a really cool S12 Sylvia, which is not something that you see every day.
S12?
With, you know, the big drift style body kit that flares out. Flares outwards. It was really cool. And of course you see it and you initially think, oh, that's a cool 8.6. And then you see it's a bit longer and a bit more comfortable and you think, ah, it's an S12. So yeah, some really cool stuff here at the show today. You can see there Neil's car. So actually, let's take a closer look. What can we CSI here? But actually not a great deal. The bumper is off the car, we can see that much, but perhaps that's it. Dean Taylor.
So let's talk about Dean for a second.
Let's talk about
Dean. Dean is quickest car out on track at the moment, so with a 51.083. So,
Is that a flocked engine cover that says got boost?
No,
it's not flocked.
It's not flocked. Okay. But yeah, so quickest car out there on track, and we saw Dean last night, and he was like, nope, no good. I don't think I'm going to be out on track today.
Oh,
So had some issues, and obviously being able to kind of like resolve those because he's out on track and, like I say, fastest car out there at the moment.
Piranha Developments. That's a cool logo. Cool name. There you go. You can just see it there. A very angry-looking fish. I'm not sure why they chose a piranha, but it's quite cool.
So yeah, I think they were having clutch release bearing issues. And I think, again, Dean's had like a few niggles throughout the year. But again, was looking very dejected last night when I saw him. But again, we've seen him go out on track, and the car's obviously okay enough for the moment to set a really good time. So that is fantastic to see. And again, as we're talking about these high horsepower cars, normally, you know, that means unreliable. You're putting a lot of stress through them. They're high maintenance. You have to replace bits all of the time. But yeah, seems to be going. I mean, I get blamed a lot. I don't know if you do. Commentators curse.
Oh yeah.
Because we kind of like try and chat to everybody in the pits, and so yeah. If I walk up and down the pits, if anybody's car is broken, it's my fault.
Oh
apparently.
yeah, absolutely.
So I apologise to anyone. No, I really do not want any breakages. So, but yeah, very happy to see people having a good day.
You can see that recovery.
We're starting to see, Neil's car is.
There you go. It's on the move. It's on the move. And what's that other thing? Oh, that's the fire truck or something with loads of gear in the back. Okay. Oh, that's
yes.
that was a great shot then, but I didn't get a.
Definitely contact down the right-hand side of that car. Missing, I think, the rear light as well.
Yeah, I wonder if we might be able to go back to that shot, because that showed really well what the situation was. But at least, well, Neil's out of the car. He'll be getting checked over now.
And he's had a really bad run of luck as well, right? So I think I talked to him at Snetterton, And then the next time I saw him, he was being recovered on the back of a truck. Then, where I think his intercooler fell off.
Yep, here we go. We might get
But
another
that was
look.
easily repaired. I'm not so sure.
He's
that
lost his
is gonna
wings
be
somewhere as well.
As easily repaired.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it doesn't look that bad. It's not where you want to be by any means, but
No.
it doesn't even, yeah. Well,
Let's hope not, and hope he can get that fixed. Again, we've got the rounds quite close to each other, don't we? So Knock Hill is, I think, 3 weeks away.
Yeah, yeah.
So we'll see if we see him back in Scotland.
But from the sound of things, I think Neil has quite a lot of spares and even potentially a few shells. So I think he'll be able to mix and match some bits. And to me,
handy.
Armchair expert, it didn't look. You know, will he need to jig it and bend it back like what Darren was saying?
Alexi said it was easy. That's
yeah,
what I'm hearing.
yeah. I get blamed for this a lot.
Yeah,
where
exactly.
I just say things are easy when they're really not in practice. But it's just I have that much confidence, that much faith in what Neil could. Neil's seemingly he can bounce back from anything.
Yeah, exactly.
He has to. He practices that skill very well because he seems to have a lot of things that need to bounce back from. But he bounces back very well.
So now what we're seeing is the clock has been reduced. So we've got just over 4 minutes left on the clock. So again, when we're talking about it's a short out lap, but you do have to do the out lap before you can come around for your hot lap. And we've got, what, 4 laps probably in it before the checkered flag is going to get thrown. So we have seen cars go straight out. And obviously the cars that you see going across the line now, they're all on their out lap. And then, yeah, you're going to see people, I think, just going straight for it on their first hot laps of trying to get that time in. And this is part of the game with time attack as well, right? It's not just about you have to manage the traffic, you have to manage the car.
Yeah.
But then obviously if something does happen and the session is cut short, you need to get that lap in.
Yeah.
And it's consistency as well. And I think the change with the point scoring system that we've seen this year is really proving that consistency and getting out there and getting that good lap every time you go out is really key. So the reliability of the car is a really massive factor of that as well.
That chassis on David Dyson's Cayman looks so planted and so good.
Mm-hmm. And he's still got the aircon in as well, as you said. So some of our drivers are cooking a little bit in the pit lane, and he's sitting there in all comfort, got the
listening
aircon
to
on.
podcasts and
yeah,
stuff
exactly,
as well.
exactly. So it really, a car that really does it all.
Yeah.
But again, just a really good example of the difference that we've got such a close battle between such different cars out there. And over the space of a lap, that it all kind of equals out. And as we've been talking, so Alexander Volkov's gone across the set, so a 50.477.
That is very sweet. Johnny Fletcher also sets a personal best and moves up the leaderboard in the Astra GSI on your screens now.
So Johnny was saying earlier, so he had boost leaks all morning, so so we'll see. But he did say he'd beaten his PB. So even with a boost leak and down on power quite massively, he'd set a PB. So we'll see. Hopefully, he's managed to fix it and has got full boost, and then we'll see what he can do this afternoon. And obviously, Johnny, is it unfair to call him an old timer? I don't mean that. I mean, but obviously, has been around a familiar face to time attack
familiar
for a
face.
long time.
Let's go with that.
So I will be catching up with him at Knock Hill because it's a little bit of celebration for him then about how many rounds he's competed in. So yeah, we'll save that for Knock Hill.
Yeah, it must be 100. Who knows? To watch this space.
Yeah.
Watch the space. Interesting. Wow, that's interesting.
So actually, we've seen Dean Taylor go out there and beat Volkov's time. So he's gone across the line with a 50.38. So yeah, Dean obviously managed to get the car into a good place.
Oh,
although
never
Volkov
mind.
just picked him over 50.1, so what a great battle, kind of like between the two club four-wheel drive cars. And again, interesting how over the course of Brands Hatch, quite a tight circuit, quite technical. As we said, Alexander Volkov with the big power, but it does kind of like even it out a little bit. So yeah, good battle in club four-wheel drive.
Be interesting to see, what kind of response does Dean have to that? So his current best of 50.3, and Volkov just punching in a 50.1. So 2/10 there between our club four-wheel drive front runners.
I'm just looking at club in the battle in Club 2-wheel drive. So how many cars? We've got 4 cars in 51 seconds then.
Yeah, very close there. Luke
And again, just such different cars. We've got an Astra from a Cayman GT4 RS, from
another Astra, but
another
an older,
Astra,
but
a
older
different,
Astra.
yeah, and then a supercharged M3.
Yeah.
So, and all running within 0.8 of a second of each other.
Wow. Very, very close. Checkered flag has come out. So let's give our drivers, well, those who are still on a hot lap can finish. And then that will be, well, then they'll take the checkered flag and that will be the end of their session. But those who are currently on a hot lap can still finish it. So this could all shuffle around a little bit. Not to say it will, but it might. Oh my goodness, what an eventful session this was. Wow. In the meantime, assuming no big changes, let's run through our provisional results then. So, the winner of Attack 2 in the Club 4-wheel drive class is Alexander Volkov ahead of Dean Taylor. So just 0.2 of a second there between them. And then the provisional winner of Attack 2 in Club 2-wheel drive is Luke Capehorn ahead of David Dyson, Johnny Fletcher, Mike Butler, Andrew Kime, Neil Robson, Nicholas Good, Neil Wren, David Frost and Stu Summers. And then in Club Pro, running out of session is Jeff Kershaw, the only car in that class. So those are the provisional results. I suspect that this transition should be pretty, not much track cleanup is going to need to happen, because I guess that's maybe all been done as part of those recoveries, which means that hopefully we will be able to get our Clubman classes Attack 2 underway in just a few minutes.
Ben Brooksmith.
So it looks like maybe we're going to need a couple of minutes here, but it does seem like we have an interview in the meantime with Ben Brooksmith in the GR Yaris.
Just grabbing a quick chat down in the garages with Ben Brooksmith. So good morning, how are you doing?
Good morning, I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. So, and today I think you've brought along 2 cars in Clubman. So can you tell us a little bit about the cars?
So actually these cars are kind of identical because Charlie's a customer of mine and that's my car. The idea was that we bring down some Yarises, maybe try and get a mini class going where we have some similar cars, or perhaps other tuners can come and see who's got the fastest Yaris. Everyone can get involved. There's a whole like community with Yaris world of grown-up boy racers. And I think actually people would enjoy coming here and being competitive with each other because it is fun. Like, I mean, you know, it's interesting the debate on time attack, because a lot of people look at it and see not much actual track time, like as though it's like a track day. But when you're actually out with someone else who you can directly compare to, and some similar stuff and different stuff, and you've got like a window to try and be competitive in, it's a different feeling. Like it's really fun. It's cool.
So talk to us a little bit about the spec of the cars, because they're both from your company, right?
Yeah. So my business is String Theory Garage. Both of them have like full bolt-on modifications. So in terms of power stuff, there's nothing hardware changed, like in terms of internal engine stuff, but they've got intercoolers, oil coolers, radiators, exhausts, blah, blah, blah. And both of them are making 340 horsepower. Charlie's got some really snazzy Moton suspension that is, you know, not cheap, but is awesome. I've got one of our off-the-shelf AST suspension kits. Both of them are road cars, you know, full interiors. They've got our seats, they've got our roll cages, they've got our harnesses. They've got like a full kind of safety kit, but they're like a Yaris version of a Porsche GT3 or something, you know, like it's a normal car that you could get in, go to the shops, you could drive every day, and you can come and do stuff like this in.
Yeah, and it's a great package out of the box, isn't it?
Yeah, they're awesome because they're unique in today's market, really, because if you look around the paddock at all kind of similar cars, there'll be old Imprezas, old Evos, they're all really old collectible cars now. And so the opportunity to just kind of buy a car and come and have a go is a bit lower. You're looking at BMW cars and yeah, German stuff, bigger, heavier stuff, different things. So these as an off-the-shelf thing you just go and buy. I mean, you could literally turn up in one of these completely standard, put a fire extinguisher and a harness in it, and come and have fun here. Like no problem. They'd go around, they wouldn't overheat, they wouldn't break. They'd be competitive within themselves. You know, you wouldn't be racing the big boys, but you'd be racing each other. So that'd be fun. You know.
And what's your ideal recommended mods then for Clubman?
I don't know, come and spend absolutely loads of money with me because it'd be fantastic. Basically, the more you spend, the better your car gets. I don't know, genuinely, if you wanted to come and join in at Clubman and just have fun, I would do suspension, brakes, tyres. I'd put seats and a half cage in it, so safety gear, and I'd just come and drive it. And then when your driving skill evolves, you can give it more power, you can do a bit of this, a bit of that. Like when we come back next time, both these cars are getting turbo kits, so there'll be another 100 horsepower up. But that is because we're somewhere near what the car can do and fancy going a bit faster. I genuinely think, I mean, this is contradictory to my business and somewhat the attitude in Time Attack, I guess, but there's no need to spend loads of money. Like you buy some really nice bits to make the car drive good and just handle track work, and you just come and drive it. So suspension, brakes, seats.
And that's the idea of Clubman class. And did you drive them here?
I didn't.
Oh, you did? Did somebody?
I put it on the trailer. I would have driven it here, but I'm being cheap, and my Yokohama AO52s that are legal for this event will not be legal when I go home. So I was just like, oh, I'll stick it on the trailer so I don't get arrested for the drive home. Otherwise, yes, I would have driven it here.
You have a bit of a history going a little bit more sideways, right?
Yeah. It's funny. I was saying to you about this being the 20th anniversary of Time Attack, and well, I specifically Time Attack, but the thing is, it's been wrapped around with drifting since 2005. And I came to GT Battle, and I drifted in the first sort of it was called D1 GB, and then European Drift Championship, alongside Time Attack, 20 years ago. So I won the European Drift Championship in 2008, which is like a lifetime ago now, isn't it? Really, it's terrifying.
Let's not think about that.
No, I've got a guy who works for me who's probably like 5 or something when that happened. But yeah, and so we went to the US that year, and I've been around the world with the Barneses, the organisers of Time Attack, and so actually I suppose this event for me is, maybe it's a strong word, but it's a little bit romanticised for me. Like it's nice being here with like familiar faces in a familiar place. And I genuinely think that if I could introduce some of my Yaris customers to this community, this is a nice community to be involved in. Everyone here is friendly. So yeah,
it's a great paddock, isn't it? Everyone is super friendly. Everyone will help anyone who's got any problems as well. So what would you say to your Yaris customers then to get them to come?
Come and get involved, seriously. The only thing that anyone gets stuck with Time Attack is complication of rules and cost of equipment. But once you've bought yourself a hands and a helmet and a suit and some boots, you can go and do hill climbs, you can go and do sprints, you can go and do some Clubman motorsport if you want. You can take your little base license and you can upgrade to an ARDS test and go racing. And actually the amount of stuff you can do with a fairly simply modified car in terms of motorsport is quite big. So I'd come and get involved with this. It's a really good thing to get started in, and it is quite serious, even though you're in amongst serious cars and serious teams and serious competitors, but with your road car that you can drive here in. So just come and get involved with it.
Or trailer it.
Sorry?
Or trailer it.
Or trailer it, yes, or trailer it. Yeah, like me.
Cool, well, good luck out there this afternoon.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, we're in the same conundrum as before. As interesting as that was, and again, I was glued to the screen. I really enjoyed that. This is a person who I've heard a lot about, and String Theory Garage and so on. But I've not really seen in action or hear them talk or anything like that. But in the meantime, we've had another red flag. And I think this one is
Druids?
Tim Matthews. Is that where it is? Oh, it's Druids, is it?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's 183. Yeah, that is Tim Matthews in the. It's the only NB MX5 that we have here today.
Yeah,
dear.
talk about commentators, Gus. It's like.
Well, I mean, but we didn't say anything about Tim Matthews.
No,
right?
but
Well,
every time.
the fact that we exist
Yeah.
is going to bring out red flag. We didn't just. It only works if you're talking about how well the driver's doing, and then something happens, right? That's how it works. But like, we didn't really. I mean, we said a bit about Tim in terms of I thought that was Radu Stan's, BMW swapped car and so on. But it's not. This is a single round entry. Nice little MX-5. There was a nice lick of flame from the back of that car as Tim was braking into Paddock Hill at one point during the day. Even though it's naturally aspirated, that was, we didn't really do the nah. No,
we're not taking the blame for that
We're
one.
not taking the blame for that one. But he's out, and I mean, if I may say so myself, that doesn't look. I was just going to do the same. I'd be like, oh, that doesn't look too bad. Easy peasy, lemon peasy to fix that one. Look, it's got plastic windows. That's cool. I feel like many MX-5s don't have that. I don't think Jamie's one has.
And of course, that is on the outside of Druids, so that is a particular problem, and that is obviously why we've seen the session be red flagged, because obviously it looks like, I'm guessing, just from the some of the cameras, we can see that probably just maybe locked up under braking. Something happened, maybe brake too late, and just ended up. And obviously, yeah, the gravel will slow you down a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, unfortunately, quite an unceremonious end to that corner in the tyre barrier.
Yeah, he's going to be finding bits of gravel in there. It's with these MX-5s, there's all this urban legend that the Japanese factory workers put a 100 yen coin under the carpet or something.
Oh,
like
really?
that. Yeah. So there are different versions of this urban myth. Either they put the 100 yen coin in for all the export market cars, or they put the 100 yen coin into all the domestic market cars, or maybe this isn't even an MX-5 specific thing, and the dock workers, when exporting a car, put a coin in for good luck, and that's irrespective of what model. There's lots of different versions of this myth.
Has this been proven true? Or
Yeah,
is this just
so Jamie Biss has, he showed me the coin under his carpets.
Oh,
He
okay.
has one in there. My A86 has coins in. But part of you thinks, but you lose change in your car anyway. That's a pretty, that's just what you find in cars, is you find loose coins. Is this really urban legend worthy?
Was it under the carpet, though?
I can't remember. Maybe. But in the case of Tim
test of
Matthews,
the
he's
OMA.
going to be finding bits of gravel, isn't it? It's going to be the same thing, but with bits of gravel tucked away. So it's another variation of that myth. But as we
perhaps
get...
the opposite of the good luck.
It's the opposite
myth.
of the... Yeah, maybe he didn't have a coin.
Yeah, maybe
that's
that
what it
was the
is.
problem.
But as we get that recovery done...
And he's out of the car.
He is out of the car.
fortunately,
Yeah, you
so
can see him there, hands on hips, I think, looking not too happy with what had unfolded. But yeah, we'll give that a few minutes. I think that'll take a little while to clear. But we'll quickly jump to a little ad break. I mean, this attack too has been very eventful, and you'll have seen these videos many times. But let's have a look at them again, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, one thing remains: Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
So, looks like, there we go, that MX-5 now being moved out of the way on the back of the flatbed. If I can see, the clock has been reset to 10 minutes, so it looks like our drivers then are going to get 10 minutes left in this session. Once.
Hopefully that's 10 good laps then.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously
no more.
one out lap, so hopefully 9 good laps. But yeah, this it's been eventful today. We don't like eventful. Eventful's not good. We had an eventful Alton Park as well.
This is even more so, I think. Especially this attack too.
Yeah, so
this is like a whole soap opera. Yeah.
Well, hopefully. I mean, we've got a lot of cars out on track as well. This is the thing with this particular session.
Yeah.
I think when you're looking through the entry list, nearly half of all of the cars that are here today are in this session.
In this session, yeah.
But we've seen the light go green and
We can
the
hear them.
engines.
Okay, it's just a long pit lane or something. So that Subaru is back out.
So they are back
smoke,
out.
there's a smoky single round entry car. I think that's Darren Wilson in the TCC Racing machine. So the Bug-Eye Impreza, which was super smoky earlier on.
I had a very, very quick chat with them,
Right,
trying to recall.
It's back on the track now.
It is
so
back on track, so
couldn't have been that bad.
yeah, some older
see.
Japanese machinery.
Yeah. I think very, very on brand for this Go Japan show. Look at all the entries down the side of the screen. This is very.
Yeah, I mean they barely fit on the screen.
They barely fit.
there.
Yeah.
And again, we're kind of like, we're not actually showing everybody.
I don't think so, because we're only showing up to the top. Oh no, we're not doing up to top 5 because Classic and Retro goes up to 7th. So I guess maybe this is the full list.
Well, we've got 26 cars out in this session, so maybe one less now, so maybe 25. Yeah. But again, a lot of cars out on track.
Yep. Amy Thompson seemed to have had a moment earlier and stopped on track, but she's back now, and that car is all good again. So.
Yeah, that's good to see it back out, and I think, and then also Dan Buckingham. So I think Dan has got a suspected head gasket out.
Oh.
So, but again, he's out on track, so that's very positive. And I think even just looking around the track now, and obviously Brands Hatch quite a short circuit, so 26 cars on track, or 25 is it maybe now. Space is the real kind of like key issue that these drivers, and they really have to kind of like play the game of trying to find enough clear space to not hit upon somebody who's maybe on a cool-down lap, mid-corner, because that's your worst nightmare, is if somebody is online kind of like through the corner. And our drivers are very good at keeping an eye in their mirrors when the faster cars are coming through, but we do have some corners that are pretty much impossible to stay off the line when you've got kind of like 30s. Obviously, the line changes from one side of the track to the other, so it's very hard to stay out of the way there. But again, just seeing, I mean, it's like the M25 at the moment. There's huge amounts of traffic on the back part of the circuit right now, so that's going to be the name of the game.
Well, I was going to be a bit more flattering, because some of these shots where all of these Japanese cars are bunched up, some of them are noughties models. So we had J. Elliott's S2000, we've got the blue and white Impreza of Darren Wilson there. They're all bunched up together. It kind of reminds me of those Best Motoring DVDs, where
right.
they gather some cars and set them out on track around Tsukuba, and they all have a little race with each other. They're all super bunched up because they only race for about 5 laps, so they never build that gap out. They're always super bunched up. It kind of reminds me of that a little bit, especially when the shot is just Japanese cars. It reminds me a bit of those Best Motoring videos.
Right. what I want to see is this battle going on in pocket rockets, so forced induction. So Tommy Langley from Jamie Biss from Rafael Cesaris. So
interesting. So what's happening in pocket rocket?
So Rafael had a very dramatic moment this morning. I don't know if we caught that on camera.
There was a glimpse of it. What happened there?
So the roof came off. So when I was speaking with Wilco,
is it like a carbon fibre roof?
So it's a roof skin.
Right.
So yeah, and unfortunately it looks like that kind of like cracked and then came off, and Wilco actually had to dodge it when he was out on track.
Wow.
So yeah, that's not exactly what you want. That's not what you expect when you're out racing. But obviously, Rafa's been having an amazing season. So I think he's got 5 wins to his name, leading the championship. I went down to catch up with him earlier on. Unfortunately, the moment I chose, not particularly great timing. So we'll see if we can catch up with him at another round. But yeah, actually having a fantastic season. And I'm just going to keep an eye on their times and the battle between them in that pocket rocket force induction class.
So do you know what? There are a few. It happened just now with Rafael Cesaris, and it happened with Annie Thompson, where again I thought they were stopped or going very slowly, and I think it's because when they're on a cool down lap and there's so much overtaking traffic coming past them, they have to slow right down and for a long time to allow everyone to come through. So it looks like they've got a problem, but actually what they're doing is slowing right down.
And they're doing it on the straights where it's safe for people to pass them, so that by the time you get to the corners, hopefully there's a few less cars. I mean, I say that, but as I stand here looking around the track, there are cars in every direction on every part of the track. So yeah, they've really got that work cut out for them.
I think for me that's one of the attractions of time. I quite like that in Time Attack, because you get the feeling of racing in a pack, but you're not actually smashing doors together. So I quite like that, you know, compared to sprinting or hill climbing. You know, I've done all of this stuff, and I enjoy Time Attack the most because you've got all the action going on around you, but it's in quite a nice way. You're not worried about banging wheels and banging doors. You know, it's not about that. So you're all trying to let each other through, but you've got the fun and the excitement of having a pack buzzing around you and having to find space and the traffic and so on.
And I know the fastest car out there on track at the moment is Dean Riley. So I think again the car really suited to the track, because I know Dean will always say he's a little bit down on power, but he's obviously like he can really pedal that car. And good battle between him and Mark Donnelly is another car I did not expect to see out at Alton.
Oh, really?
Brand, sorry, because at Alton he had issues, and then so he needed a new gearbox. So I don't know if you remember. So he was actually having to hold it in gear as he was driving around, so driving one-handed. So last I saw him, I did not expect to see him back at Brands Hatch. But yeah, again, good battle between them. Just a point, what's that? 2.25 of a second between those two cars in Classic and Retro.
We had some great shots there of Jay Biss in the Pocket Rocket Force Induction MX-5, the first generation one. Firstly, overtaking Emily Birch in the Birch Racing 335D. And then just some great shots, especially coming around the second sector there, Clearways and Clark Curve, where the little MX-5 was moving around quite a lot on its, rotating quite nicely. It looked really good. Great few shots there. I think he'll want to clip that one and save it to his desktop.
So as you'll probably notice, and do we have them both out on track? So we've got 2 Birches out on track.
Yes, we do.
So we've got the GTR.
Is that a coincidence?
So that is, and I think perhaps Time Attack first, father and daughter team.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so fantastic. We've had a husband. We've got a husband and wife team. We've got boyfriend and girlfriend.
I think we've had those. Yeah.
So this is father and daughter.
That's really cute.
Fantastic. Yeah, so dad in the GTR and daughter in the BMW.
That's really nice.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
So what a fantastic mix. What a fantastic father-daughter bonding experience.
Incredible. And there we go. That's the number 271 GTR there of Jason Birch. 2017. I guess hence the 2 ones. 271. It's 271. Anyway, that's 2017 Nissan GTR. So nicely facelifted and so on. If you're wondering what the yellow sticker is on the back, that's a novice sticker, just placed in a very prominent location, but that signals to other drivers to give a little bit more room, because this driver is not necessarily experienced in competition yet. Now, Lee Fletcher saying, come on, Mark Roberts and JPR Racing, and also Chris C. What happened to the Spicy Micro? Now, there's a question. What did happen to the Spicy Micro? It's only done 2 laps. And, oh no, 5. So sorry, it's done 5. But the best lap was on lap 2, but it's done 5. But Eden Young's at the bottom of the leaderboard. So what happened there? It says he's on his out lap. Is that the case, or is that a little glitch on the timing screen, or
Maybe
what?
that's a little bit out of date. So many cars out there on track at the moment. So again, I'm just keeping an eye on, because we do have multiple different classes out in this session. Between, so in Clubman we've got Dan Buckingham. So as I mentioned, like Dan Buckingham suspected has gasket, but it's enough to get him. He's gone out and set a 53.5. So actually the fastest in Clubman.
Right, so we have the Spicy Micro. There it is. So it is on the track, but I guess it was just out late for some reason.
Okay.
Maybe waiting.
And, I mean,
maybe
very
waiting
late, because we're looking at the time. There's only 30-odd seconds on the clock. So, I mean, he'll go across the line here, and looks like he's going to go across before the checkered flag is waved.
I wonder whether he wanted to get some clear track, something like that. I mean, good luck, because even with all the cars in the pits, we've still got 20-odd cars on track right now. So, because he looks like he's going very quickly, actually. So, Eden looking pretty racy there. I think he's got sunglasses on under his helmet as well. what a cool guy.
I'm just looking down. So as we were talking in Pocket Rocket, so Pocket Rocket NA, because of course we split into the Force Induction and NA. So in Pocket Rocket NA, Mark Roberts is leading with a 55.239. And then Ryan Barker is with 53.286. And we also have another car between them with a 53.2.8. So really, really close racing from these guys. So, yeah, literally down to 0.05 of a second.
Mark Roberts, one of the few Renault-engined Clios that we have. Quite a few of our hatchbacks here in Time Attack are K-swapped. For example, even multiple Clios that have been K-swapped, but Mark
Not
Roberts
as many
there.
this year, though.
Not as many this year.
Not as many.
Not as many this year.
We've had very much a K20 class almost.
Yeah,
in previous years. Not so much this year.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that we've moved on from that chapter. I think when everything's K-swapped, it just feels a bit uniform. Is my personal opinion. But of course, if you do have a K-swap car, you are most welcome in Time Attack, obviously. But I like having some variety as well, as we do at this particular round, especially. So, checkered flag then. Whew, what a session. So let's take a look through our provisional. Oh my goodness, the timing screen is all jumbled up. So well, let's look at our provisional results then. So top of the leaderboard is Dean Riley with a 51.9. Great, that was just at the very end there. Great effort there from him. Everyone heading into Parc Fermé now. So Riley ahead of Donnelly, Young, Buckingham, Langley, Cyrus, Broke, Smith, Biss, Thompson, Elliott, Bowen, Jason Birch, Dakar, Roberts, House, Barker, Wilson, McConnell, Moon, Wilkinson, Matthews, Vieira, Greenhue, Freeman, Emily Birch, and then D. Taylor there, number 169, Luke Taylor in the Matthews Motorsport 36W. You can see there in the Parc Fermé, the dark blue E36 there, also with novice sticker. So I think that particular machine then is Luke Taylor's. So that concludes our Attack 2. Don't go anywhere yet, because we have the Racing Honda's Championship Race 2 coming up very shortly. We're going to need to do a little bit of housekeeping, especially after such an eventful and incident-packed Attack 2. But the Racing Honda's Championship Race 2 will be upon us before we know it, and that will be coming in just a few minutes.
in all the classes pretty much reversed. And we're going to wait and see how this all plays out, particularly when you've got Class B with a little bit more of a mix, and then Class A with all the different contenders and all the different reasons that you want a race victory pretty much playing out for all the drivers that are currently involved. So I'll bring up the actual grid for this one in a second so we can run through it. But James Kiff on that partial reverse grid pole, which means he's going to have a bit of an interesting time. And this is how it's going to line up. James Kiff will start then from pole position once again on the reverse grid pole. But Phil Wright, who's won here 4 times before, will be alongside him on the front row of the grid. Tommy Knight started race 1 in 3rd place. Starts there again. Can he go full sends and take his first victory of the championship? He wants to do it at home. Is it possible? Liam Collins still desperately wants that victory. He'll start from the 2nd row of the grid. Maybe he can make it happen this time, particularly as this time he has Will Self behind him. Will Self 5 times winning in a row, 6 in total, but he's going to have to do it from the 3rd row of the grid on old tyres. Can he do it this time? Might be tricky. Kevin Talbot starts in 6th in the DC5 Integra. Then it's a pair of EK Civics again on row 4. Dave Buchy and James Alford lining up from 7th and from 8th. From 9th on the grid, where we find our Class B pole sitter, Sammy Milam. He's alongside Sam Linstner, so all the Sams on row 5. Spencer Fortag and Ryan Cunningham come next from Unstoppable Dan Thackeray, who's back in 13th and 5th in class in this one. Owen Diver moves up to 6th ahead of Thomas Mitchell, and then Lucas Francis Menu starting in P16. And then further back in the grid from 17th onwards is where we find Duncan Holloway, who is out on the grid, and also Lewis Barker, who is out there too, impressively. So both of the cars that retired in race 1 are on the grid. And Callum Houch and Matt Rowling, of course, swap positions, and then they're going to start from the back of the grid in Class C with Houch on pole ahead of Rowling. So a couple of things I found out during the qualifying, during the breakdown between races 1 and 2. So Duncan Holloway went off because he was avoiding the incident that was going on between himself and Luke Crassus Menu. So Luke essentially went off the road, and then he had to try and avoid it and ended up into the barriers. And despite the car being on its side, it was pretty much good to go again. They checked in with James Kembry and all the guys at Honor Motorsport. He's fine, car's fine, all good to go. With Lewis Barker, the reason why he retired is he actually made contact with somebody going up towards clearways. He tried to go on the brakes, didn't really work, went on the brakes again, and then he went to the back of somebody else. And the contact that he made, actually, it left a flat spot on the rim, not the tyre, the rim of the car, and that's why the wheel popped off, or the tyre popped off. And because of that, he had to come back out. And there's a lot of gravel on the underneath that car, and had to get it back in there too as well. Also, speaking about Kevin Talbot, whilst he was in the Honor Motorsports awning, and he was saying that there was a bit of tweaking to that sort of support to the front splitter, but the reason why they did that, there was some lasting damage from Alton, I believe, but they seem to have fixed that and sorted it out. So maybe, potentially, he's got an opportunity to get a good result from P6 on the grid, if he can potentially manage it. It's going to be pretty tricky then, but it's going to be possibly quite an exciting occasion as the cars head off on their formation, that weaving from side to side to get some heat and temperature into the tyres and more pressure and temperature into the brakes to get them into that optimal range. You can go too hot or too cold, because if it's too hot or too cold on the brakes, and too hot, too cold on the tyres, particularly, it feels like ice. Too much temperature, you lose grip. Too little temperature, you lose grip. And track temperature can also play a factor in it as well, particularly when you've got, you really want a cooler circuit for warmer tyres. It means you can regulate the temperatures much better, also regulate the wear much better, and the pressures sort of warm as much as they can. But you've got to make a balance on formation laps, because if you weave too much and put too much heat into the tyres and also tear them up a bit too much, you're going to use them up too much before you get to the end of the race. And particularly when you've got cars and drivers who are using tyres pretty much a weekend, like Will Self did, and actually double weekend stinting tyres. It's not always easy. I believe there's been 1 or 2 little delays from tyres coming through, but some of the drivers who have managed to get new tyres or save them for this weekend certainly trying to take full advantage. So, James Kiff then, who we know has the pace in the car, starting from pole position. He'll try and give it his full send. I spoke to him earlier on, and he said, I'm just going to send it. I'm just going to go for it and see what happens. That's all you can really do in that situation. These partially reverse grids really give some tantalising prospects. We had a cracking second race, if you remember. If you get to watch that back, particularly the opening 2 laps, Will Self put in a blinding opening lap to go 7th to 1st by barely half a lap. It was stunning. He went round the outside of somebody at Island Bend. Then he made the pass up the inside of Fraser McNeil. Shout out to Kilty K-Swap, so not here this weekend. They'll be back at Knock Hill, and got to a lead and was challenged towards the end by Tommy Knight, but then the red flag saved him. He was saved by the red flag again at the first race earlier on, and that was with about 3 minutes to go. But potentially now he's behind Liam Collins and a few other drivers. He might not get that luxury, but we'll wait and see if he can move his way through. So just a quick ID check. It's the white Integra DC2 of James Kiff on pole position, the grey and yellow EP3 of Phil Wright, then the blue EK Civic of Tommy Knight. 4th place is where we find Liam Collins, then Will Self, Kevin Talbot in the green DC5 Integra, Dave Buchy's white EK, and the black EK of James Alford. Then we have the Class B cars in their separate rows, and Class C just lining up at the back. You know the drill. It's all calm and quiet in this championship until the VTEC kicks in, and it will do in a few moments' time. Green flag at the back. Is this going to be a tantalising race? I surely hope so. Right, 5-second board is up. Round 12 of Racing Hondas 2025 from Brands Hatch is go. It's a decent start for Kip, but not as good as it was for Phil Wright. He's up the inside, but a better second phase of the start does give James Kip a lead. Here comes Tommy Knight. Tommy Knight on his toes, up the inside, down towards Paddock Hill Bend. He got inside, there's contact. Round goes James Kip into the gravel. James Kip is off from pole position. That's a disaster for him. He's off into the barriers. That might well be a safety car. But Tommy Knight hits the front, but I'm not sure if there was contact. There might have been a bit of a touch into Paddock Hill Bend up the inside. But Tommy Knight hits the front in the EK Civic. Phil Wright's into second place. Will Self's up to third from fifth. But it's Kevin Talbot, Dave Buki, Liam Collins has dropped back. I think he dropped back to avoid the contact between the two of them. There are yellow flags down at Paddock Hill Bend. Whether there's a safety car or not, we're yet to be seen. In fact, yes, it is. Safety car boards and flags are out. Safety car has been deployed. And that is a bit of a disappointment, particularly when James Kiff was so optimistic of getting a great start, and it all comes to nothing at the end of basically turn one. Now, all we can say is it looked like there was contact between them. We're not going to portion blame. That's for the stewards. That's for Stacey, our race director, to work out and talk to a bunch of the drivers. All we can say is the facts at the moment. It's Tommy Knight in the lead of the race, Phil Wright's in second place, and Tommy. It's then third place for Will Self. He's up for fifth on the grid. Fourth is Kevin Talbot. Fifth is Dave Buki. Sixth is Liam Collins. Seventh is James Alford. Then we have the Class B contenders, and that has Sammy Milam at the front. Ryan Cunningham second. Dan Thackeray up to third already, past both what looks like Luke Crassus Menu and Spencer Fortag. But Luke Crassus Menu is up to fifth, so he's had a cracking start from the first couple of positions. Owen Diver's up there as well and holding position. And both Lewis Barker and Duncan Holloway are also still there too. So that's pretty crucial for that run. So under the safety car we go. And hopefully it's a short one. They're going to try and very quickly snatch James Kiff's car out of the barrier. But that's such a disappointment. James Kiff, he was so optimistic coming into this race. He felt that the pace is there. They've lots of great work. And that's important. Sammy Lintzer's also in the pits as well. I should call him Sam, not Sammy, but that's not the point because he's in with trouble. That's a left front they're changing on that car as well. So whether it's puncture, wheel damage, something else that's happened, but they're changing the left front on Sam Lintzer's car. Now, if he can get out quickly enough, he won't go a lap down. He can try and catch the back of the train before the safety car comes in. They're trying to get him out as quick as possible. I think they're done. And safety car is up at McLaren, and Sam Lintzer's moving. So that means he is possibly going to get out, and he won't go down a lap. And if he can go quick enough, he should be able to catch the back of the train. So a quick recap of where the order is. Tommy Knight leads the way. Phil Wright in second place. Will Self is third. Kevin Talbot fourth. Buki's up to fifth. Collins is down to sixth. He started fourth on the grid, down 2 spots. Remember on the bottom right there, you can see you can vote for your Lucas Oil top driver by using the QR code. So be sure to use that and to vote who you think has impressed you the most. And then outside of the top 6, we've got James Alford 7th, Sammy Milam, who leads in Class B for Ryan Cunningham, Dan Thackeray, Spencer Fortag, Luke Crassus Menu, then Owen Diver, Thomas Mitchell, who's our single round entry, Lewis Barker, Duncan Holloway, Matt Rowling, Callum Houchin, and then Sam Lintzler, who hasn't gone a lap down. Whereabouts is he? He's just at Graham Hill Bend, so he's going quick enough, I think, to catch the train. Now they have also, at Paddock Hill Bend, you can see in the background as it's coming to shop, they have pulled James Kiff's car away from the barrier. I think they're going to try, if they can, to get it across the circuit so they can try and get it going. Because ultimately what they want to do, typically, is get this race back underway as quickly as possible with 11.5 minutes to go. And hopefully we get a run all the way to the flag and get a pretty competitive race out of it all. Because we're a bit disappointed with the fact we finished 3 minutes before the end under red flag because of the incident we had with Crassus Menu going off and then Duncan Holloway's car up on its side. Not as dramatic, but just poor James Kiff, basically, off the road. And that's another retirement. It's his second retirement of the season, and not what he was planning to really have at any point. No one plans to retire, but... So, just stacking up behind the safety cars, just slowing the pace a little bit so they can try and give the snatch vehicle some more time, because it's just dragging or bringing James Kiff's car across the road. So it's bringing it to the inside of the circuit, so it's a much quicker route than trying to get it back behind the barriers through the gravel, just so it's a safer spot on the inside where it's less likely to be tagged, fingers crossed. So I think they're going to get one more lap around behind the safety car, because it's not going to come in this time by. It's way too soon for it. You'll know it's going to come in because the safety car lights will go out, typically on the back straight, on the Cooper straight running towards 30s, and then the pack will start to stack up, and Tommy Knight becomes the safety car basically when that happens. He decides then to set the pace, to pull everyone together, on the restart. It's up to him, and he chooses when to restart this race. It's him that decides to pull the pin. And everyone just stacking up a little bit. Just have a little feeling that now things are a little more charged under this safety car now. Tommy Knight will be feeling the pressure, but he's been talking a big game all week, since Alton Park, since all through this week, coming into the weekend. He even said it with Charlie on the interview as well. I'm going for it. I want this victory. I'm going to go for it. He certainly went for it into Paddock Hill Bend. Whether there's connotations from that, it's not for us to say, but ultimately what happened happened, and Tommy Knight finds himself in the lead. So they should get one more time around. They have pulled, yeah, James's car is fully to the inside of the road now, so shouldn't be an issue. Track is clear, so I'm expecting that race control will extinguish the lights on the safety car. So just a reminder of where we are then. Tommy Knight leads then. It's 9.5 minutes to go. Time is going really quickly. Time flies in racing Hondas when you're having fun. We do have plenty of fun in this championship. So safety car getting a little quicker. Just keep my eyes open. Are the safety car lights out? I expect they will be. Yes, they are. Exit Granny Pond Bend. Right, stand by then. Just about 9 minutes to go in this race. Still just over halfway, and you'll see Tommy Knight just starting to back the pack up a little bit, just trying to go at his pace. Everyone starts to kind of line up behind him. Possibly a bit of a dummy. I think he's gone a little early. He's gone quite early before 30, so he's not hanging around at all. And the Class B runners are not on their toes either. They've actually stepped back a little bit. Sammy Marlin's gone a little too late and not really going with them. Different class anyway. But Tommy Knight with the early restart might have worked a trick because he's now got through the final couple of corners. Safety car just came in as he came past it. Timed it beautifully. And now on the pit straight, Tommy Knight's got a clear gap on the restart. We're back to green flags in round 12 of Racing Hondas. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend. And it is Knight who leads, right in second place. Self in third. Then Talbot, followed by Buki, followed by Collins, followed by Alford. That's the 7 Class A runners. Milam leads Class B, Cunningham in second place, then Thackeray, Fortang, Crassus Menu, Diver, Mitchell, Barker and Holloway. And in Class C, Matt Rowling has managed to get past Callum Houchin quickly on that first start. He's got ahead of him, and Lintzner has joined the back of the queue, so he'll pick his way through as best he can. Out of Graham Hill Bend we go on the restart then. Stacking up for, this is for 4th position, Talbot with Buki and Collins. And I expect, all due respect to Buki, that Collins might well give him a challenge in the next few corners. He's pushing hard, looks at the outside line going into the right-hander at Clark Curve and through clearways, through McLaren in clearways. There's James Alford. And now the Class B battle stacking up because Milan's got the defending champion, Ryan Cunningham, looming large in his mirrors, but he's got Thackeray looming in his mirrors too. So it's going to be 3 for the lead in Class B down the pit straight. And keep an eye on the Class A battle, and as I predicted, Liam Collins has got past Dave Buki, so that's him up into 5th position, into the top 5 as Cunningham closes in, gets a little closer, just focusing on that. His eyes will be squarely focused on that rookie cross to the back of Sammy Marlin because he knows he can pressure him. Up towards Druids, again, forces Marlin to go defensive. Thackeray thinks to the outside line into the 180-degree hairpin. Fortang's going with them as well in the FN2. And Collins is not hanging around. You can see he's already dropped Dave Buki and straight onto the tail of the DC5 Integra, that of Kevin Talbot, who would love a podium if he can. But 4th place is the best result he have equalled in the last 6 races. And Collins thinking, I'm going to put you under as much pressure as I can. Trying to squeeze by on the inside line. He's now nose to tail as they come out of clearways and through Clark Curve. He's trying to squeeze up the inside. But Talbot's got the racing line and track position. But Collins might have a look into Paddock Hill Bend. He's in the slipstream, down the pit straight towards Paddock. Thinks to the outside line. We'll try and get the up and under here. Not quite the high, wide and handsome line, as Brian Jones would say. But he's certainly giving it a go. Meanwhile, for the lead, here comes Phil Wright. Now, remember, he's won 4 times here in the past in this championship, including back at Brands here in June. As Liam Collins hustling the rear end of Kevin Talbot, pushing him hard as they come down the hill. Has a dart up the inside. Little dummy. He's trying to put Talbot offline. Little wide on the exit of the corner. Collins gets a much better punch off the corner where he can. As now the leading 3 are stacking up together. Knight has Phil Wright almost on his rear wing, and Self is keeping with them. I'm impressed with the fact that Will Self, who says doesn't like this circuit, his tyres are now practically 2 meetings old, and he's still in the hunt for the lead here as we keep watching this battle. And there are packs of 3 forming now. You've got Knight, Wright and Self, then Talbot, Collins and Buki together. Then you've got the Class B battle, which is still Milam versus Cunningham versus Thackeray, with Fortang trying to tag along to make it a 4-pack. Into Paddock Hill Bend they go, back towards Druids, and still stacking up here. And Tommy Knight will get his elbows out. He's not going to let this lead go by any stretch of the imagination. Fastest lap of the race has gone to Liam Collins. Again, getting close to the lap record. It's a 52.006. He's done a 52.095. So pushing hard. And he couldn't push Kevin Talbot harder if he tried. He's really going for it, going this way and that to try and make a move. Just swinging behind his car in his mirrors, trying to find a route through. But Talbot is holding fast and putting up a really strong defence here. And Collins had a look up the inside. I spoke too soon. Up the inside he goes. He puts himself onto Collins Talbot's door. They're going to go wheel to wheel through Clark Curve onto the pit straight. They are side by side, and it's going to be Collins who will get the side draft, but Talbot's got a little bit of extra punch in the DC5. He's got a little bit more straight line speed, but Collins might just send it into Paddock Hill Bend, takes the wider approach, thinks better of it, looks for the undercut, then looks for the inside line, gives him a helpful nudge into the corner. Come on, get on with it, Kevin. I want to get after the leaders. Because the longer he stays here, the less chance he's got to catch the top three. He's got the fastest lap of the race, and he cannot find a way around Kevin Talbot to save his life. Still waiting for his first victory. And fair play to Kevin Talbot, just defending and holding his line, not doing anything else. For Class B, still as it was, I think. No, it's changed because Ryan Cunningham's now into the lead of that one, and Thackeray's into second, Spencer Forsyth into third. So something happened out of my vision to Sammy Milam whilst I was looking at the Class A battles. So Milam down to fourth, changed now with Cunningham in front. Here's the replay. That's what happened. Oh, and Dan Thackeray gave Milam a headbutt, and there goes Spencer Forsyth. Cheers, boys. Make it easy for me, why don't you? Up the inside he goes, 2 for the price of 1. Magic. So that's up into second place before he was second place for Fortad because Thackeray got him back. But this could be another one where Ryan Cunningham wins on pace alone and Dan Thackeray gets caught up in somebody else's incident. So Cunningham had made the move on Milam. Milam tried to come back at him, locked up, and there it was. So into the hairpin, 4 minutes to go. Still, Liam Collins cannot get past Kevin Talbot, and still the top 3 in Class A has not changed. Out of Graham Hill Bend they go, and Knight's getting away here. In the lead of the race, we're still watching the battle for 4, but as we see that, Tommy Knight is getting away because Will Self, whose rear end is sliding around like anything. It was doing that at the start of race 1. And watch back on the social media clips, and that car was sideways through Graham Hill Bend at the start. So it certainly shows he's got a lack of grip, but it might be that he likes it oversteering. Either way, he's pushing as hard as he dares because he knows he's on a win streak to keep up, and also he's finishing behind Phil Wright at the moment if it stays as it is, with 3.5 minutes to go. But Tommy Knight is pushing on. Is he about to back up all the big talk he's made since Alton Park? I can do this. I can win a race. I've got pace. I can make this happen. I'm going for it. I'm sending it. And this could be the option that he makes it happen. In front of his home crowd as well as home circuit. Certainly got to hold on for 3 minutes. Holding on is something that Kevin Talbot is still doing to Liam Collins, who now puts himself to the outside down towards Graham Hill Bend. Talbot shows him the edge of the road. He can't go to the apex. Goes round the outside. And he has to give him space because he is practically there on his rear wheel. But still, Kevin Talbot will not budge. Still, he won't let him through. There's still no move through. And also looking at the leaders, and keep an eye on this out of my commentary box window, the fact that Phil Wright is defending from Will Self behind, it's letting Tommy Knight get away. He was across by 1.2 seconds at the line. It's now still 1.2. They're lapping pretty similarly. They're doing 52.2s, 52.3s, so the pace between all three is pretty even. So Wright and Self are not making inroads on this gap that Tommy Knight has. It's 2.5 minutes to go. As Wright goes more to the inside line to defend for himself for second place. Then the battle for fourth, and Talbot again fully to the inside. He does not trust going to the racing line. Scholar thinks, right, I'll just send it round the outside then. No gap to get through. Still Kevin Talbot won't let him through. This is a real steadfast defence here. Battle of the Integras, and the DC5 is beating the DC2. Again, out of Graham Hill Bend. Now the sprint down Cooper Straight towards Surtees. There's still no way to get through. 2 minutes left. They've dropped Dave Buki. I'll quickly just check in with the rest of the classes, as I should do. Cunningham still leads from Thackeray, with Fortag in third, Milam and Crassus Menu, and it's still Rowling from Houchin in Class C, to mention that. Only car we've lost is James Kiff. That's an important one. So I make it now. I make it 2 laps to go. 1 minute 40 on the clock. 2 more laps for Tommy Knight to do this. And this might well be, I think, possibly the best interview Charlie does all weekend, because he's going to be absolutely buzzing after this one. And again, he's backing up the words he said all weekend. He's got a lap and a half to do it. Can he hold on? Back to the battle for fourth. Still Talbot. Still Collins tries to get the up and under on the exit of Graham Hill Bend. Tries to put himself alongside. He's got enough poke to get himself on his door down towards Graham Hill Bend, but still he can't do it. Thinks, right, screw this. I'm going around the outside. That's an incredible pass down the outside from Liam Collins. He just took some caution to the wind, went round the outside, confirms it at Surtees. That's one of the passes of the season, never mind the race. Absolutely sensational from Liam Collins. Took that like he absolutely meant it. Fantastic. And Liam Collins thinks, right, thanks for that, Kevin. I can't catch the top 3 now, so I'll just give you that and absolutely send off into the distance. Magnificent. Now then, I think we're on to the last lap of the race, because now Tommy Knight is heading up through towards Druids for the final time. Will Self is still giving Phil Wright as much pressure as possible, the top 2 in the championship, and Will Self looks to the outside. Again, Wright defends, but the harder these two fight each other, I've said it so many times, the easier it is for Tommy Knight to get away. 25 seconds left on the clock. It's certainly going to be, I think, the last lap of the race. Could be a late change for third between Fortag and Milan for third position. Cunningham's away and gone in third in the lead. Second place still for Thackeray in class, and this battle goes on all the way to checkered flag. Now, is Tommy going to get to the flag before? Is the flag going to fly first, or is it going to be there? Checkered flag is out, and so as he comes to the checkered flag, it is going to be finally a first victory at the championship for Racing Hondas for Tommy Knight. He wins round 12 of Racing Hondas 2025, and he has waited a long, long time for that victory, and he will be absolutely buzzing. Tommy Knight, his first victory in Racing Hondas. The EK Civic comes good at last. Phil Wright takes second place, and importantly points away from Will Self. Third goes to Will on used tyres, and again towards the end there's a battle for third place between Spencer Fortag and Milam. Milam's up the inside, he's got the run he needs. It's FN2 versus EP3, a drag race as Cunningham wins Class B from Thackeray. Now it's side by side for third. Fortag, Milam to the line. Who's going to get it there? Just a little bit edge across the line. It's going to be Fortag, only just by 0.127 seconds. And also, Liam Collins, to show his frustration, out of all the things he does on the last lap of the race, he sets a new fastest lap. He does a 51.7, and I think that's by far a new class lap record on top of it. Incredible. And Class C, we should mention also too, Matt Rowling across the line takes another class win and more points. But if you're around the circuit, he's a local boy. Give this boy a round of applause. Tommy Knight, he's a local driver, and he certainly deserves it. He has worked very hard. He's been working on that car. He had the pace at Alton Park. He really did try so hard to make it happen. And he was a lap and a half away from challenging. And he said it all week. I've got the pace, I've got the car, I can do this. And he's done that, of course. Now, I don't want to put a dampener. Of course, there was what happened at turn 1 with Paddock Hill Bend. We'll wait and see. But let's just enjoy the moment for what it is, because Tommy Knight is victorious. Phil Wright second, Will Self in third, Liam Collins in fourth, and Kevin Talbot. So there it is, a first victory in the championship at round 12 of Racing Hondas. Tommy Knight takes the win by 2 seconds in the EK Civic, with Phil Wright in second place and Will Self rounding off the podium in third. Liam Collins fourth, Kevin Talbot fifth, and Kevin Talbot got his elbows out for so much of that race, and Collins, in this frustration, just pumps in a new fastest lap of the race just for good measure. It's 6th for Dave Buki, 7th for James Alford. Ryan Cunningham takes another Class B victory. That's his third win of the season, and another one on pace ahead of Dan Thackeray. Spencer Fortag just held on to third in the end of the flag, with Smile in fourth and Crassus Meadow in P5. Lewis Barker in sixth and Thomas Mitchell in seventh place. Our guest driver for Honor Motorsport picks up P7. And then it's Sam Linster who had to pit with a wheel problem, so he comes home in 8th in class from Duncan Holloway. And then it's going to be Matt Rowling who beats Callum Hatch as the flag for another Class C win. And the only finisher we had, retiree later on, was Owen Diver in the pits. And we lost James Kiff, the pole sitter, didn't get further than turn 1. And sadly, we never got the chance to find out what would happen if he would send it, but incredible. In fact, his car's just heading back towards the Parc Fermé now. And that was certainly a race where there was lots of tension, lots of battling going on, and some great moments for the season. I think the key moments was Liam Collins, his pass around the outside at Graham Hill Bend. You don't normally make a pass down the outside at Graham Hill Bend. That was phenomenal, and he got it signed, sealed, delivered by swept across and towards Surtees. That boy's overdue a victory. He really is. And so if he can pull off moves like that, if he can pull off new, I'm sure it's a new lap record. I'm sure it's a new lap record for the race. Not quite. I think it was a 51.7, so it's 51.6 is the lap record, which he still holds from racing here back in June. Wow. And there's still 4 more races left to go in the championship. 2 at Knockhill, which I cannot wait for. It's a proper little Scottish roller coaster. Anyone who hasn't been there before or seen it, they will absolutely love it. That's going to happen at the end of the month on the 27th of September. And the season finale, if you can make it for the final round of the season at Modified Live at Snetterton on the 19th of October, do it, because if that's the action that Racing Hondas can provide and the tension it can provide, you do not want to miss the season finale. If you can't make it, of course, tune into the Time Attack streams as well. If you want all the information on the championship, including stuff for next year, including the new S2000 Cup that's coming in for 2026, a new class coming in for next year, head to the website racinghondas.uk and find out more on social media. Give them a follow on social media and subscribe to all the channels that are broadcasting Time Attack as well on top of that too. So we're just waiting patiently to have a chat with our class winners, which Charlie will be down there to have a look. I imagine it's going to be quite an energetic interview with Tommy, I imagine, given the fact he's going to be absolutely buzzing from that one. Of course, Ryan Cunningham will be satisfied with his 3rd win of the season, and again beating Dan on pace. And it's that reverse grid again. Ryan managed to pick his way through, and Dan got, of course, held up by getting caught up in Sammy Milam locking up and then just being right in his path. So if it hadn't happened, it might have been a slightly different story. And then Matt Rowling again, another victory for him, beating Callum Hatch, and it's no honours even between them, 1-0 all like it was at Alton Park. 2 wins for Matt. He continues to push on to become a Class C winner. So we're just waiting now for our signal to throw down. And as I mentioned, 4 races left in the championship. This should make things pretty interesting. I'm sure that particularly the fact that Phil Wright did manage to pick up some points again to claw it back from Will Self. Claw some points back from Will Self, because Will's taken quite a few of him, both from qualifying and from race 1. We will hand her back to Alexi and Susie shortly for our final track action for Time Attack. So the super attack will be coming up shortly. When that gets underway, where the big points are going to be scored. And it's crazy how quickly the season's gone in that case. We're already up to September, and so we've got 4 more races left in Racing Hondas. It's been an incredible year for so many reasons in this championship. 3rd year for Racing Hondas. It's evolving again next year with the class structure that we have and the new S2000, and it's going to be quite fascinating to see how this championship continues to grow and evolve and get better and better as the seasons, as the race weekends, and as the years go on. It's going to be pretty fascinating. If you want to keep along for the ride, if you want to join in, if you've got a Racing Honda, if you want to just keep following the championship, go to the website, go to the social media channels, watch the live streams. Everything else will give you all the information that you need. So waiting for the signal to hand down. And this should mean some pretty interesting connotations in the championship. Of course, the battling which you saw between Phil Wright and Will Self was what allowed Tommy to get away. So we'll see on that one. Of course, the battle we have for 4th, where Kevin Talbot just kept on stacking up Liam Collins as much as possible, until eventually he managed to find that bingo pass around the outside through Graham Hill Bend, which is absolutely sensational. And then for Class C, fortunately didn't see too much of, but Sammy Milam had his moment in the sun in Class B. There a few laps, didn't see exactly how he lost all the positions, but we saw the replay where he locked up into Druids on that side. And so the championship just rumbles on off to Scotland in a few weeks' time. Again, we can see our super attack cars are just heading out for their final run. I'll duly hand over to Susie and Alexi once they're done. We're just waiting for our drivers to get together, which they're right at the assembly area, so we're all waiting up at the top of the circuit. So I can just enjoy the air conditioning up in the commentary box a little longer before we head across. I think we can now, so we head up to...
Right, we are down here, fresh off of race 2, with Class A winner Tommy Knight. Home track, first win. How was that?
Finally, we got the win. Long overdue, and makes it all better that I've got all my people here. Yeah. Home track, yeah, great first race, great second race. I've had a bit of contact with James on the first corner, but it was a gap where I was already there. It's just an unfortunate racing incident, but other than that, I'm just over the moon, finally.
Obviously, what went through your head when that safety car come out? Because you were leading at that point. What was going through your head?
Well, I had a bit of a gap, and I thought this isn't going to help. But then I thought, oh, if it stays out, then it's a bit of the race. But I want to go racing. It's just going crazy. So I was just hoping for the last lap board. Oh, so
you had Phil and Will right behind you. They were battling out, but that just allowed you to just make that gap bigger and bigger.
Yeah, no, Phil. I saw he was holding off Will, and I just thought, yes, please, you lot battle, and I'll just drive off. So yeah, I've got to thank Will as well. But I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Europa, TSR, and everyone else, friends and families. Without these lot, I wouldn't have been here.
So they are behind the camera cheering him on right now.
This is for all of them, because I wouldn't be able to do this without them. So
amazing! Wow, congratulations, Tom. You said you were going to win today, and you got the win.
I told you, didn't I?
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Right, we're going to grab Ryan over. So Ryan is our Class B winner. He's literally just making his way over now. So he did manage to get the win today over Dan. Come over. Ryan, how was that you? Congratulations.
Thank you, yeah. It's a good race.
Yeah,
the reverse grid's always tricky. Yeah, and it makes a good race as well. Dan was obviously pressuring me the first half. Seeing where I could maybe make a move on Sammy, where I was a bit quicker, and then just sent in turn one into paddock just to try and get in front. And then I think Sammy and Dan had a bit of coming together, give me a bit of a gap, and brought it home.
Obviously, you've closed the gap on the points a little bit now. We've only got 2 rounds left. Hoping for like a few last minutes in the last 2 rounds.
Hopefully, yeah. Fingers crossed. Yeah. It's nice to have a quick teammate. So he did show me a good enough amount of respect as well. So yeah, it's good racing.
Oh, well, congratulations again. Thank you. Right, we're going to grab Matt over now. Matt, Class C winner. Matt, how was that? Clean sweep today. How was that?
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, car definitely felt better. Decided to have a look around the outside like I used to do in the ovals. So miss the old over days. So that was
the good old days over.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So really good fun. Really enjoyed that. Callum kept me honest through the whole race. Really enjoyed that. It was really good fun.
Obviously, we spoke last week. A few tweaks to the setup. Do you feel that paid off for race 2?
I'm not sure. The circuit feels greasy today, if I'm honest. The little setup we made for race 1, I didn't get to test it properly, but I feel like now there is something there. Just need to dial it in. So yeah, I think we're going the right way. So yeah, it's working.
Dial it in for not kill.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
It's a long travel.
It is. It's got to be worth it.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Right, that is everything for us today with the racing Hondas. We've had some fantastic racing, few incidents, but it's all overall a very good day.
And we jump straight into our super attack here for our pro classes. That's Club Pro, Pro, and Pro Extreme. Very short change over there from the Hondas to the time attackers. And Luke Sędziakowski already right off the bat with a 46.2. Very, very speedy there for the Tegawa machine. Bradley John second overall with a 47.9. Andy Hughes 48.5. Josh Barrett 49.1. Michael Osborne 49.4. Ilya Krylov is back on track and lapping pretty quickly, which is good to see. 51.0 there for him. Eric Holmes 51.1. Dennis Winner 51.7. And Martina Ward 54.2, although she did do 52s earlier on.
I'm not sure how many laps we're going to see from Ilya actually today. He said so wheel bearing issues.
Oh no!
So I think he wanted to get a lap in, as we said again, a banker lap, and then might have to call it a day whilst all the wheels are still attached to the cars. So it does tend to be a top tip for getting a good time. So.
Looks pretty. Something was a bit smoky on the back of Bradley John's car. I thought that was mist, like from rain, spray, but of course it's not raining. Maybe that's dust, gravel, dust or something. Maybe they put down dust to clean up a spillage or something. Yeah, I'm not sure, but there was a lot of particles coming off the back of Bradley John's car there. Martina Ward here in the 997 That Mini.
Yeah, just had a super quick catch up with MJ, and she was saying actually really not happy with her performance in the last session.
Oh, okay.
So again, we'll keep an eye out on times.
Did she elaborate on that?
I think she said probably just pushing a little bit too hard. Sometimes laps were, as she said, a little bit scrappy, so she wasn't very happy with that. But she's set a 52.2.
There you go. So she's back.
So she's literally, what is that? 0.2 of a second off Dave's time. So
that's not bad.
Absolutely fantastic. Again, for a car that's.
There you go. Bradley
car,
John
so
does have something wrong.
Oh yeah. So that does not look good. Some smoke coming out from under the bonnet.
They're not running around, are they?
No,
they looked pretty chill about it.
Yeah, hopefully that's nothing too serious.
Maybe some oil burning off or something.
Yeah, it might be oil dripping onto something.
Yeah,
and then kind
something
of like burning
like
off.
They looked pretty relaxed about it.
They did look pretty chill, so hopefully that's a good sign. And then meanwhile, what's happening out on track? So we've got Andy Hughes out in Pro Extreme. Is he out on track? Yes, he is. Coming up in the very wide white Impreza there.
It's cool how we've got two matching ones, both in Pro Extreme.
Yeah, both with huge aero, right?
Yeah.
It's like just to stand in between them. It's all of the wings. So that's what Andy said last night. It was like, even the little side wings, he was like, oh, you can stand on those. He was like, just step on it. I was like, I don't want to. I would not step on a man's carbon. That would be sacrilege. But obviously, it has to be strong enough to take the weight of a person, because the amount of downforce that they're generating. You can see all of the sparks.
Very cool.
Flying
so
off
cool.
that. So again, these really kind of like big aero, but it's and it's crazy aero. In a way, it looks almost ridiculous, but they're very much for a purpose and serving to press those cars right down into the floor. Yeah, so you see there, and actually just catching all of the sparks around clearways, where, and actually just
going down the straight,
sparks going down the straights as well. So, yeah.
And of course, on the straights, you're going to have the biggest
maximum
speeds,
downforce,
and you're going to have the maximum downforce. So,
yeah,
that was really cool.
Yeah, and these are, and you can very much see Andy's new get out of my way lights, basically. And as we know, when the lights are on, someone is on a hot lap. So yeah, he's got those lights on and flashing away there.
Darren Spooner, it was so interesting what he was saying earlier about how much happier he is with the car now that he's dialed the power back.
Yeah.
Even if it's theoretically not as competitive as it used to be or something like that, but he was just so much happier with how it drove.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, you know, between rounds, our drivers have to do, and their teams have to do a lot of work to keep these cars going. And obviously, if you have to fix the car between every round, you know, it's a lot to do.
Yeah.
And I was quite frankly amazed to see Darren Spooner here today, because obviously they had that off Alton hit the hole and actually almost pretty much demolished the front end of the car. And so he's had to kind of remake all of those parts. Nothing's off the shelf. But yeah, great to see it back. Absolutely loved this car. As he said though, dialed down from the max power it can run, but just so that hopefully he gets to take it home and he has fun with the car.
I mean, he said he built it 20 years ago or something, and he's been driving this exact chassis for a long time.
Yeah, and it's you know, it's an older car as well,
Yeah,
so
it's so cool.
Not easy to kind of like find parts for. So, but yeah, it's great to see him back out today. Like I say, only 2 weeks to kind of like turn that around from Alton Park.
Yeah.
So
Incredible. Yeah, what a turnaround.
Fantastic effort.
Yeah, I must admit, I thought that was going to be him out for a little while because it looks pretty big.
Well, there's several people here today that I did not expect to see today in different classes. So yeah, again, just a real testament to the drivers and their teams of the work that goes in behind the scenes to get the cars here.
Luke Sadrzykowski's back out, so the man currently at the top of the leaderboard with the 46.2. He was in the pits for a while, but he's back out now.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that 46 there. I know he's wanting to better his time, like to get down into the 45s. So, and it is a little bit cooler out there now, so we'll see if that kind of like helps the cars to put in that optimum time.
Yep, let's see.
And again,
what
the
he
big
can do.
sparks come from, again, big aero on Luke's car as well.
Yeah.
Just keep an eye on. It's interesting, you see the car, really moving around a lot.
Just looking at his, trying to see his.
I'm not sure.
Okay, Sector 1, 28.4, so no improvement there for Sector 1. And indeed, that was a 47.2.
Yeah, 47.2, so.
A little bit of drift from his personal best. But of all the sessions, this one has the least cars and the clearest track. In fact, it looks pretty normal, actually. I think a lot of, big slide there as well. Quite unusual to see in a car like this with all that downforce, but of course still rear-wheel drive and still incredibly torquey. But moving around more than I'm used to, than I'm used to seeing.
And again, I guess that was slide coming out of Druids, right? So it's, again, slower corner, and then I guess then your downforce is not working for you.
True.
Again, if you're used to the car when you're absolutely flying around high-speed corners, then you've got all of that downforce working for you. So as we see, like now going down into paddock, fast corner, and so, but also big. You have to be very brave going into this. But yeah, then the downforce kind of like really helping. But Druids, maybe not so much because it is so much of a slower corner.
He did set a personal best, a session best Sector 1.
Okay.
No improvement overall. Let's see what his Sector 1 time is going to be now.
So we'll keep an eye on him.
27.7, so he improves his Sector 1 time again.
Yeah, as he comes around 30s, and you see rear of the car really kind of dancing around there. on grip limit.
I don't feel like we've seen that before.
And running right to the edge at clearways. Really tricky corner to get right because it goes on for a very long time.
No improvement again. Wait.
Oh, 46.6.
Yeah, 46.6,
Close, but yeah, no improvement on his time.
Now he's come across traffic and flicked the lights off. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the end of his little run.
Well, he had 2 flying laps there as well.
Yeah.
Again, when we're talking about the cars, trying to keep them in that optimal temperature, 2 laps, 2 hot laps is quite a lot for the cars.
So I watched on this video review of all of these different tires that I watched yesterday. These racing slicks that they're permitted to run in these classes, in the pro classes, and they had loads of data like laser scanners and thermometers, all this stuff, and they don't fall off in the same way that road tires do. So actually these slicks that are made for it, from what I gathered, that temperature window is less finicky than on a tire that's built for the road and has lots of compromises in, and of course a lower price point as well. So actually these purpose-built slicks can take it, of course you still need to warm them up just the same, but they seem to maintain that level of performance a bit longer. But there's all the other stuff to consider as well.
Yep. Yeah. And actually we're still seeing Ilya out on track, so he's still putting in the laps.
Yeah.
Which is good going for someone who's worried about his wheel bearings.
Yeah. Currently second in class, 49.9, behind Michael Osborne with a 49.4. Perhaps he can, maybe he feels like he can sniff a win.
Yeah, maybe.
And it's worth risking the bearing, maybe. Or maybe he found out that it was something entirely different, and actually he's fine to go out, maybe.
I mean,
lots of maybes.
Yeah, again, I think they're pretty happy to drive the car, and I mean, I don't want to say drive it until the wheels fall off, but you know.
No, not in this case.
But yeah, we'll see. I'm just keeping an eye on the times.
No improvement there from him, so about a 10th off his personal best. No improvement from Ilya Krylov in the Haltech machine. Heading into drill, and indeed he switched, he flicks his lights off. Nope, that's it for now. Perhaps he'll head into the pits to preserve that wheel bearing. MJ, the 997, that mini, heads around Druid's. Headlights, I think, are on. Quite hard to tell from this shot.
It's quite hard to tell in the daylight, isn't it?
Yeah.
See, quite a lot of these cars, we see these aftermarket LEDs on the front, and then it's very, very visible.
Then it's very clear. Yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They're on.
on.
Yeah, you can see the reflection. Yeah, okay. No improvement in Sector 1, though, it would appear. 32.5 there, her most recent effort through Sector 1, and it's a 21.0 in Sector 2, so 53.6. So, yeah, a big chunk slower than her personal best.
But yeah, again, I just want to give a big shout out to MJ. This is not her car.
Yeah.
This is only the second time she's driven it. And going out there and setting a 52.2 in that car is absolutely incredible.
Very impressive.
And I think we'll see if there's a bit of an argument about who ends up driving it next time. Is it going to be Dave or is it going to be MJ? We'll wait and see.
Ilya with his lights back on. No improvement in Sector 1. Perhaps he's gearing himself up for another attack as he crosses the line. No improvement. That's a 50.5 from Ilya, but I think perhaps he was just gearing up to mount an assault here as the track clears up, and you can see him heading into Druids looking pretty racy. As he makes his way to, so there you go, that's a car with bright lights. You know he's on a hot lap. Makes his way round Graham Hill Bend. Nice and grippy and resurfaced. Less fun than it used to be, but definitely faster. Down the Cooper Straight and through Surtees he goes.
I'm just watching the car. We've got a few cars out on track, but quite a few people out there on cool-down laps, and again trying to bring the cars back into that optimal temperature. And I think we've got both Mike Osborne and Eric Holmes in the Evos. Both seem to be out there on a cool-down. Josh Barrett, of course, pounding around every time on a flyer.
Yep.
Car never seems to need a cool down. It just goes around flying every time.
So I was watching, I wasn't sure if it was the camera or what, but Ilya, although his lights are on, appeared that he was driving quite slowly. And indeed, that last effort was a 101.6, so 12 seconds adrift. So that was definitely a cool down lap, but his lights just happened to be on, I think.
Right.
That wasn't actually a hot lap from him. But Josh Barrett, and there you go, you can tell he is definitely moving at some pace. Currently a 48.3 there, Josh Barrett's current best. It's good enough for third in pro, fourth overall.
That's interesting. So I'm looking down the list, so I'm frantically trying to reference some old sheets. See, I'm looking at lap records, basically.
Okay, no improvement there for Josh Barrett.
So not quite. So in Club Pro, we've got a 48.9 as the lap record currently. So everyone running around the 40. Oh no. Oh no, because Josh Barrett isn't in Club Pro now.
Right.
Ah, because he's in Pro class. Yeah, I'm actually looking at completely the wrong class. So that would help. But yes, because he moved up. I totally forgot he ran in Club Pro last year, didn't he? So yeah, actually, and obviously the lap record there is held by Luke.
48.8 there from Josh Barrett. So again, no improvement, at half a second adrift from his current personal best. Josh Barrett sitting currently third in Pro. Bradley John and Luke Senjakovsky both ahead of him in the standings, but currently in the pits. And we have 22 seconds left in this session, so if Josh Barrett were to find some time here, then his rivals wouldn't have any chance to answer.
So we've just seen Eric Holmes go across the line. Something, his car, I don't know if he was hitting the rev limiter as he just kind of like went across the line in front of us there, but something sounded a little bit off with his car. But he does seem to be out on a flyer, so we'll see what he can do in that last lap. And of course, we've got the checkered flag out, so it means anybody who's out on track and has already crossed the line can finish their lap. And of course, a short lap as well, so we'll see those times coming in soon.
Yep, no improvement from Josh Barrett. It seems like he was on hot laps the whole time. That, you know, none of these laps were super slow.
He never seems to need a cool down lap.
But,
so.
but that said, yeah, a little off his personal best by consistently by about half a second or so over the past few laps. So that's that from Josh Barrett.
And Eric Holmes didn't manage to improve his lap, sadly, that time of 51.9, and his previous best was a 51.1.
So looking at our provisional results then, in Club Pro, it's Michael Osborne who is the provisional winner of the Super Attack, ahead of Ilya Krylov, Eric Holmes, Darren Spooner, and Martina Ward. In the Pro class, on top is Luke Senjakovsky, ahead of Bradley John and Josh Barrett. And in the Extreme class, Pro Extreme, it's Andy Hughes with a 47.2. So, those are the provisional results for the Super Attack in our Pro classes. Now we're going to have a little switch over as the Pro class cars head into Parc Ferme. And our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars will head onto the track for their Super Attack in just a few minutes. So, now we head into the Super Attack for the Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines. This is the last time they're going to be on track today. And this is the session that awards the big points in each class. And so, in fact, if you are on top, if you finish fastest in your class in Super Attack, then you are deemed today's round's winner. But of course, you also win points in Attack 1, and you also win points in Attack 2, and you also get points in Attack, sorry, not Attack 3, Super Attack, which you keep doing it when you try to rattle through them quickly. But what that means is you might win Super Attack, but not be the fastest in Attacks 1 and 2. So even though you've won the Super Attack, you might not have got the most points of the day. So you've got to be fast across Attack 1 and Attack 2 and Super Attack. You've got to be consistently quick the whole time.
Yeah.
So let's see how our drivers manage that. We've got a little delay, it seems, as our... Well, it takes a few minutes just to clear the track and make sure everything's good for the next session to get underway. And we can see our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive cars and drivers lining up at the end of the pits. David Dyson, I was going to say David Dyson's already got his lights on, but of course that's just daytime running lights. I thought he's ready to go on a hot lap right from the pits. But no, he's just got his daytime running lights on as modern car. In fact, that's quite misleading in a lot of cases, isn't it? I think these cars with daytime running lights, from here, if they're especially bright, they can kind of look like headlights.
Yeah.
So it gets a bit confusing sometimes. And he doesn't have any control over that, right? He can't switch them. They're just on. That's what they do. Yep. So green lights then. So our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive machines head on to the track. What are the stories? Well, Club 2-wheel drive, we've had David Dyson and Luke Capehorn locking horns all season, but also today. And then you had that moment, well, not a moment, but you walked down the pits saying how so much had happened in Attack 2 that you were running down the pits. Are you good? Are you good? Are you good? Like, who's still good after all, like, who's left who's still good after all that happened in Attack 2?
Well, Luke Capehorn pipped David Dyson, right, in Attack 2.
Yeah.
So by, what are we talking, 0.35 of a second? So yeah, he just kind of like managed to pip him there.
Yeah. It's a
And
good
we're going
battle.
to see,
Good battle
yeah,
between those two.
exactly. We're going to see, and Johnny Fletcher again, kind of like a 0.3 of a second off. But I know Johnny has got boost issues, and every time I see him, so that he's down on boost, and they were again frantically kind of like working away under the hood, trying to fix that. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out for the battle that's going on in Club 2-wheel drive. Meanwhile, in Club 4-wheel drive, we've got this battle between Alexander Volkov and Dean Taylor. So they're literally again, just looking at the time, 0.2 of a second between those two. So yeah, I mean, only two cars in Club 4-wheel drive, so a much
But it's a good
smaller
battle,
but very tight.
Sometimes we've had only two cars in a class, and they're
Yeah.
actually very far apart, right?
Yeah.
But there's only two, but there's a good battle between them. So
Yeah. And again, Alexander Volkov, just as we were saying,
With
the complete mismatch of 1,000 to 1,200 horsepower GTR, but actually very reliable.
Yeah.
And I know Dean has run into a number of issues this year, and as I was saying, yesterday he didn't think he was going to be competing today.
Yeah.
So,
Evo things.
Yeah, Evo things. I should not comment on these. They do happen. But yeah, again, great to see him out there turning laps. So we're going to keep an eye on the times. And actually, as we say that, as I just tread on my wire. So Dean Taylor has actually gone across the line with a 49.8. So yeah, I think actually today may be the first car. Definitely faster than in Attack 2. I'm going to look back over Attack 1, one of the first cars to break into the 49s. So I think Alexander Volkov managed to, in Attack 1, with a 49.9. Oh, there we say. And then Alexander Volkov just answered that back with 49.7.
Yeah.
So an incredibly close battle between them in Club 4-wheel drive. Really, like astonishingly quick times. Anything under a 50 is very, very quick here at Brands Hatch.
Yeah.
Anything under a minute is quick.
Yeah, that's
So-
the benchmark, isn't it? That's the rule of thumb. Is if you
Yeah.
can get less than a minute, then you've done a good job. But these drivers are getting less than 50 seconds. So yeah, really impressive stuff.
And then I'm just watching because, again, all of the first hot laps for everybody are just starting to come in on our timing. And I'm looking at who we're going to be looking out for in two-wheel drive. So currently Mike Butler fastest Club 2-wheel drive out there. Although literally as I say that, Luke Capehorn going across and fastest in Club 2-wheel drive for 51.1 at the moment.
We should also mention the Lucas Oil Driver of the Day QR code in the bottom right corner of the screen. So thank you very much to Lucas Oil for making the stream. But I think that's been a very welcome return to the live stream here at the Time Attack events. And if you've enjoyed the stream and you followed along, and thank you to everyone for getting involved in the comments and so on, all that good stuff. You can also vote for your driver of the day by clicking on the, well, not clicking, what is it you do with phones? You scan the QR code on the bottom right corner of your screen, and you can go onto the Lucas Oil Driver of the Day vote, and you can vote for your Driver of the Day, I think, both in Hondas and in Time Attack. So please go and do that. it makes a big difference. So thank you everyone for watching and liking and subscribing and commenting and all that good stuff. But also, please do take a look at the Lucas Oil Driver of the Day vote as well. I was just thinking about what you said about Alexander Volkov's 25-liter fuel. It's so funny, isn't it? Like that's nothing. And when you've got
nothing when you have 1,000
nothing
horsepower,
when you have
for sure.
when you're throwing that much fuel into 6 cylinders all the time.
Yeah,
there's no
absolutely.
surprise. In fact, it's surprising that he hasn't. Oh my goodness!
No, I mean, we're seeing Luke Capel there. One of his wheels is facing the wrong way. So
yeah. Something big's happened there.
He's done a good job to guide that to the other side of the track, but that does not look good.
Wow. Someone running up to the car. Look, who's that? I wonder who that is.
That is.
Is it just to take pictures? Is that what we're doing? Oh dear.
I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm still seeing the green flags out at the moment, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, that is on the entrance to Surtees and coming up to that curb. So we're going to have to get that car.
There we go, red flag. I was going to say it takes a
Yeah.
few moments for the decision to rattle through
But
and
we're
everyone
seeing,
to.
I mean, Luke is out of the
agree.
car. No contact with the barrier, but yeah, one of his wheels very much not attached.
Not looking where it's meant to.
No,
That wheel.
not pointing in the right direction at all.
Well, I think double thumbs up. Look,
He's
waves,
waving,
laughs.
he's
Yeah, there we
waving.
go.
and pointing at the wheel. Yes, yep. That pretty much sums it up, Luke. What have you done?
Flaps his arms. Oh well.
Well, it's yeah, good that you can take that.
He's
Very
what a good
natured
sport.
about
What a good
that.
sport.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. What a good sport. Dear.
Oh, that's very unfortunate because he was fastest Club 2-wheel drive car out on track.
Being the fastest also has its risks,
It
right?
does indeed.
Oh, so let's take a closer look at that. So that is broken.
Ouch.
There we go.
Yeah, that
in my
does.
professional opinion.
Yeah. Is this Alexi's?
There we go. But don't worry, it's easy to fix.
Basically, your
That doesn't look too bad, or whatever the other useless sound bites have been
your
from today.
summary of the accident damage. Is
That looks broken, but don't worry, it should be an easy fix.
Looks like Luke having some conversation with his team that I think are on the other side of the circuit behind the fence. So,
Oh dear.
explaining, I mean, didn't hit anything that we saw.
No, I
think maybe
think
just some stress. I know what we
something's
do
just
know
snapped.
on the Astra. I think both Johnny and Luke run a supply of drive shafts with them.
Right.
Obviously, running a
but
lot
if
of
you're-
power through the front-wheel drive cars. But again, we don't really know at the moment. But definitely, I guess, a stress point on those cars.
Yeah, but when your drive shaft breaks, that isn't what happens, though, right? You just lose drive on that one wheel. It doesn't point the wrong way. That's just the spinny bit. There's like lots of other attachments. Yeah, interesting what happened there. Oh dear. What a day this one's been.
Yes, that is unfortunate.
And I think there is, when you have lots of traffic going on and you're all trying to find space and people start tripping over each other and stuff, that's one thing. But also just lots of things breaking.
Yes.
That's got nothing to do with the traffic. That's just unlucky.
Yeah, and as we were talking about reliability and consistency, and actually having a car that can turn a lap every time.
Yeah.
You know, in every round that they get out in, that's really key to getting the points in the championship. And I think Luke is. I will frantically look this up in the background to try and recall how Luke is doing in the championship.
That said, look, Luke Capehorn did put his car up to the top of the Club 2-wheel drive leaderboard. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
51.1. Yes, you know, David Dyson might have, say, a free run for the rest of the session. But Luke Capehorn's already put in pretty strong time. So let's see how that one develops. Dan on the comment says it's his lower arm. What broke at Snet on Luke's Astra?
I was about to say that broke before, didn't it? So, again, that's very unfortunate for Luke. But yeah, that improved on his time in attack too. So yeah, maybe that is enough to take this round.
Maybe.
And again, we're going to see, obviously the clock is paused at the moment. We'll see by the time obviously they are able to recover the car, how much time will be left in the session when they go back out.
It's quite late, so these tracks do have a curfew, so there's usually a cutoff point that we have to work towards. So I don't know what it is at Brands Hatch on this particular day in this season, because I think that depending on the license and the type of day and so on, it can vary. Same as how some tracks have, what is it? There's a name for it. No noise regs days, unsilenced days. That's it. Where on some day they have a certain number of vouchers a year, they can cash that in and have a slightly different set of rules that they have to play by on that day. So often they use it for formula cars and stuff like that. So I don't know. Maybe we have a later curfew here or something like that. I'm not too sure. See, the clock's been set to 10 minutes, so we've lost a bit of time, but we're still going to have a good run at it. 10 minutes at Brands Hatch is very different to 10 minutes at Alton Park, like we saw last time, where, as we were saying, by the time if you're at the back of the queue and you wait for everyone to get out and then you do a 2-minute out lap and so on, it's going to 10 minutes isn't very much. But at Brands Hatch, 10 minutes is plenty to get loads of laps in. Good 7, 8, 9 laps.
And now we're here at the end of the day as well. The temperatures, I think, have dropped.
Yeah.
It's been a
good
little bit
point.
windy. Still relatively warm, so good enough to get the tyres up to temperature quickly, but not too much, hopefully, that the cars are going to overheat. So, yeah, again, hopefully everyone can go out, get their flying, get their out lap, get everything warmed up and up to temperature, and then everyone can start setting their hot laps again.
Yeah, but thanks to Dan in the comments about the lower arm. Interesting if that's the same thing that already happened at SNET.
And that was only 2 rounds ago, so yeah. Again, a lot of pressure being put on that point of the car.
Well, exactly, right? Some manufacturers over-engineer their stuff, and you can really take liberties with it. And then some, so I think especially more modern chassis, where they've got the data and they're able to make things just as thick as they need to be for that specific application and price point and so on, that as soon as you start regularly going beyond that, then they give up pretty quickly.
Yeah, and,
So
and let's
could be
face it, I don't
case
think Vauxhall ever expected an Astra to be running that kind of
Right,
power
exactly.
when they manufactured these parts. So.
But we're assuming, this is assuming it's got like standard
yeah,
spec,
exactly.
right? Maybe they're already upgraded,
Yeah,
and then
maybe.
that's a whole different question. Is why are we running this upgraded stuff and it's still breaking after 2 rounds? It's a conversation to have. Very interesting. So I might just wander over to the other side and see. Okay, so they've got Luke's. So Luke's car is on the bed of the truck.
Or getting onto the bed, probably.
Is it still getting it? I mean, it looks like it's on, but maybe it's about to be on. But it looks like it's mostly on, at least. We'll call it that. It's at least mostly on the bed.
Yeah, and of course, because he managed to, he pulled over to one side, so there's no barrier damage, there's nothing to kind of like repair.
Yeah.
So as soon as we are able to recover that car, obviously the fantastic job being done by the marshals over there, then we can resume the session. So hopefully it shouldn't be too much longer.
Mr. Paddy here in the comments saying proud of MJ, which I think is a pretty valid point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, to jump in a pretty unfamiliar car and drive that around so quickly.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not used to downforce, if you're new to downforce cars and aero cars, then wow.
A lot to get to grips with.
Yeah.
And obviously, Brands Hatch, as we know, Paddock Hill is a very daunting corner anyway.
yeah.
But if you've got the high downforce, then you are taking that faster than you normally would be. And so, to do that in a car that you are not familiar with, that you've only driven once before.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see. So next time that we see that Mini out, who are we going to see driving it? Is it going to be Dave? Is it going to be MJ?
Yeah. I think Paddock Hill is a bit of a leap of faith anyway.
I mean, it is
because you can't see the apex, you can't see the exit, you can't see if something's stranded part way. You can't see through the corner, and then it's you've got the gravel trap and all of that stuff. It's a leap of faith anyway. But when you're putting your faith in magic aerodynamic stuff that may or may not work, you put a lot of confidence, a lot of faith in your aero, right?
Yeah, and like we say, this is only the second time she's driven the car, but also, and we have 20-minute sessions, so you're talking max an hour in the car, kind of like before you get to that final session of the day. So yeah, it really is not a lot of time to get used to that at all.
Yeah. Although, of course, she did do the track day. So what? So where was this? This was Blyton, right?
This was track day at Blyton Park. So yeah, we just had women along for that.
There you go. I mean, you organised. I think you've earned a little shout out.
I did organise that women only track day. So yeah, we've driven live. So yeah, hopefully we'll do some more next year. But yeah, I actually got a chance to go out in the car with MJ.
Did you?
In that Mini,
cool.
Yeah, and that was the first time she'd driven it.
Okay.
And it was absolutely amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. That's when I just said MJ is my hero. So yeah, it was a fantastic day.
I bet it's got a really racy diff too. Like it's nice and bitey. And
well, what's funny is it's you know, as MJ said, it's not a lot of power. So like on the straights, it doesn't feel that fast. But then she's just not braking for corners, really. Right. She's just going through corners flat out. Yep. So yeah, doing an amazing job of piloting that car. But we're back out. We're back out on track. And again, I think, well, it's interesting. I think the cars they've all given themselves a little bit of space. But again, we're going to see.
Relatively speaking.
But we've got 9 minutes on the clock. We've got everyone out on their out lap. And I think, yeah, we're going to see people going out there and trying to better those times now. Pretty early on in the session, I think. David Dyson straight out there. So, yeah, because, I mean, so David Dyson currently running second fastest behind Luke. And obviously Luke can't improve on his time now.
Yeah.
So, yes, is David Dyson going to be able to kind of like pip that 51.155 he's got to beat? So, not much in it. But I mean, it's enough to put him in second place at the moment.
Yeah, interesting to see how that one plays out. So we've got 8 laps, 8 minutes, roughly 8 laps to go. And yeah, if David Dyson manages to claw back some time, then Luke's not going to be able to respond to that.
Yeah.
And of course, that's never how you want to beat your competitor. But when you're locked in a championship battle, you're going to take any advantage you can. So yeah, interesting to watch that one. Andrew Kime sets a personal best sector 1 and a personal best speed track 1 at 102.4 miles an hour in the Little Saxo. Johnny Fletcher also sets a personal best sector 1 and also personal best. Oh, what's just happened?
Yep.
Johnny Fletcher, there we go.
Yeah, just going over long with 50.9. Yep. So into the fastest Club 2-wheel drive car.
Fastest two-wheel, so he's actually dethroned Luke Capehorn as well.
He has.
Wow.
So I wonder if they've been able to sort that boost leak issue then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because Johnny was saying that he'd run his PB, but it just basically doesn't have any boosts. So. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out there.
Interesting. That is a cool development. I didn't see Johnny Fletcher wrecking balling into that battle in such a way. That's a really interesting development.
No. And then we've just seen Dean Taylor go across with a 49.5, so improving on his time and just inching in on Alexander Volkov there, who's got a 49.4. So again, really tight battle between those two in Club 4-wheel drive.
David Dyson now with 2 Astras to worry about. As he now gets bumped down into 3rd in Club 2-wheel drive. So David Dyson does, looks like he's improved just then a little bit. Not quite enough.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. There's all 3 cars in the 51s.
Yep, very close. And that gap getting, David Dyson closing it just ever so slightly, at least the gap to Luke Capehorn. I think Johnny Fletcher is a big unknown now. Who's
and
just
Johnny's dipped into the 50s as well, but then we've got the 3 cars in the 51s in Club 2-wheel drive.
David Dyson improves to 51.1 to Luke Capehorn's 51.1. There's 4 hundredths. Luke Capehorn 51.15, David Dyson 51.19. So 4 hundredths of a second there between these Club 2-wheel drive front runners. But of course, Johnny Fletcher has pipped them both with a 50.9. Really, really fast from Johnny Fletcher. And that kind of came out of nowhere, especially like you were saying with the boost leak and so on.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a plot twist.
Yeah, and if we compare that against like Attack 2, so Johnny was running in a 51.8. So yeah, almost a second up on his time in the last session. So great improvement.
No improvement in Sector 1 for David Dyson, so perhaps that's his little window of opportunity closed, and he'll want to cool stuff off and for the remainder of this sector and have another go at it. Although this is such a short track that by the time you think about cooling off for the rest of the lap's already done, and you've got to think, well, I guess I'll just go for another one at this point. Dean Taylor's pulled off at the run-up to Druids, I think. Dean Taylor has just pulled off onto the grass. There he is. And that looks like the run-up into Druids. Again, lots of people pulling off there, and that's just behind the trees. So we're relying on the cameras. We can't actually see physically.
Yeah, and on the cameras it does look like they're waving a yellow flag in that sector now. So that's going to, I mean, that's going to be a real problem then. So nobody's going to be better in the times if there's a yellow flag.
I mean, if there's a yellow
today.
flag, then what? Yeah, what's the point, right? You're not going to. I mean, you're going to get seat time. You're getting the seat time that you.
Interesting, because it looked like the car was quite tucked away, but obviously the marshal's kind of like deeming that that is a bit of a risk. So.
Yeah. You pays your money, you get your seat time, but you're not going to be able to improve while a yellow flag is out. So what do you do?
Yeah.
Well, I guess what you do is you cool your car back down in the hopes that you might get a green flag, or maybe a yellow flag just won't come. Actually, maybe it's all fine. Everyone's sensible. The car is out of the way enough, and we can just keep going. Interesting.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I have to keep an eye on that corner because we're watching. So watching Andrew climb now. He seems
pretty racy.
I mean, so that would have been. That was where obviously Dean's car is pulled off, and it didn't seem like he was at half pace there. So hopefully now they've deemed that Dean's car is enough out of the way that it can continue to have a green flag. Because as you say, one yellow flag and then
that's it.
You can't
at this
possibly
point.
better your time over a lap. And let's just watch if he manages. No,
look at him up on 3 wheels.
I was going to say, if he manages to keep it on all 4 wheels, he will not. Undoubtedly, every corner on this car, freewheeling round.
Yep, that's looking racy from Andrew Kime. No improvement, 51.8 to his personal best, 51.6. So pretty consistent there.
Pretty. I mean, really good though that we've got a green flag out on track. So again, we're going to see we've got 3 minutes left on the clock, and I was going to say plenty of time for drivers to be setting laps, and it is at Brands Hatch.
At Brands Hatch Indy it is.
Effectively, like, there's another 3 good laps in it.
Personal best speed trap 1 from Johnny Fletcher. You could hear those tires.
Yeah, I was going to say tortured tyres going around the corners. We're never quite sure which camera is picking them up, so I'm not quite sure which corner, but it sounds like Johnny Fletcher.
Through Paddock Hill he goes.
So yeah, he ran a 51.2, so not improving on his time there. But then obviously I'm guessing, and as we can see there, I think he slowed right down. So down onto a cool down lap. I've just seen in the speed trap. So Alexander Volkov setting the fastest speed trap time out there at the moment.
By 9 miles an hour as well, on this short little straights as well that we have at Brands Hatch Indy. 9 miles an hour faster than the rest
see him
of
go
the
across
gang.
the line. Is he able to improve on his time? No, so he doesn't. So almost a 50 dead. But yeah, fastest, like as you say, it's nearly 9 miles an hour up on Dean Taylor, but then only 0.1 of a second between them over the whole lap. So.
But that's where the weight starts to come into it and stuff like that, right? He's got all the power for the big speed traps, but when it comes to the handling, 1,700 kilos is 1,700 kilos. I think GTRs are incredible in terms of the magic they can pull despite the weight. But ultimately, that factor is going to be in the Evo's favor a little bit.
And the faster you're going, the more you've got to, the more speed you've got to scrub off at the end, and that is a lot of weight to scrub off in a big heavy car. So it's so hard. I mean, really consistent there. He went across with a 59.5 in that lap, compared against a 49, not a 59. That would be something wrong. A 49.5 as against his 49.4 best
so within
lap.
a tenth of his personal best. Yeah, very consistent.
Yeah, again, you can hear just tortured tyres somewhere, and like, which car are we picking this up at?
He drops 2 wheels on. Ooh.
Yeah, so that was.
You could see it
lucky.
snatch a little bit there as well.
Oh yes, hear the tyres.
Yeah, I think Alex's
really pushing.
heart rate jumped a little bit there, and I think the tyre screeching is probably not unrelated to that, right? I think it's washing out a little bit wide now. I guess the tyres are getting maybe a little bit too hot, too overworked.
Yeah.
And not only is he pushing out wide and screeching, he's now dipping 2 wheels onto the grass.
Yeah, and as he come across the line, very much off the throttle. So again, back down to his cool down lap. Do we have checkered flag out already?
So our provisional results then. In Club 2-Wheel Drive, our provisional Super Attack winner is Johnny Fletcher, ahead of Luke Capehorn, David Dyson, Andrew Kime, Mike Butler, Neil Robson, Nicholas Good, and David Frost. And in Club 4-Wheel Drive, our provisional winner is Alexander Volkov, ahead of Dean Taylor. So then our drivers will make their way into Parc Fermé to check over that their cars are still complying with the technical regulations. They get scrutineered at the start of the day, but what's to say that you won't then go and mess around with your car afterwards? So we have Parc Fermé as well, just to check the car again after the session. I can see quite a few people still here in the grandstands and on the banking, still watching this Time Attack Super Attack. So thank you very much for sticking with us. We still have the Clubman classes Super Attack to come, and we will be bringing you that in just a few minutes.
Motegi Racing was conceived with one mission in mind: performance. Each wheel is over-engineered to ensure industry-leading strength, lightweight design, and seamless connection to your unique style. From our storied past in motorsports to our stylistic contributions to the aftermarket culture, One thing remains, Motegi Racing is built for enthusiasts.
Our drivers then line up to hit the track for their super attack. Our Pocket Rocket, Classic and Retro, and Clubman classes. Get ready to hit the track for one last time. This is the super attack. This is the one that counts. This is the one that determines the winner in each class. Although, of course, they may have made up lots of points elsewhere throughout the day, but this is the main one. This is the super attack. That's a busy pit lane, isn't it? That's a lot of cars.
It really is, yeah.
A lot of
stretches kind of like 2/3 of the way down the pit lane.
Yep, lots of colourful little skittles lining the pit lane. Especially the what is it, Fuchsia Impreza, the 181 of Clint Freeman.
Oh, there was a debate. There is a proper term for the paint.
Oh, is it magenta or is it fuchsia?
No, it's got a proper, like a full name, like at least like 4 or 5 words in the actual kind of like paint code. But also I think the debate is out whether it's pink or not. So
it's not pink. It's fuchsia.
Or
magenta.
Yes.
But like, if there's a brand name, what is that? Like, is that a Subaru car? That's not a Subaru car.
No, I can't remember. They did tell me. But yeah, different. An official paint color from another car.
Is it a Porsche color? You don't.
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay.
Too many people. I didn't write it down.
Because they do there's the Ruby Stone Red, which is quite trendy now, but they do a more muted version that's a bit darker and a bit more mature. Maybe it's that one. It's called Ruby something else, I think. Who knows?
But that used to be, I believe, Ross's car, Ross Hampson's car.
Really?
Old car. Yes, that's what it was telling me. So.
I actually, I assumed that was a wrap. Didn't think that was paint. Just because it's such a crazy color.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll have to double check. But yeah, so we're seeing the cars go out. And again, busy track out there. So I'm seeing cars come round clearways and we're still having cars leaving the pits.
Yeah, so busy.
So yeah, really going to be on the drivers to manage to find some clear air out there on track.
Michael Greenhue in the PD130 swapped Corsa B. He's on track, and I was speaking to him earlier about the world of engine swaps, and Volkswagen engines aren't something I know much about, but we talked about his PD130. And, it's quite racy, even though it's such a common engine, and you can find them in lots of things. When you do them right and you choose the right little upgrades, you can really make them quite racy. Although they still redline at 5,200.
Oh, it's a diesel,
yeah. So but I was curious, like, can you actually make them rev as well? But
huge amounts of torque in that car.
Well, yeah.
So, and I think, Mike is struggling with issues, and I know he's had issues kind of every round. And I think he was saying wheel bearings now is
that's what he said.
Kind of struggling with today. So, but yeah. And also just great to see something a bit different out there as well. Just I think our only diesel out there on tracks.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we've had a few over the years, but this year that's all we have. The GR Yaris there of Charles Decker flashing its hazard lights as he brakes. Again, that's the thing that you see on modern cars. When you brake hard, they think emergency up ahead and they put the hazards on, which is ironic on a track car, like a factory track car. You think it would have a track mode or something. That would mean it wouldn't put the hazards on when you brake hard. But here we are in 2025. That's how it works nowadays. Interesting what Ben was saying. Ben, what was the other Bonbon? What he was saying about the world of GR Yaris's and so on. I heard from quite a lot of people that they are very. They're too grippy and too fast for the road. So a lot of people who got them, and I think he kind of made a maybe similar point along those lines, but people don't always get on with them. which is why bringing them to something like Time Attack is actually makes a lot of sense, because you can't use them to their full potential on the road, like whatsoever.
Oh, interesting. I've got a friend who's I've got a couple of friends who've got one stock, and they were saying, as Ben was saying, basically they need suspension. They're a little bit wallowy.
But they're like rally cars.
But again,
inverted commas, rally cars for the road.
Exactly.
So they want
they're
squishy suspension.
You know, dare I say it, the modern Evo Impreza.
Yeah, well,
so
I mean that's what Ben said.
Yeah,
and he
exactly.
seems pretty qualified.
The only cars out there doing that now. So.
Yep.
So looking on track then, though, we've had Mark Donnelly go out straight out the bat and set a 52.2. So that's going to be interesting in classic and retro, and we're going to see, because I think Eden had issues in the previous round. So what did he say? Looking back through my notes, so Eden actually said his ball joint has snapped. So he basically, and then by the time they managed to resolve something with that, he only ends up getting one flying lap.
Okay.
So yeah, we're going to have to keep an eye out to see, and obviously the battle between Mark Donnelly, Dean Riley, and Eden Young.
Impressive that he got back out on track at all in that case.
Yep, I guess lots of spares.
Yeah. Jay Elliott looking very racy indeed in that Avalon Honda S2000. Was that? Oh no, I thought those were flames. That's a cool down light or something. Maybe that was a flame. I could. That shot was too quick for me to tell. But I think he's improved loads this year. I think in the beginning, you know, finding his feet in the world of Time Attack and so on. But looking very racy indeed today is Jay Elliott. You can hear that VX220 also supercharged. Jay's S2000 is supercharged, and so is Dean's machine here, the DRS Racing VX220. Oh, Stephen Wilkinson is traveling pretty slowly there.
Yeah, I wonder if something is up there.
Through Surtees.
Through Surtees, and of course there is no like line you can take to stay out of everyone's way, because you have to be on one side of the track and then the next side of the track. So.
Number 90 there, Joe Bullen, the Joe 90 Racing Mini R53. Currently 10th overall, 3rd in class. That battle in Pocket Rocket Force Induction. And going back to the point about variety, you know, Tommy Langley at the top in the Fiesta ST, which is perhaps a tried and tested platform in this class. Joe Bullen in the Mini as well. And then they are split by Jamie Biss in the MX-5, which of course never came turbocharged from the factory. So DIY turbocharged MX-5 splitting the two factory Pocket Rocket boosty machines. So good little battle there, and again, very different machines. You know, very much the modern modifying lore represented by the Fiesta ST, and then the little MX-5 mixing it up there as well. Interesting stuff. And of course, Rafael Tartaris as well, currently 4th in class with a 55.1.
Yeah, which is quite unusual for Rafa.
Exactly. So I wonder is he gearing up? Is he building up? Or
he
is
did tell
going
me. So I was speaking to him earlier, and he said, "Oh, I've got to find some more time." So he was telling me about the different maps he had on his car, and he said he has a moon map. So basically,
to send it to the moon.
Yeah, to send it to the moon. So we'll see if he ends up kind of like utilising that today. Yeah, fantastic. So to name all of your maps.
Yeah, that's really good. That's really good. The moonshot map.
And I want to check in Clubman as well, because in Clubman we've got
Eden Young. Hang on a sec. Did we see this?
No, we didn't.
When did that happen? Eden Young, actually, that was on his last lap. It's just that I thought I saw him go into the pits just now. So I guess he's set his hot and then, anyway. But on his most recent lap, Eden Young somewhere managed to set a 52.0. Faster than anybody else, and enough to take fastest in classic and retro. But it's quite a long session. We still have 12 minutes left. Sorry, Eden Young didn't go into the pits. What he did was he switched off his headlights. So just it all happened so quickly that you can get a bit mixed up. But yeah, Eden Young then setting that absolute flyer, 52 seconds, and then flicking off his lights. So I think maybe let some traffic buzz past and cool off his tyres and so on.
And these top 3 cars in Classic and Retro, the time between them, again, all running in the 52s. So from Eden Young with 52.0 to Mark Donnelly in 52.2, we've got 3 cars running within that time, within 0.2 of a second of each other. So yeah, a fantastic racing between those 3.
So did the other maps have names that you're aware of, or just the moon map?
No, I think it starts with the Earth map. That's the sensible one. There's 9 levels of maps. So again,
9 level. Okay, and the top one is the moon.
Yeah, exactly. Centered into the moon.
Lift off, cruising altitude, something else, atmosphere, and then
yeah, exactly.
Moon. Okay. The pumpkin wagon of Tom Moon. Actually, look, he's being followed by the Bug-Eye Impreza there of Darren Wilson as well. So we've got the 2 Imprezas running nose to tail.
I just wanted to recap on Clubman because I believe we've got 2 pretty wounded cars, is what they said. So Annie Thompson is running with 53.3. Currently leading from Dan Buckingham on 55.3. And there was there's a big slide there, four-wheel drive slide. But yeah, Annie Thompson, I think, has got issues with her car. Her car is poorly, down on power. I think the catch can was kind of like filling up, so they put a bigger catch can to fill in that as well. So a little bit worried about what's going on there. Dan Buckingham also saying, no question about it, definitely had gasket on his car. So
oh, really?
Yeah, so definitely 2 wounded cars there, but still out and running on track. So again, trying to set the fastest lap they can with what they have.
So Majutsu here in the comments confirming that it is Porsche Ruby Stone. Oh, Jamie Biss has come off. Little spin there, 360, but he's still pointing the right way.
And that is basically on the entrance to Clearways.
Oh, and he's stopped in the escape road, maybe to gather his thoughts, gather his bearings. A 360 is quite discombobulating. So, yep, just take a second there to catch your
Yeah, and that means we've got a double yellow up on that corner. I can see the marshals waving the flags to warn people coming through Surtees.
Yeah, when I last drove here in Anger, the Surtees had quite a big curb, and so if you took a nice little serving of curb, that unsettled your car quite a lot. And of course, it's at the end of the Cooper Straight, and so you're carrying quite a lot of speed through there. So I guess what I'm getting at is you can get very unbalanced through Surtees, actually.
Yeah.
Which is why it's extra important to wave those flags there, because there's a not insignificant chance that people fall off there. It's quite easily done when you're carrying a lot of speed through there. Jamie Biss, though, he's back on the road, which is great. Headlights on straight. He didn't even put them away. He's like, no, I'm still on the attack. Still going to send it.
Still flat out. And I just wanted. So looking down on Pocket Rocket NA, so on the last session, we saw Mark Roberts leading from Ryan Barker by 0.05 of a second, so 500ths of a second.
Wow.
But Ryan Barker has actually kind of like come in on this session and is running at a 54.9, which is enough to see him into first, just pipping Mark Roberts on a 55.4. So again, really tight battle between them. Ryan Barker, again, someone I did not expect to see here again at Alton. After Alton.
You're right.
With that particularly nasty incident, but a completely new car, and that he managed to get all of the parts onto it in the space of 2 weeks. So it's just incredible to see him out there, and actually the fastest car out there in Pocket Rocket NA at the moment.
So apparently Majutsu here, thank you again in the comments, that Clint Freeman actually painted that car himself. There you go. He is an amazing car sprayer. So I apologize for thinking it was vinyl, actually. I really apologize for that. But it's just like, that's the trendy thing that people do nowadays. It's quite a Larry color. I assumed that's what it was. But my apologies there.
Oh, Mark Donnelly's just gone across and pipped Eden Young's time with a 51.9. So
interesting. Eden's going to have to respond to that, isn't he?
Literally means, and again, the times are just so close to each other. Well, Dean Riley just going across and has picked Eden Young, so gone
Yep.
into second.
So actually, the Classic and Retro top 3 has entirely changed in the last few seconds.
Yeah. Yeah, such close racing between 3 very different cars again. But we should also give a shout out to Pocket Rocket Forced Induction to Tommy Langley at the moment, so we're 53.1. So yeah, absolutely leading the class there from Joe Bullen and then Jamie Biss. But yeah, doing an amazing job in Pocket Rocket Forced Induction, 4th fastest car out there on track at the moment.
I was just watching Eden on the cameras now because he was even, flashing his light. There you go, he's doing all of that stuff. So I thought, is he going to put in a really smashing lap now? But but he didn't actually seem to. Perhaps traffic or otherwise. I don't think there was even an improvement from it. No, in fact, it was quite a slow lap, 1:11.
Yeah, I think we just saw him just locking up a little bit going into Graham Hill, so it looks like
there you go, look his flash, get out of the way, get out of the way! And I think that GR Yaris was a little bit out of position. Like you said, that sequence of corners, you can't get off the line there because it's a left and then a right.
Yep.
Wherever you put yourself, you're going to be in someone's way.
Yeah.
And so that GR Yaris there of Charles Dacker trying to get out of the way. But I think that spoiled Eden's lap just then. Oh, big lock up there from him and smoke from the exhaust. All happening, all the particle effects on Eden's car coming into turn 1.
So it didn't improve his time. Meanwhile, in Clubman, so Dan Buckingham and Annie Thompson,
from Eden.
Again, very, very close there. So a 53.3 from Annie Thompson and 53.4 from Dan Buckingham. So again, really, really tight battle going on there in Clubman from the 2 wounded cars.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I don't know where to look. Everywhere I look on track, there's stuff going on.
Yeah.
And obviously trying to keep an eye on the timing boards as well.
This is Brands Hatch Indy, yeah, especially in this group of class. Oh, someone's come off big time. It's Eden. Oh my goodness. Wow,
Oh,
he was flying there.
And he is actually on his side there.
Hey, that is
definitely going
that's a big
to
one.
be a red flag on the exit from Clearways.
Yeah, hopefully all good there. Oh my goodness, that was a big one. But no contact with anything. But so we see
the
Eden's
door
out. Look at that, he's climbed
opening.
out.
And of course we have a red flag for that.
That must have been
Hopefully
scary.
that means Eden is okay.
He was coming. Do you know? I've never seen.
He's
that.
out in the car, and
Woo!
yes, he is.
You can hear the cheers.
Big shrug. Yeah, there you go on the camera.
Look at that!
Come
Look
on.
at that! Okay. Oh, we had a good shot of the micro there as well. So again, such good spirits here in Time Attack, right? What great sports men and women we have, where something pretty scary happens, and you get out and you can laugh about it. Incredible. I have never seen that.
No.
And we've done this for a while. Paddock Hill, every day.
Yep.
But multiple times a day.
Clearways.
But Clearways or into Clark Curve, I have never ever seen that. That is an incredible effort.
But again, I guess it's the same thing. You go in. If the car digs in sideways in the gravel trap, if you go straight into a gravel trap, it will just very much slow you down. If you dig in sideways, there is a chance for it to kind of tip the car over.
I wonder what would have put him so out of line, right? Was there a car ahead of him, and he tried to? You could tell he was driving with some real gusto there, right? He was really, really on the attack, and I wonder whether
lights flashing,
and everything. And I wonder whether perhaps someone was just in the wrong place at the wrong time, and he tried to go around them, maybe, and put himself offline.
Yeah, maybe.
Something that is a deeply unusual incident, but it's almost like how he got out of the car so quickly and stood on the side. That was very cinematic. Wow. Wowee. So I think great job on the cage building, of course, whoever built the cage on that car. You can see the micro there just getting pushed back onto all 4 wheels, but not sure if we're going to... And of course, the tyre barriers didn't get impacted, so they're not going to need resetting. We might see some more track time. But I think a lot of people sitting on the verge have thought, well, I guess that's it. But I can still see a few of you around the grandstands and such, and in that central area by the Cooper Strait, camping out. So thank you for sticking with us. Of course, those of you watching the stream still, thank you for sticking with us as well. Although, of course, you might be watching the stream as a playback in the future, in which case it's a bit different there. If you skipped around and found the juicy bits at the end, then, well, thanks for sticking around and watching the juicy bits at the end and clicking through everything else. But those of you who've watched it live, thank you for sticking with us. Loads of action there, all the vehicles. Yep, that has brought out a checkered flag, actually. Eden is so good at content that you wonder, like, is this for the future biopic film? Is this like a key moment in the narrative? I don't think so, but he definitely took it in good spirits.
Yeah, and just glad he's okay again.
Yeah, incredible.
To see a car on its side there is definitely not what we want to see and how to finish the day. But again, these things happen.
Yeah, which is...
Luckily, again, as long as everyone kind of walks away, that is the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, the cage coming into play, the harness, the hands device, which not everyone likes to use, but definitely played a big role there. I think he'd have an even more sore neck if he wasn't wearing a hands.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen these big incidents, and then we've seen just drivers just get out.
They just get out and shrug it off. Yeah,
again,
incredible.
You cannot underemphasize enough the importance of the safety gear that is mandatory to run in these cars. So.
Yeah, and I feel like this will somehow catalyze something really special. I think Eden will bounce back from it and do a twin K20 swap or something. Somehow he just has this way of bouncing back.
Set of wheels?
Yeah, exactly.
Is there enough room
a
to
quad
fit it in
engines K series, yeah, exactly. Well, all Haltech ECUs and all of that stuff. He has a way of really making the best of things. So definitely very interesting. That is an incident that I've never seen before.
Yeah.
Wow, which that concludes our day. I mean, we will run through the provisional results. So Mark Donnelly then ended that session on top. Then we have Dean Riley. Eden Young, who tried so hard, but sadly didn't quite make it, third with a 52.0. And then we have Thomas Langley at the top of Pocket Rocket Forced Induction. Tommy Langley there in the 313 Fiesta. And then we'll run through the results because the timing screen is going to get cleared. Then we have Thompson, Buckingham, Broke Smith, Bullen, Jason Birch, Biss, Barker, Elliott, Tartsaris, fourth in Pocket Rocket Force Induction, Dacker, House, Roberts, Moon, Wilson, Freeman, McConnell, Vieira, Wilkinson, Emily Birch, Michael Greenhugh, and then the number 169, Luke Taylor in the Matthews Motorsport BMW E36. Those are provisional results. And we will, the confirmed results will be online on the socials, on the website, and all of that good stuff. Those of you watching from the trackside will do podiums if you want to come and watch that. They are by the Time Attack truck next to the Yokohama stand. And everyone else, thank you for watching the stream. And we'll see you in a few weeks at Knock Hill.
In 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
At Knock Hill.
3 weeks at Knock Hill. Very far from us. It's a long drive.
But good for all of our Scottish
But good for all of our Scottish who need to do this drive every single time for all the other rounds.
Yeah,
and that finally is happening on their home turf.
Yeah, exactly. So it's about time we went up there.
Yeah, I agree.
So we look forward to a day of great racing, or not racing, not a great day of Time Attack.
It's not racing, it's Time Attack. It says so on the website.
Exactly. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day. A few incidents today, but obviously great times being set by everyone as well. And then we will see everyone back in 3 weeks at Knock Hill.
Yep. See you next time.
See you then.